Hello everyone and welcome back to our third and final day. Today it is starting off with lead qualifiers and then we'll be finishing with lead finals. So we are completely done with Boulder. Boulder finals yesterday were absolutely amazing and couldn't have ended any better, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that was by far the most exciting SA Climbing National Final for Boulder we've ever seen. And hopefully we see that again today.
Yeah, lots of strong athletes today. Slightly less people in each category, so giving us more time to focus on the individuals. So, lead qualifiers.
Yeah.
Everyone is able to see the route beforehand. They've also all been sent a video of the route being climbed, so demonstrating the moves. So they really understand the beta, how it's going to look up there, how it's going to feel. Reading these routes is far more difficult than reading a Boulder route.
Yeah.
Understanding the movements high up on the wall.
And remembering the sequence, you know, it's so many moves, one after the other. You have to know where to take your break or where the possible break points are, where to race, shake out. Really difficult.
Yeah, so definitely a really big advantage to be able to watch the video and see the route a lot and talk with each other. So these guys should have quite a refined beta. The finals are going to be completely different. Everyone's going to be in isolation, so unable to watch the climb, unable to watch the other climbers compete.
Yeah.
No information on the route other than a viewing from the ground.
Yeah, they'll have a 5-minute viewing where they can view the route for the first time, think about the beta, but then that's it. And then right before they climb, they usually get about 30 seconds to, you know, have one quick look, and then they're on the wall.
And Liam and I very quickly just had a look at the routes, and those final routes do look really difficult.
Really tough. But, I mean, these are the best of the best, so we need to put them on the toughest routes that we can come up with.
Yeah, the top 5 from each province that could make it.
Yeah.
We definitely see, as you see in the junior female scoreboard here, only athletes from Gauteng. So it seems like Gauteng athletes really specialize in sport climbing. And that's amazing considering how well they did in the Boulder round as well.
Yeah.
But we'll see if their speciality comes through here.
I mean, with one of Africa's finest sport climbing crags in the world, or not in the world maybe, perhaps in the world, but Africa, Vaal-Boven, I think they get a lot of sport climbing done up there.
Yeah, a lot of time spent outdoors on rock. And the kind of climbing you do outdoors on sport climbing, I think, applies to indoors really well.
I think
it's
it does
a bit less of
well.
a gap between outdoor and indoors bouldering is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really excited to see this. And Liam, can you take us through how the points work?
So the points, it's going to be using the latest scoring system of the IFSC. So the points per a hold is slightly different, but in simple terms, the higher you go, the more points you get. The athletes only get one attempt. It is a flash round. So climbing from the bottom to the top, or unless they fall. But to make it simple, the higher they go, the more points they get. And to get a point on a hold, they have to actually use those holds. So if they jump up and slap a hold, that will not count. They have to grab onto it, stabilize, and move through. And that's how points are awarded. So you'll see, as it gets tighter, as the competition continues, every hold really counts.
And they will have 5 minutes to climb the route. So depending on whether you finish with 1 minute left or 4 minutes left, that won't make a difference in your score. But if you don't finish the route within that 5-minute period...
5 or 6, I can't really remember.
We'll see once they start climbing 5 or 6 minutes. But either way, once it finishes, that route is finished. It's over, time's up. You don't get any more points for the higher you go. This was even seen in the nationals in the World Cup for Janja Gambret. She did really well on her lead route, but also ran out of time on her route.
It happens.
So some athletes, when it comes to sports, have their own individual styles. If you wanted to throw out the big names, you can talk about Adam Ondra. Extremely efficient and confident on the sport routes. He moves through these routes. He can do a route which is supposed to take 6 minutes in 2.
Yeah, he just powers through.
He does not hesitate. He moves through. That does mean there can be a slightly higher risk. He does sometimes take these bad falls, and the issue of that is you only have one fall, you only have one try, so that's a bit scary. Whereas someone like Janja, who ran out of time, I think she was finding positions of rest on the route. And that's to rest physically, but also it gives you a chance to lean out from the holds and look up.
Yeah.
be a bit closer to the holds and just figure out what they're going to feel like, what the sequence is going to look like, reset mentally. Maybe just remind yourself of the beta you already read earlier.
Yeah. Take a second to just calm down and breathe as well, because what's required in these routes is the utmost endurance. So just taking that second to breathe, okay, cool, I got this, and then continue through.
Yeah, and these routes don't get any easier at the top.
No, not
sometimes there's even some really big moves at the top, which we'll see later.
Yeah.
So you're expected to have a lot of power, a lot of energy left.
I think the setters that play around, typically the routes seem to get harder as they reach the top. You know, points also, each hold becomes worth more points.
Yeah.
But then some of these routes have quite a cruxy beginning. So I think that's going to throw some of the athletes off a bit, but I'm sure they are well prepared for that.
Yeah, and that's where the tactics come through, you know, saving energy. How efficiently do you want to climb? Can you read the route well and see that the beginning half section is really hard, so you just need to push through, use all of your energy. You're allowed to pull hard. You don't have to find those easy positions because you're going to be able to recover later on in the climb.
An immense amount of strategy that goes into these lead routes.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot about their physical capabilities and their endurance, but strategy is really important. I mean, if you're halfway up with the wrong strategy, you could be the best climber, but on that day, if you have the strategy wrong, anything could happen.
Yeah, and I think relative to bouldering versus sport climbing, that mental game, that mental fortitude, endurance really comes through. It's really important to keep track of.
I think you kind of zone out. It's you and yourself on the wall. The crowd behind you kind of fades away, dissipates.
Yes.
The higher you get.
Go into your own world.
Indeed. So there'll be 2 routes for the league qualifiers for each of the categories. They'll perform 2 climbs, and that will determine who goes to the finals. There will be 8 finalists. So, yeah, stakes are high.
Yeah, not that many people. 8 finalists for the entire category. So every section, every age group.
Yeah, so it'll be, once
again,
again, for Youth B and C, 4 from each of them to make 8 for the combined junior. But then, from Youth A onwards, it's just 8 in total. So there's not many spots open for the finals.
And you will get a medal for 3rd and 2nd place, and you can be very proud of that. But also getting 1st place, that makes you either the junior national champion or the open national champion.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to achieve. The stakes of that mean that you get to compete overseas in IFSC competitions.
Yeah. Making the South African national team is such a big, such a big honor and such a big ticket, to opportunities next year.
Yeah, it's that first step for going overseas next year. That's why we're hosting this competition at this time of year. The competition season happens next year around March, April. So it gives the athletes enough time to prepare, change their training plans, be in their peak performance phase, and also to prepare financially to be able to travel that far, get sponsors.
Yeah, takes a lot. Right, we get head into a commercial break, and we'll be right back. welcome back to the South African Nationals 2025. So for today, we will be starting with the lead qualifiers for the women, all age categories. And once they are completed, we will move on to the male lead qualifiers.
So the women should begin their climbing around 8:30. There might be a slight delay, but we already see one of our athletes out there with a rope attached, so either warming up or getting close to starting the routes.
Well on their way. So you'll see that the athletes do have a belayer, that is a person that feeds out and takes up slack, manages the rope for them as they ascend the route and clip in. The belayer is pretty much in charge of safety, so the climber has to have full trust in the belayer, but that also takes off, you don't have to worry about that as you're climbing the route, but you have to make sure you get each clip. That is part of the rules. They are not allowed to skip clips at all, and not allowed to, clip incorrectly. This is, both for safety and just for standardization.
Yeah. So see, for the senior male, we only have 3 competitors. Alyssa Meyer, who didn't compete in the boulder round, she's had a knee injury, so she hasn't been able to fall off a boulder, but able to climb sports because she'll just catch herself on the rope. So really curious to see. She's competed many, many times. Yep. She's also a coach for Western Cape, close friend of mine.
Really experienced athlete, but with that knee injury, we'll have to see, if that hinders her at all.
Yeah. And then Cara and Candice, we both saw on the boulder, both did exceptionally well. So
yeah, really strong climbers.
Yeah, really keen to see how they do today.
Really strong group overall, and it's just worth it to mention that many of these athletes did compete yesterday in the bouldering, and as we saw, the bouldering was extremely difficult, extremely strenuous. So they're coming in today, they're not fresh.
Yeah. So we have a mix of athletes, some coming in just for sport, and I think they will definitely have an advantage.
For sure.
Having not climbed for the previous day or 2 days, depending on junior or senior category. Yeah. And that makes a massive difference. That's built up fatigue and the lack of skin. One night's sleep is nowhere near enough. You need a full day of recovery. These young athletes, to be fair, they recover unfairly fast, but they will still definitely have some fatigue and won't be at their peak performance.
For sure. And just that mental fatigue. They've been stressing and worrying for 2 days straight now. And now this is the 3rd day of intense climbing. So we'll have to see how that affects the different athletes.
On the OnePlus side, we can say, they're in that focused mode. They've been psyched with all of their friends around for the past few days. So perhaps that will come through. Maybe they'll be more ready to switch into that performance mode. Yeah. The difference between sport and boulders, you can have 1 or 2 bad boulders where you're kind of warming up, you're getting into the zone, remembering how to climb, how to shake off those nerves. That often happens for the first 30 minutes of climbing. In sports, you don't get that chance. You need to perform immediately on the first go. We see Cara here climbing, I think just warming up.
Yeah. Really important to get warmed up on these routes, because if you hop on one and you're not warmed up and you start pumping out, oof.
Yeah, these routes are difficult, so you definitely want to be warmed up for the sake of just avoiding any injuries and making sure you're climbing well. Yeah. But also to avoid a flash pump. A flash pump is when it's your first climb, first attempt of the day, and you can end up trying so hard and your body is not warm, that you just get so pumped out that it won't even get any better, it won't recover.
And that, affects you for the entire day.
Yeah. And a pump is when you're getting a lot of lactic acid and blood buildup in your forearms, and it's not recycling through your body anymore. It's building up and getting stuck, and you feel as if your forearm's ballooning out.
Yeah.
You can't close your hands anymore. You can't grip anything.
Sometimes turning as hard as rock.
Yeah. And that's an extremely common issue with sport climbing. These guys are really, really good at managing that pump, but it is probably one of the biggest things to look out for in sport climbing.
Yeah, and you'll see the athletes halfway up at some points when they find a good place to take a rest, shaking out their arm. That's trying to, alleviate that build-up.
Just a reminder, all of these guys climbing on the screen, they're not beginning the qualifiers yet. Everyone's just warming up. We'll definitely have an announcement once the climbing begins.
Yep, so today we have a whole range of athletes. We have Youth C, Youth B, Youth A, Junior and Senior. Youth A through to Senior makes up the opens. So yeah, a really wide variety and wide range of ages of the athletes.
And we'll be beginning with the junior categories, so Youth C and B.
Yeah. Youth C is athletes born in 2012 and 2013, and Youth B is athletes born in 2010 and 11. And then, yeah, we'll move on to the Opens, which comprise Youth A, Junior and Senior. Youth A, athletes are born in 2008 and 2009. Junior, born in 2006 and 7, and Senior, 2005 or earlier.
Yeah, that or earlier is a very infinite range, basically. Yeah. So you can have athletes with a lot of experience here, but obviously also not in their peak performance phase and climbing in general.
That's true.
A lot of people move on from competing as a very stressful full-time. When you begin to have work and family and jobs.
It's a full-time commitment to be able to compete on the level that these athletes do. It's not. Some of these athletes really surprise us, having climbing is their part-time, their second-time thing.
Yeah.
But it really is a full-time job.
All right, as we see here, this is our first official route. This is route number 2. There's green sport climb here, not boulder. And you see she's just double-checking, rereading the route, seeing if she can remember that video she saw.
Yep, and we see a route underway just to the right of her.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of climbing going on at the same time, a lot of athletes climbing at the same time during qualies. And yeah. So this is lead climbing. Lead climbing is the purest form, I would say, of and kind of oldest, most classic form of climbing. The oldest and first form of climbing being trad climbing, but you don't see many people doing that anymore. It's not the most popular. It's a bit scary.
Percentage.
So trad climbing is where you're placing your own gear in the rock. So there's no bolts in the rock. You can go to a completely empty cliff face.
Yeah. So you'll see these athletes are clipping into quick draws along the way that are pre-placed there, but so they don't have to worry about the placement, but they do have to worry about clipping them in. As you see over there, this athlete's about to reach up and clip in.
So when you're lead climbing outdoors, you'll have bolted routes. So it's really amazing. People will go out and spend days and weeks going out and drilling these bolts into the wall, and then you can go up with your own quick draws, clip them in, and then clip your rope in when you're on a lead route. So you're really scaling this mountain by yourself, which is awesome. For these competitions, the quick draws are already placed on the route, which maybe saves them a few seconds. Doesn't really make a very big difference. It's still very difficult.
Yep, I mean, these routes are so difficult that you really want every second, save every ounce of energy.
Yeah.
Not having to worry about, clipping in.
Yeah, and rope management, clipping, timing.
Yeah.
These are all completely new and sport-specific tactics, and really important. They make a very large difference as to how energy efficient you are. We see on this green route here, it's quite a big move, very far away. You need to move up with that right hand.
She would have prepared for it, though. Let's see how she does.
Yeah, struggling with that pinch and moving out right over it.
Yeah, that's
there we go, getting that right foot up. Oh, and falling.
Yeah, she needs to get above that right foot.
That's her only go. So
here's another athlete about to come over the corner over there.
Yeah, whenever you're going over a lip, the climbing becomes exponentially harder.
Yeah.
So I can see she's perhaps a little bit stuck here. There you go, wanting to get that clip in. So calling for slack, getting some more rope, reaching really high to get that in.
And this is one of the techniques and the skills that these climbers really have to work on, is figuring out when's the best time to clip, because when reaching so far up above your head, that's strain on your shoulder. Doing that multiple times over is really difficult. And
you need to take a hand off the wall, right?
Yeah.
So you need to be in a very stable, secure position. The setters will try intentionally make the routes possible where you'll have good enough positions to be able to clip in where there are clips. They obviously don't want you skipping any clips for safety's sake, and it's now against the rules, obviously. But it can be really tricky. And there we go, fall off the green route. So it shows these routes are hard.
Yeah. So as you can see, it's really difficult to find those rest positions, though, and to find positions that are stable and good enough to make that clip.
Yeah. You'll see athletes who began their climbing journey with sport climbing, they find really good rest positions. And
they're really creative with it.
Yeah. You need to be extremely creative as a sport climber to just find the right positions for your hips, trying to take as much weight off your hands as possible at all times. Just 24/7, every single move needs to be efficient, no matter how easy it might be for you. There we go, have another fall on this pink climb here.
Doing really well so far. I mean, these routes are designed to be extremely hard. That's why they were able to see them before and not be in isolation. It's because these routes are extremely difficult.
Yeah, I think people like to break down sport routes into different sections and then calling those sections boulder problems. So we saw people bouldering yesterday. That's around 4 to 4.5 meters. So you can split a route into, let's say, 5 different boulders. And those sections, normally you would expect to be really easy on most sport climbing, but in a competition environment, each of those 4 sections, like you're doing hard boulders one after another. Each movement required is something that people could fall off in a bouldering gym.
Indeed, yeah. And we'll see a variety of different sections in terms of wall steepness. You know, we have the overhangs, the head walls, arêtes. They're going to climb through a variety of different styles and different holds as well. And these all make up the different sections, the different boulder problems that they have to figure out.
Now, you see how small that right crimp is. Just
tiny.
Struggling to pull up into the better hold. I can see that left hold on the black corner actually difficult to see, but I think it's an undercling, so needing to pull yourself really high to stand up into it. You can't just reach up and grab overhand, so you are putting all of that weight on that right crimp.
Which is really tiny, as you can see over here.
The trick might be actually to skip that right crimp and to match on this left hand that she has here, stand up really tall on the left foot and kind of fall into that left side pull undercling.
We'll see a lot of creativity today, I think, with, you know, skipping particular holds. And what I find with sport climbers is that often it seems as if they have 4 sets of hands. They use their feet in heel hooks and toe hooks in ways that you would never imagine, especially the women with their like insane mobility. It often seems as if they're literally a monkey with four hands.
Heel hooks specifically, I think the hamstring and the leg muscle in general is so strong, but especially the hamstring, you can just put almost all of your weight on the hamstring and completely rest, shake out your hands.
A lot of weight.
The absolute best resting position that you can have in climbing is a knee bar. And sport climbers love knee bars. So if you can place your foot on a foothold and then shove your knee against another hold or a volume, that amount of friction that can be created there is enough for you to completely take your hands off and just relax. Not even pulling on any muscles, just relying on that friction between your knee. It can hurt a little bit on the skin, but it's worth it for the rest.
But that's what these climbers are trained for, this pain tolerance. They're able to, you know, power through the pain.
This is looking really good. Getting over the arête here, we saw that this move was actually quite hard, and she made it look very easy.
Looking very comfortable.
And you saw using a bit of momentum there to swing over to catch that hold. The less you have to pull with your arms and the less you're bending your arms. And sticking the knee on top of the hold there.
Wow.
That looked...
really tricky feet over there.
I think the reach of this move, just looking... If she can get this right hand out, she'll be in a much better position, but this does look like a moment which...
The more time you spend with these bent arms, the more energy you're expending, the more lactic acid's building up. This is a really tough situation for her. Let's see if she can make it out.
Always in climbing, you want to be moving with straight arms. Well, no, you want to be climbing with straight arms, and then whenever you make a move, that's when you bend your arms, and that's when you pull. But if you're in a position of rest, of not moving, static position, you want to have straight arms. There we go, getting that clip. So now she feels secure. Can she just move over with this right hand?
Really difficult to move out of this position because of the orientation of those holds. It's forcing her to, there we go, she found it. I had to flip that left hand to free up that right hand to move out right.
And we can see the height of the wall here. You know, she's already done so many moves. She's past halfway and there's still so much left. You can also see towards the top right of the screen, slightly further left, that yellow route. I see a lot of really good progress being made there, quite high up already, and looking really confident and flowy. Obviously, looking from a small screen, but that looks like really good climbing over there. So
really pumpy route as well. As you can see, the climbers really are taking their time. They have the endurance for this. Breathing slowly.
A fall off that yellow route. And shame, holding her face. You can see there can be a lot of disappointment in sport climbing. That one fall is really
means a lot.
Intense.
Means a lot.
only
One
having
small
chance.
mistake.
Yeah. And now this red route, these holds don't look very good. You can see pockets, so she's able to put all 4 fingers inside. And here, sitting on that heel hook, trying to reach up close, but needing to maybe release that right foot off the volume, sit even higher on that left heel.
Yeah, needs to really trust it.
Yeah, often
Some
releasing
really
the lower foot and flagging it out a bit wide on the wall.
Yeah.
And then pressing up with it, just against the wall, smearing against the wall. That can get you that extra 5 centimeters you need to reach.
Yeah, 5 centimeters translates into a lot of reach over here on the lead wall.
Yeah.
Looking really good over here.
Yeah, and we'll see
Getting into the final session.
the flatter the wall. So when there's very little angle, the slower the climbers will climb. There's a lot more positions to rest on the climb. Oh, and you can see.
And a lot of precision required. I mean, you can see this next move is quite big, but she manages. So much precision required, though. These holes are tiny. And they're far apart.
That pulsing in and out of the wall, that's a really big indicator of being extremely pumped. So what's happening there is her hands are opening and closing, opening and closing. She's forcing her hands to stay closed on these holds. They're slipping off, and she is just using mental will and power, raw willpower, to just...
Her hands are begging to be freed, but she says no as she climbs higher. Wow, doing a really good job over here.
And there you go. You see how much she's sitting on her foot to take as much weight off her hands, but you can see she's tired.
Doing really well over here.
She's so close to the top. She's doing insanely well. Almost, you know, if you get the top, that's full points. So
there's no such thing as deductions.
There we go. And you can see, an upside down fall, but she looks okay. I think she didn't bash herself on anything.
These climbers are really safe over here. The B-layers are looking after them. So the falls might look scary, but most athletes actually quite enjoy them. Actually.
A little bit of adrenaline junkie.
Except for in a competition setting, of course, you don't want to fall.
But insanely well done by her. She got so high, she must be exhausted. I could see, as soon as you're pulsing on the wall like that, I know how that feels. You're just, it's just willing your hands to stay on.
Get through that.
But your forearms, you can't untie your rope after that. You're just stuck. You're just there. Can't move. Shame. I think that fall might have been a bit scary for her, but I'm sure she's doing okay.
It was big. Often in these competition settings, the belayers are really skilled, so they do soft catches, make sure the athletes don't get, yoinked up, but that translates into quite a lot of meters fallen. But it's a really safe and well-known practice. So do not be worried if you see your child or relative falling a couple meters.
They're completely safe. There's no harm to be had here. Also, these guys know how to sport climb. They know how to clip in the rope properly. Sometimes you can wrap your leg around the rope if you don't know what you're doing, but you shouldn't be lead climbing unless you've learned how to do it. CityROCK offers a top rope and lead climbing course, and they won't allow you to do either of those disciplines unless you have done their course and gotten that tag and that certification, which is a really good way to ensure that everyone's safe, everyone knows what they're doing.
It's a really safe environment here at CityROCK, and that's where we are today, CityROCK Cape Town in Paarden, Eiland. If you have nothing to do, it's a beautiful day, I know, but the outdoors can sometimes be swapped out for a really epic experience, so pull in CityROCK Cape Town, you're in Paarden, Eiland.
Come watch these routes live, or just hop on the live stream. I think having the cameras, you get to watch the climbers a bit higher up as well, which is really cool. This boulder, I remember looking at it and thinking quite powerful. So bigger holds, as you can see, but bigger holds will always lead to then bigger movements as well. These athletes aren't allowed to have it easy.
An easy go, no, not at all.
CityROCK has 3 branches. This one here in Cape Town, one in Gauteng, one in Johannesburg, and one in Pretoria. Outside Gauteng. And I've heard word that they'll be getting 3 kilter boards soon.
So one's already up north in Gauteng, but some rumor has it that we'll be seeing more kilter boards in and around South Africa. So if you don't have a membership, get your membership soon, because the guys with memberships, the girls and guys, are about to get extremely strong. You don't want to miss out. It's about to get crazy in here.
For those of you who don't know, a kilter board is a training board. It's very much boulder style, very few moves, but insanely powerful. The board will light up based on the climb that you choose. So
you have the Kilter app, very easy to use. It's awesome.
And you have thousands of climbs that people have created where they get to choose which holds light up and which holds they climb. And you'll see these routes have been climbed 30,000 up to 100,000 times by people. And they all get to rate it, all get to compare. So it's this international community. And these boards are a modern development in climbing, but they have been shown to lead to insane strength gains. Most of the best athletes in the world train on boards all the time. So really exciting to see gyms in South Africa getting access to these boards.
Yeah. And a good way to see where you are relative to the world, because these these boulders are graded. And you're able to compare yourself, with the same grades as people in Japan, America, London, everywhere, all over the world.
Let's just bring attention back to this route here.
Making
really good progress. You can see
find a heel around the corner there.
This is a really cool feature on the wall. So it's kind of pier coming out with compression on either side. You can hold the arete on either side.
Yeah, almost forming like a column.
Yes, a column would be a much better word. But definitely, I think, looking really hard here. You can see the holds aren't very good. And there we go.
Really far apart over there. Requires so much precision and energy, which is obviously...
We can see on the main screen she got past halfway. So
really good attempt.
There.
Really good attempt.
The best you can do is getting to the top. So we won't see that many people getting to the top. Obviously, the point is to spread the competition. You don't want it to be too easy that everyone's getting there.
So just a reminder that, it's the top 8 for each category that's going to the finals. So you don't necessarily have to do the best in this round. What matters most is your score in the final route. So this is just about getting into the top 8, but you really, you want to do your best to secure that spot.
Yeah, even if you get 8th place in qualifiers and make it through to finals, if you get first in finals, you win.
Yeah, indeed.
And unfortunately just missing that jump there.
So I wonder if the athletes, take that into account, climb to where they think, okay, this is a good spot to get into the finals, but I want to conserve some energy. I wonder if that's what they're thinking about. We'll have to get an athlete at some point to tell us about that.
It'd be interesting to talk to them and see if that is a thing. I assume if we were to see that, they'll be in the older groups.
Yes, definitely a much more experienced climber trying something like that.
Yeah, I think these kids, there's a lot more nerves and they really want to just succeed. I think kids also are just far more competitive. And will just want to do as well as they can.
That's
you see
true.
These two ladies climbing right alongside each other. Really cool to see. Making similar pace as well up along the wall.
I wonder what that does to your mental game while climbing. You have another athlete just to the side of you. Are you cheering each other on and you're like, ale to each other? Or are you totally locked into your own climb?
I think best to be locked into your own climb, but it could also be a good reference point to see how good is your pacing.
Yeah.
What I have noticed with some of the athletes today is they haven't been resting very intentionally. They more so reach a position where they're so tired that they need to rest.
Yeah.
I would like to see if they go up with a lot of confidence to a good hold, to a good position, and just chill there, rest out, shake out, without letting themselves get tired in the first place. So managing that pump so that they don't even get pumped at all. And we see struggling on this pink climb here.
Really difficult crux section.
Yeah, this is definitely a hard part.
Just by her hands.
You need to bring her feet on
to the wall. Come on, Ale.
Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, really good try, and making it up to that hold in the first place, really difficult. Those holds on those small volumes, there's quite an overhanging part of the wall, and they're really small.
Making it around the corner. Come on, can she make it over the lip?
Yeah. As soon as the angle changes and it becomes steeper, these routes become so much harder. I think a lot of athletes falling on that lip. And here we have this beautiful erect climb again.
Yeah, you can see an update with the scores on the right.
Oh, Maya just very, very far ahead, doing insanely well, 70 points. So 70% of the way up. Well, yeah, doing insanely well.
Let's see. Grabs the corner side over there, finds a nice heel. This is what we were talking about. These sport climbers are really good at finding these heels just to get an extra limb to hold them up on the wall.
This route looks like a cut above the rest. Looks very difficult. You see very small hands. That hold is blocked. A blocked hold is one that has another hold on top of it, kind of limiting the amount of options you have to place your hand. And there we go. Actually, moving through that section really well. She looked quite tired, but actually seems to have reset.
Making it look fairly easy.
Doing well. Very intentional foot placements. So
nice, beautiful toe hook there on the right.
And this is what you want. So she's hanging on her skeleton there. Completely straight arm, completely straight toe hook. The amazing thing about toe hooks is they're one of the few positions where you don't need to engage your core. You want to really sag into that toe hook. And your core can also get tired. So it's maintaining that tension throughout the climb. Oh, and a fall there, but really good progress, really high up.
She's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, if you can hold those toe hooks and just relax into it, that's a really good position to just hang on your bones, hang on your tendons. You're not pulling on any muscles. You can recover a little bit.
Such a weird maneuver to pull off, but once you figure them out, it can be a game changer. See, the belay is tying in our athletes, making sure they are safe and secure and ready.
You do a figure 8 knot to stay in. There are other options, but figure 8 is the standardized, most common one. And yeah, so sport climbers know a lot about how to tie ropes and tie knots, and safety and the gear and equipment becomes a really important thing.
Yeah, that's a really big aspect in sport climbing is, you know, rope management and just rope knowledge.
So there you go, just doing the checks of the harness and the rope, make sure everything's secure. So yeah, Maya's still far in the lead, 70 points. Olivia in second with 18. And then another Olivia from KZN, 16.1.
Seems like the Olivia's all battled out at the moment for second and third.
Yeah, but we still have more than half of the, slightly less than half of the athletes left to climb and get their own points, so the scoreboard can change a lot.
Still a far way to go. So just to remind you, each of the climbers will be climbing 2 routes now during the qualifiers. The combined result will determine who will make it into the finals, which is happening later today around 3 p.m.
And here we have Youth B female scoreboard. So Jessica and first Lily. Jessica, Lily, and Aline all with 41.1 points. So obviously a very specific crux that they fell on. All doing really well, actually, to get that many points.
Yeah,
so
that must be the exact same hold.
Yeah.
That's what's nice about, you know, watching this. The points are quite comparable because, you know, as they ascend the route, they get more points. So if you see the same points, that means it was the exact same spot that they fell off of.
This is something Jimbo was talking about, you know, the pressures of being a route setter. Oh, looks like she might have skipped a clip here. I'm not sure. I have to see what the rulebook says about that. I think she's being called down now. Yeah, there we go. She'll have to climb down and clip in. Oh no, shame. Not allowed.
Yeah, and you won't be allowed to clip and then climb down and clip that. It has to be in the same order. I think they might let them climb on, but in that case, there'll definitely be some sort of penalty. But, you know, we want to ensure safety at all times.
And even if there's no point penalty, there's a penalty of endurance and power, needing to redo that section as well.
There's always a penalty. Here we see one of our Gauteng athletes about to navigate the lip.
Making it over that crux.
There we go. She's seemingly finding it.
This green route seems to not have a very specific crux section other than going over the lip. Most of the moves seem quite consistently hard. So you'll see sport routes, some will have like sections which are a really specific style. They're made to make you tied in a really specific way. Oh, and a big fall there. Completely safe.
Fall.
Whereas this route, I think, is just really testing that endurance aspect of your power endurance. So there's endurance in the sense of can you just hang for a really long time without getting pumped? And then there's power of endurance is can you do difficult moves and pull hard for a really long period of time and recover between easier moves.
Yeah, lots of consecutive, really hard, powerful, big moves. See a really good heel being placed over there, allowing her to clip in on the left.
Very relaxed, completely straight arms, really good. So yes, as I was saying, Jimbo was mentioning the setting aspect and how you want everyone to have a very broad score across the competitors.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be a bit of a tricky thing in sport climbing. You maybe set one crux and then everyone falls there.
Yeah.
And you just really hope there will be some athletes who also get past that crux and that the scores are nice and dispersed. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, we should have some of the CityROCK sport climb setters come chat to us later, and we can, pick their brains apart about what the process behind setting a sport route is. Yeah. I'm sure it's very different to
look at this move. Not really a heel hook, more like an ankle hook on that left hold. So cool to see the creativity there.
Yeah, I must say these sport climbers are really creative. Not to say that boulders aren't. It's very easy to see the creativity over here.
Yeah.
The moves are just so interesting. Pulling really hard apart there to maintain, her position on the wall, making it look fairly easy.
Yeah, this is definitely, I think, the hardest climb so far.
Yeah,
there's
it looks extremely challenging.
The holds look smaller, the beta looks far more complex, and that complexity is spread out over a 20-meter route.
Yeah.
It's really tricky.
Lots of these routes require a lot of precision in body positioning. Yeah. So the holds aren't necessarily that bad, but because it's in such a weird position, they become terrible. And you have to know how to position your body to make them usable.
Or you can see she's moving into this Gaston, trying to pull really high. And the issue is this hold isn't something you can reset on and really relax. You can't shake out. The hold's too bad.
And it's tricky. Is it blocked off? Are you supposed to use it as an undercling? This is what you're trying to think about right now.
Yeah, I think you do want to be pulling high and grabbing it as an undercling rather than going into that shouldery Gaston position, because moving your feet across, you don't have the right feet. But still, getting, again, just past halfway on that really climb is really good. Whoever gets closer to the top of that climb will have a big advantage score-wise.
For sure. So the scores are being updated live on the right-hand side for you to see.
We have this green problem over here.
Back up again on the green problem.
Nice, and you see, as soon as you grab that hold, she really straightened her outer arms, got the feet up, now bending to move up and engage. So really good to see that, like constant bend and then straighten.
Really good climbing so far. Finding a really comfortable position to clip.
Yeah, and we saw right at the beginning that this section is quite hard, moving up to this pinch. Initially, the athlete tried to move up with her left hand and found that was a bit too far. And then decided to go up with the right.
And see the bottom of that pinch is really wide, so she wants to press up to get high enough.
Yeah. Oh, struggling to get that height, struggling to get over into the press.
Yeah, it's such a difficult maneuver.
You can see the hand popping off.
Trying to find it there. She's pressing it. Well done. Come on.
But again, really physical move on the shoulder.
Both physical on the shoulder, and if you catch that pinch in the right position, just to hold it, yet again another physical move, really demanding.
Now we have a very strong climb on this pink route here. Looking very smooth and confident. And this route we were looking at is just pinches. So pinches, quite self-explanatory holds. You're wrapping your thumb around and your fingers over, and you're squeezing. But because of that squeezing motion, your forearms can get really tired and really pumped out here. You use a bit less of your finger strength. So finding these positions here, so where you can lean on it more as a side pull, those are much better for resting and recovering.
Taking a much needed break over there. You see the angle of these holds make them not great feet at all. So although we're thinking about the difficult pinches, you have to focus on keeping your toes, under a lot of pressure, keeping them in. She's about to head into a really steep roof section.
Yeah, this is the crux here. So suddenly you're moving from these big pinchy holds now to these small crimps on the overhang section. We saw up until now climbing with a lot of flow and confidence. What you want to be seeing is around 1 second per movement, be it a foot or a hand. But actually finding that position for a clip really well, really solid, wide legs. Wide feet is always the best, most balanced position you can find.
Yep, she's going to want to keep her feet up here and not...
Cutting feet so she can get higher, but really quickly...
Really composed, yeah.
And that heel hook. There we go, that heel hook on the small hold. Yeah. And able to relax onto that left hand because of that heel.
Yeah.
That hamstring's taking so much weight off her hands for her.
You can see she's really comfortable over here, able to chalk up a little bit before moving through the lip, which is going to be extremely hard.
Yeah. So now she's resetting herself.
Finding a nice high heel. Wow.
This is excellent climbing here. This is the highest we've seen on this route. Definitely, can she get through if she gets this hold? Oh.
Yeah. No, that hold is really difficult to see from this point, but it's difficult. It's not good at all.
Such a shame to fall there, because I think as soon as you're on the flat section of the wall, you will kind of guaranteed a few more moves, maybe a bit more of a rest.
For sure.
But so well climbed. That was really beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
And here, again, right next to her, this green route, over the arete, over the hard part, making really good progress.
Good progress, yeah.
So far, we haven't seen anyone reach the top of these routes yet. So excited to see someone get that high.
Yeah.
You see.
Yeah, taking her time over here, as one must.
You see a lot more down climbing than sport climbing than bouldering. Just climbing down to a good position, resting up again. And now we see a lot of cheering for this red climb up here, I think. You can see at the top right of the screen, this red boulder looks very physical. Much bigger holds, more boulder style.
Big holds, big moves.
A hard crimp on that left hand.
Wow.
Needing to clip from that tiny crimp, that's very difficult. And a right heel hook there to keep tension into the wall. You see how close she's putting herself into the wall there.
Yeah. You'll see often they rest with extended arms, but keeping their hips, their center of gravity up against the wall.
And just falling there. That's a very difficult route.
Really physical move over there. I'm curious to see how many of these women athletes can make that move.
And now, bringing attention back to this climb.
Ooh, some good progress.
Looking really good.
Yeah.
We
Look how
do
small
see
those feet are, though.
You see a slight angle change right at the top. I wonder if that'll make a difference. It's only, I think, 3 moves up there, but that is, when you're this pumped and this tired,
you're going to have to rush through those last few moves, perhaps. So end of the climb, steeper wall.
Oh, you can see some hesitation here. I think this is looking a bit scary. Can you reset? Can you recover?
It's so easy to get into the wrong position in a climb like this.
I think she's trying to find a position of rest, but actually nothing feels good enough. I think this might be...
Ooh, lots of hesitation, but looking strong. You can see that hold just not good enough to use it in that way.
You can see how bad these holds are. They're really
pulling extremely hard.
You're needing to move the feet up, I think. Feeling so tired and so pumped out. You can see there we go. That's that pulsing feeling when you're this pumped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's digging deep. Digging really deep. There's a foot up. Come on, digging so deep.
So high.
She's doing really well over here. But this is such a strenuous position to be hanging in. Looking around, you can see how hard she's pulling away at the wall over there.
And you'll see a lot of boulders will just jump off when they get to this point. You know, it's not worth it anymore. Now you just reset and have another attempt, but you don't get that on these sport routes. So you'll see the athletes really just struggling through a lot of pain.
Biting hard, finds a high foot. Come on.
You need to get that right foot up. You find this wider feet. It's too far away. Yeah, and unfortunately, too much of a struggle, too pumpy, but such a good fight to stay up there
for such a long time. Yeah,
and getting really high on that route too.
Yep, that's going to score her a lot of points.
Now, this cool red climb. Everyone seems to be falling at a similar point. Just moving off that blocked crimp to... We saw one athlete go into that undercling and make it, I think, 2 moves higher, but I think that same section, which is causing everyone to fall, also caused her to lose all of her energy.
Yeah. Really, really tricky section.
Seems like this ankle hook is actually just the way everyone's finding it. It's a really interesting position for that foot to stay on.
But making it work.
Yeah, it looks good. We have quite a lot of routes going on at the same time here. Finds
the edge of the wall.
Oh, I saw a very early fall on the top left, unfortunately. A really big move and cutting feet, I think. These more dynamic movements, the nerves perhaps getting to you a bit, you were wanting to rush through the beginning section.
It's really easy to, you know, make such a tiny mistake that can cost you a lot in a route like this, in a climb like this.
So now we have, I think, 2 of the hardest routes being climbed at the same time here. This red route, very difficult.
So much power required. Yeah. Massive moves. Hey, massive moves.
And this is one of the athletes that did so well in the finals yesterday, climbing in the boulder, so must be exhausted today as well.
Yeah.
And on those, that red route is definitely a more boulder style route. Really big holds, big moves, so very powerful.
Nice. Yeah, we see she's found the toe hook as well.
Made it above that awful undercling, and I think onto some better holds now. Hard to tell.
Going to be pulling the corners of that wall together.
Yeah, so compression style here. And that hold does not look very good, actually. Yeah, struggling to find the correct position. Not sure myself what I would do here.
Moving out of this just seems really, you know, you're outstretched. You're on a precarious foot over there.
Yeah.
But she's high up.
We have 3 different angles of this pink climb. There we go. Onto the pinches. I think this climb looks really satisfying to climb.
Yeah.
And one that you want to get through quickly. You don't want to stay on these pinches for too long. As I said, it's a very pumpy hold.
You want to get through this roof section and over the lip as quick as possible.
Yeah.
So you can get some rest.
In some ways with sport climbing, I found just pretending I'm stronger than I am, faking it till you make it, and just moving with confidence that I don't actually have.
Yeah.
It can actually work. You can pretend that you're just able to flow through, and in the end it actually works out quite well. Hesitating really leads to a lot of pump.
Yeah, I think hesitation is one of the biggest things that you need to avoid.
Yeah, we saw the athlete fell off that black climb on the arete, but I think she made excellent progress in making it through that really hard crux section.
Let's see if she can find heel hooks up here.
Yeah, and that you can see that left hole just not good enough to pull off.
Not great, yeah.
We have really fast movement on this green climb here. You can see how relaxed and flowy she's looking. This is looking really good. You can tell from very early on in how someone approaches the sport route, how they're doing on the climb, how they move, how comfortable they are, how relaxed they are.
Yeah.
And you can already predict how they're going to do.
From the very beginning. But sometimes they prove us wrong. Sometimes they look shaky and shake their way to the top. She's looking really, really solid over here, though.
Yeah, skipping holds.
She wants to fly past the slip, just get into the flat part of the wall.
Yeah, and that was supposed to be the crux of this route, and she's just moved through it. And you can see, so confident, looking up, grabbing the right hold, and then looking down, placing the foot, no hesitation.
Wow.
And this is also a really difficult move, a lot of people struggling with, and she immediately found the correct body position and is able to rest and chalk up there.
It doesn't rest too long. She wants to move out. She wants to keep moving.
Yeah, I think. There we go, rechalking. And seeming like she's resting quite well. Ooh, a little bit of hesitation here, struggling to find the beta. I think now feeling a bit tired. That section definitely designed to test you.
Yeah.
But getting those nice high feet there. There we go. Okay.
It's hard to see. These feet are not big and the positions are very uncomfortable.
Yeah. And your body temperature is going up as you're climbing, so then you start sweating through your hands.
Yeah.
And these holds, especially the plastic holds, just become more and more slippery as you're climbing.
Becoming more and more necessary.
Yeah. Okay. Now, just you really need to stay calm. You can't be shuffling the feet too much.
Finds a really high foot over there.
Yeah. And using that foot to press away into the side pull.
Really good climbing.
I think this is our best chance of a top so far.
She's looking really solid.
Holding onto a lot of hope.
Going. Really finding good positions to clip from, you know, getting her hips really close to the clip, which means you don't have to spend too much energy clipping in.
We can see a little bit of panicked movement here, but
she wants to keep moving now.
This is where that mental game comes through. This is like the runner's pain. You just need to push past that mental block. Just keep on going. You can definitely always make more moves than you think.
Yeah, but reaching those holds that no one else could reach.
There we go. I think a new high point.
Yep, this is it. Come on. crossing over.
Okay, now on the big holds. So I think now the next few moves, as you change the angle, they are going to get quite physical. So now is a really good time to rest, recover a little bit, shake out if you can, get nice feet.
Managing 2 clips in one.
Here we go, come on. And this big hold.
Beautiful
there we go.
move. Locked off with the left, found the right hand.
And this looks like a really good position to be. If you can just relax, there you go, get some chalk.
Crowd is going crazy in support.
So close to the top. She's already going to be top of the scoreboard with this. Oh, and locking so slow.
Solid.
One more move.
Yeah, these last few moves are really physical, really big.
And she's on that last hold. Can she match it? There we go. She got it.
She has to clip in, though. She has to clip in.
Yeah, you can't just match. You have to clip. That's the final.
But that'll be it.
I think she's in. She's in. There we go. Top the route.
First top. Well done.
So well done.
What a good fight.
Yeah.
What a good fight.
And that really was a fight. You know, after getting over that lip, you could tell she was tired. She started moving with less confidence and then just managed to keep on pushing, push through the pump and fatigue. So excellent.
Insane performance. That's going to put her comfortably in the lead of a lead climb.
No pun intended there. Okay, on the crux section of this pink here, can she find that heel hook? Yeah, looking quite good. Needing to drop that toe a bit more. So we have a guest here, Alistair, works at CityROCK, also quite an experienced setter, can tell us a bit about how the days leading up to the competition have been, what it's been like setting these routes.
Good morning.
Good morning, welcome.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we just saw our first top of the day.
Oh, cool.
I think psych is quite high, everyone doing really well in this crux section here on this pink, looking really tricky.
Jeepers. You know the hamstrings working on that heel hook there. Oh,
yeah, unfortunately falling, but making good progress. So quite a few of the athletes fell on the earlier holds on that arete section or overhang section, so doing really well. So, Alistair, were you involved in setting these routes? Did you watch the setters try these routes?
I didn't so much, actually. I had Thursday and Friday off, so I was working yesterday and today. So I wasn't too involved in the route setting, but I've seen them going up slowly over the last few days. I mean, the stripping started happening already last week. Last weekend, the walls were bare. All the customers were saying, "What's going on? Why can't I do any climbing?" We had to say, sorry, it's the national championship at CityROCK next weekend. Come check it out.
Yeah, the competition's more important. And it only happens once a year, so
yeah.
Those guys can wait.
Yeah, but yeah, it's real labor from the setters. I mean, just to take one of those holds up the wall and screw it in and stuff is a lot of physical effort, and to do it hundreds of times and take it down and shift it and twist it and adjust it. The route setters climb multiple variations of these routes before the final route gets released to the public to climb or to the competitors.
Well, these sport routes are a real labor of love, and you know the beginning section also leads into the later section, so you need to make sure it's not too hard, and you need to consider the amount of fatigue in the later sections. You can't just be thinking of it as individual boulders or individual moves.
100%.
I think putting up one route is a real piece of work and a lot of commitment and a lot of time spent.
Dude, a lot of time. And the big thing is we don't want everyone falling at the same place, because then you just get a tie. So it has to be in micro adjustments, harder as you get higher, so that the top climber succeeds and gets to the top. And ideally, the first climber tops, the second climber falls trying to clip the chains, the third climber just doesn't get the last hold, and then they go down the line there. But every now and then you get that stopper move that 5 people fall at the same point, and then you have a 5-way tie.
I think one of the climbs so far we have had a bit of a stopper move. We saw a lot of people with the same score, but now as more athletes are trying it, it has spread out again. And here we see Coco with 90 points. So in first place, where you see female Maya dropped down to second, but still doing insanely well, and I think with more to climb. Now we have the open category, so we have Alyssa climbing here. Really curious to see how she does on this yellow route. And unable to climb boulder because she's had a knee injury.
Yeah.
So I think, been training really hard. You can see the tape on the knee there. But Alyssa's always been training really hard and climbs really well. Has competed in many competitions and is equally strong in both boulder and lead, which is really difficult. A lot of people specialize only in one.
Yeah, and she's put in a lot of time on the speed wall as well and been a consistent speed climbing.
Yeah, speed climbing is its own beast, and you need to train a lot more power. You'll see climbers who generally avoid off-the-wall training with weights will train a lot more of that when they're speed climbing, training that power in their legs, a lot more deadlifts and squats.
Yeah, vertical jump, that's what it's all about.
Yeah. So this yellow route looking quite hard, I think consistent on okay edges, but those edges aren't very good when you're climbing so many over such a long period of time.
Yeah, the pump definitely builds up. You can see her left foot having to smear on that like slopey top end of the hold.
Yeah.
And flagging well with the right foot to be stable when she's clipping.
You see, trying to keep straight arms, trying to keep good positions, wide hips, wide feet. This has insanely good mobility as well, which gives you even more options on the wall to find positions of rest and just be able to pull up with your legs rather than your arms.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really good at keeping her weight on her feet. And
yeah, looking good. Kind of consistent movement. You don't want to see much hesitation. It's nice to see just a consistent pace and see if they can stick to that for the entire route. And a really high left heel there. I think struggling to fit it in by the hand, but and just falling midway up the route, so just below halfway. And decent points there. And still another route to climb as well.
Okay, on to KZN, climbing on the pink. Let's see how she does.
Yeah, and getting this heel hook and toe, a semi-bicycle move to stay tense on the wall. Struggling to find that clip. These kind of things, unfortunately falling there. Learning how to clip quickly and efficiently. The professional climbers, they make it look so easy, but it is actually quite tricky. Managing the rope, pulling up, making sure you're not getting short roped.
Dude, it's a crucial skill for comp climbing.
Yeah. And just when you're spending an extra 5 seconds hanging on the one arm, needing to clip, it can take so much of your energy.
Yeah. I've seen some of the comp climbers here that went overseas to the Youth World Cup. They spent a lot of time just practicing the clipping. They would put their own quick draws up on the route and have a long, flexible sling with a different carabiner so they could just practice clipping because it's such a little thing, but it's so crucial. And if you don't have your clipping beta dialed, by the time you get to the comp, that could be the separator between you and someone else who's ranked above you just because you took a few extra seconds to get the rope into the quick draw.
That's fascinating to hear. I had no idea people actually practice that. I just assumed they practice while climbing. But, I mean, it makes complete sense. And that shows how much focus these guys are putting into the competition. Just practicing that off the wall. And I guess it's cool. You can practice that as much as you want without getting tired.
Yes.
So you're saving energy, saving skin, and you're still getting better at skill.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's really cool to hear. And I guess that proved there, that moment, that it's a really necessary skill to learn and develop.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, when they're feeling fresh and confident, clipping's fine. You don't need to worry about it. But it's when you're trying routes that are at your limit and you're feeling pumped.
Yeah.
All of that blood flow is going into your arms and you're not able to think anymore. It needs to be an automatic process. You can't be slowing down and thinking about it and grabbing the hold in the right way. Here we have Kara, who did very well in the boulder round yesterday, an insanely powerful climber on the same route as Alyssa. We'll see she manages to get slightly higher, but also going to be exhausted from yesterday. Yesterday she did qualifiers and finals in the same day, climbing in the morning, a few hours of rest, and then finals in the evening. So I think going to be tired, no skin as well. And this route looks powerful. It doesn't look easy. There's not many positions of rest. I think it's quite consistent. I think you'll see a spread of that style of route setting in sport. You'll have some which are really hard with then good positions of rest in between, and then some which are just consistent and endurance fest, and you just have to fight every single move and go through.
Yeah, the competition set is really focused on trying to remove those resting points, because if you set a pumpy sequence, and then right after it, everyone gets a knee bar to rest, for example.
Yeah.
Then they take time and they recover, and then they're fresh for the next section, and it's a bit of a test of endurance. And if you don't have a lot of resting, that's what the setters are aiming for, you know, is to every now and then someone finds a hidden rest and really milks it and get something out of it. But most of the time, you just got to go, 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 go.
But if it's not an obvious rest, even if they do find a hidden one, it won't be that good. And I think that's also to make sure that athletes don't spend 20 minutes on the wall. If you see these very hard outdoor routes, like Stefano Casolfi, for example, is a really good example. He'll spend 25 minutes resting on a jug, is completely recovering on the wall, and you can't have that in a competition.
You can't.
So you need to make sure, because these guys, they are able to rest on a jug and completely recover, which is a skill a lot of people develop over time. A lot of boulders don't have that ability.
Boulderers don't know how to rest.
Ooh. There we go. Cara also falling, I think, at the exact same spot as Alyssa. So looks like that's quite a hard move.
We'll see when the results come out.
Yeah, we need to see, is it one extra point or is it the exact same? Junior female, Caitlin in the lead with 18.1 points, but Tatiana and Zahara still needing to climb. So we'll see how that goes.
So we've got a KZN athlete up on the screen up next, coming to climb, and all the KZN athletes have to climb with helmets. I used to be involved in the organizing structures of competition, and the KZN policy is that all of their competitors, if they're under 18, have to wear a helmet, which is an interesting one in indoor climbing. But
it is interesting.
Kind of makes sense. You know, in the 1990s, if you wore a helmet when you were riding your bicycle, you were kind of nerdy. And if you wore a seatbelt in the 60s, you were kind of nerdy. But now we just do those things without thinking about it. Maybe we'll see more helmets in climbing in the future, but the risk of a head injury is pretty low. So.
Yeah, I think when you're outdoors and there's more risk factors and the routes aren't designed specifically to be safe and they're not tested, there's a bit more risk and you might be more likely to wear a helmet. Indoors, you don't see it as frequently. Interesting to see different provinces requiring different things from their athletes. I was actually wondering about that, and I see it's not in the rule set to wear a helmet specifically, like IFSC rules.
Yeah, only for KZN. They care about their children.
We have this green route being climbed, so this is one of those just consistent routes. I think no specific move that hard, but maybe some sections a bit harder than others, but it really is just a test of your endurance.
Yeah, I saw some of the people getting quite high on this route earlier, so we'll see how this lady from Gauteng Climbing does.
Looking quite good, a lot of nice flow, not that much hesitation on the wall at all. And yeah, flow in sport climbing is a really big deal. So it's how consistent is your movement, how much are you hesitating, how confidently are you moving through the route as if you've done it 100 times before. That's something everyone talks about, and especially for competition climbing, is working on that route reading skill and that confidence, so that when you're on the wall, it looks like this is something you've been practicing for years. It looks like you've done it so many times and you're comfortable, you know how every hold is going to feel, even though it's their first attempt.
Yeah, so these guys all got videos of the route to watch, so they should all have some idea of what they're doing. But as we were chatting about with the clipping and practicing clipping, there's many aspects to competition climbing beyond just your ability as a climber. So how well can you look at the route and remember the beta, and how well have you practiced your clipping, how good is your fear management? If you're above the draw and you start to get scared, doesn't matter how strong you are, you just won't commit and you'll fall off.
Yeah. Oh, and kind of Rose move through to clip this hold.
Yeah.
Quick draw.
A little bit of a fiddle with the quick draw.
Struggling, she should have done her off-the-wall practice.
She should have done her off-the-wall practice.
Oh, struggling to get it in. And that loses so much time because you're locking off on that right arm. It's not a comfortable position to be clipping from.
Not just time, but energy in your forearms, which is what it comes down to. The higher you get,
and this route is really pumpy. So let's see. She has moved through this section, which is definitely a crux. Shifting your weight over on the right. So we'll see how she does here. And we've only had one top of this boulder so far. A lot of people fall around this point because they get so pumped out from that hard section, they just can't move through anymore.
Yeah, the slightly overhanging wall. You can see her chalking up with the bent arm. This slightly overhanging wall really just builds the pump so consistently, and you really got to work hard to put your weight on your feet, bring your hips into the wall, really hang low in your hands.
I think Coco was the one who got the top of this with 90 points. And here we see that points equalization on the Youth B female, 41.1 for 3 and then 41.0 for Lily. So all of them seem to be falling in the same spot.
Yeah.
Same amount of points.
Yeah, there's a lot of activity. 4 different routes running at the same time here.
Yeah. Not sure how they decide between a tiebreaker for the top 4 coming through, if they all get the same amount of points on the 2 routes that they climb.
For this, because there's a finals, it wouldn't be so important. But if they tied in the finals, then the tie-breaking method for the finals is to roll back to the position in the qualies. So if they all tied in the qualies and there's a tie in the finals, then they'll have to find some other mechanism to break the tie.
Quickly set another route.
Quickly set another route. It's easy. Chef can do it in 10 minutes, don't worry.
Looking really good on this, actually. Managed to slow down a bit, find some position to rest, recover, rechalk. Have the junior female group here. Caitlin Bauer, 18.1 points, so in the lead. Still, yeah, 2 climbers left on that.
Yeah.
So only 4 climbers in the junior group.
And only 3 in the senior female group.
And all of them falling at the exact same point. So that was the crux on that yellow route.
That was the crux, yeah.
But they'll have another route to climb, so we'll see who comes out on top there. And this red boulder, this, well, yeah, I say boulder sport route, but definitely looks like a boulder from here.
Yeah.
Looks so physical. Really putting over the heel.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately it seems that athlete fell off the green climb, so not quite topping out, but getting so high on it. Getting into this undercling, but it looks like a really difficult position, sitting on that right toe. And I think needing to come up to this awful crimp, miniature.
Yeah, here you really got to get the feet up and stand into the undercling, which is no easy task, as you can see.
You want to be squeezing between your legs there to create some friction between the two. I think that right heel isn't quite good enough to stay up. Oh, shaking her head. I think she's too pumped out. I think this is the highest we've seen anyone get on that pink. We saw one athlete reach for that hold earlier, but not actually get both hands on. So coming out of that roof section, really difficult. That pink route, definitely one of the harder ones.
Yeah.
Really excited to see if someone can get closer to the top on there.
Shout out to the Western Cape Climbing volunteers. We got Mark on the belay there. These guys put in big shifts. That's Ross. He also does the belaying consistently, comp after comp, time after time. These guys are here feeding rope to the climbers, catching them when they fall off, adjusting the rope, dealing with the tears. It's a tough job to be a competition belayer, but it's a valuable contribution to the system.
I think it's so awesome that they're taking the time out of their day to help out, and I think it just shows a love of climbing. And they probably also competed when they were younger, and some of them or still do compete. And helping these athletes, I think they really care about how they do, and they get so much joy out of watching them succeed. I'm going to hand over my commentating to Liam now, so you get to chat with him for a while.
Cool. Welcome back to the deck, Mr. Liam.
Hello, people of the universe.
People of the interwebs.
People of the interwebs. I've heard there's quite a lot of families tuned in.
I can believe it.
All crowded around the couches watching this now.
Yeah.
On a Sunday morning. Love to see it. So how have our athletes been doing as of late?
They've been falling off, as comp climbing tends to do to people.
Yep. Mostly falling and a little bit of climbing.
Yeah.
That's our lives. Really good score from Coco.
Yeah, she topped her route.
Does she top? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Quite a huge spread in scores over there for the first route for the Youth C females. See everyone warming up now, getting ready.
Yeah.
Lots of nervous and excited faces all around.
Yes. And if you've had a big day yesterday, the emotions are a little bit depleted and...
Yeah, we were talking about that. Like, these athletes need to, figure out not just the physical fatigue, but the emotional fatigue and the psychological fatigue that comes after 3 days of climbing.
And the social fatigue as well of having to... All the parents are there to chat to you, all the coaches, all the other athletes. It's like a huge social event as well as...
That's true, yeah.
Competitive.
And so much social pressure that comes along with that.
Yeah.
Whether you're the top dog or the underdog.
Yeah. And your climbing is on the stage for everyone to see. It's different to going to the crag by yourself with your belayer and cheat sticking your way up the route to brush the holds and put the draws in and
figure out the sequences. Take your rest.
Yeah. And then filming the scene go and everyone thinking, wow, look at that guy, they're so flowy and they got every move so dialed. It's like, yeah, bro, I've had 10 tries on this move to get it as dialed as it looks now. Whereas comp climbing, you flashing and it's your first time there, your first time feeling the holds.
Yep.
You got to figure it out.
As you go. And lots of these athletes, they're familiar with some of the hold sets, but hold in a different position can become quite a new thing to play around with. Big move over there.
Dude, climbing is so fascinating because each movement pattern you do in a comp is a novel movement.
Yeah.
It's always new, whereas if you think of gymnastics or like sprinting is a classic example. Wherever you go in the world to compete in sprinting, the track is the same. It's the same texture, the same firmness. The width of the lane is exactly the same. How thick the line is exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's all regulated, like super precise.
Yeah.
And in climbing, it's just unique. You get holds you've never seen before. All of a sudden, there's dual text holds in the comp scene. Oh my goodness, what are we doing? How do we stand on this? How do we hold it? What's going on?
Do we use chalk? Do we spit on our hands? So many different factors continuously changing.
Yeah. Just you may have held a hold 10 times in the gym and then it's suddenly on a volume and at a slightly different angle, and now this hold that you could hold, you can't hold, but you kind of have tried it before, so you play around with it and feel it out and see what you can
it's a
do.
big move, like over the lip to get onto that big fiber. It's a huge move, so you can't just feel out the hold beforehand. You just gotta
just have to commit blindly and just trust and hope that you can make it.
Requires so much commitment.
You got to believe in yourself as much as we believe in you.
Indeed. It's difficult. It's really difficult. Got to commend these athletes. Comp climbing is such a interesting sport in that there's so many variable factors that just continuously change. And I guess, when people compare comp climbers to outdoor climbers, it's a totally different ball game. It's not just your ability, but it's the ability to deal with the pressure, to, like we were saying, to flash it. And with the finals, they're not going to have time to see the route beforehand. You have your 5 minutes of viewing and then you're on sighting. If you've never seen someone else climb this route before, it's completely fresh.
Yeah, and you don't know what's coming. You could have been practicing heel hooks all week or all month training for the nationals, and then on your final route there's no heel hooks.
No heel hooks, just
and
power.
Like, what is this? I've been training heel hooks for so long, and then all of a sudden it's just toe hook, toe hook, toe hook.
Yeah, there's so much to think about. You can never be like fully prepared, but I guess that's a weird part about preparing for this, is that you practice all these different moves and these maneuvers, and you practice as much as you can, and you learn how to toe hook, how to heel, but like you were saying, each heel itself is nuanced. How high is the heel, how far away is the heel, and that triggers different parts of your body to be in tension. It's such a nuanced sport.
There's so many little factors to it. That's what makes climbing so amazing, is all the time it's new, it's interesting. If you're the kind of person that gets bored easily or distracted easily, climbing is a good sport to get into, because there's always new stuff and different stuff and interesting stuff, and you thought you knew how something worked and then suddenly you're just falling off. You're like, what? I thought I knew how to heel hook. Turns out you got some more learning to do.
That's the thing with climbing. No matter how good you are, there's always more learning to do. And I think that's what draws a lot of us climbers to the sport, is that there's just continuous learning to be done, no matter how good you are.
Yeah.
For all levels.
Okay, on the wall looks like Eiland Schlumann. She is from the Western Cape.
One of the stronger athletes. She was competing in the boulder competition yesterday, so definitely has an effect on her today.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder what the effect would be if you are a lead specialist and you arrive at this comp fresh compared to someone who's done boulder and lead.
Yeah. I mean, being a lead specialist allows you to focus on lead, but as you can see here, there's powerful move required that boulders might find a lot easier.
Yeah. You have to cross-train as a lead specialist. You have to be on the boulder wall. You have to be on the spray wall. You got to be on the moon board, the system board, the tension board, the kilter board. Like, you got to be diverse in your training. You can't just rely on your endurance, because big moves are making their way into the lead. The skate moves, the parkour style movement, more dynamic movement.
Yeah, we're seeing that in the lead. I mean, like weird dynamic toe hangs and stuff going on. Lean made a really good effort over there.
Yeah, she did. And we got Rosie from Gauteng Climbing up on the pink.
Gauteng representing quite a lot of Gauteng athletes out here today. I mean, you spent a lot of time out that side.
I lived out that side my whole life, basically.
So, yeah, it appears as if sport climbing might be more popular that side. Am I correct in saying that?
It's probably changing to be more balanced, but traditionally the Western Cape have been boulder dominant because of Rocklands being right there and all of the bouldering in the city. And Gautengers have Paarden and mainly sport climbing as their outside climbing option.
Yes, yeah. So it's just like kind of inherent feature of the natural features around us.
Exactly. If all of your outside climbing is route climbing, when it comes to the comp day, you're going to be a bit more comfortable in the route climbing context. Whereas if all of your outside climbing is bouldering, you're just way more comfortable in that context and maybe a bit more unfamiliar with the route climbing.
Yeah.
But as comp climbing becomes a specialized subdiscipline of climbing, people train boulder comp style, they train lead comp style, and then they perform as well as they have trained.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, it's becoming such a, you know, like you called it, subdivision of climbing. Such a particular aspect of climbing is competition climbing. But some interesting crossovers, I guess. You know, often there's like a large group of competition climbers and a large group of outdoor climbers, but quite a big intersection of the two, which I find fascinating. You know, I'd expect people focusing particularly on comp climbing to not be as great outdoors, but then they go to Rocklands and say the 8C, and I'm like, okay, it clearly helps.
Yeah, because if you're a comp climber, that 8C is just a simple coordination problem.
Yeah. We were talking about that, is how, you know, these weird new parkour-esque coordination moves in, you know, on plastic holds are actually translating into the outdoors, you know, especially with these big dynos, as we see a lot in Rocklands, for instance. They're using this like weird coordination moves to conquer outdoor boulders. It's quite cool to see.
I mean, have you watched the Dawn Wall?
Yeah.
You know, the crux of that is just like a huge horizontal dyno to a crimp edge.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, Kevin Jorgensen is just like hoying that thing. Tommy Caldwell. Like, you know, to even think that that's possible, you have to have seen other people dyno and done a bunch of dynos yourself, and then be like, oh, wait a second, this blank stretch, why am I trying to hold this credit card crimp? I'll just jump across to the next good hold.
Yeah, to the next good hold. Funny you say that, because that crimp is...
I mean, Tommy Caldwell developed his own climbing shoe just for that project.
Yeah, TC Pro. I recently got myself a pair of those, actually.
You did? Oh, nice, dude.
They're not for sale in the country, but there was...
La Sportiva, bring in the TC Pros to South Africa. We have trad climbers as well.
Asseblief, because I did my first trad recently.
Oh, cool.
2-3 weeks ago. And then I was like, okay, I need shoes more applicable for trad climbing. And then, as I said that, within the same week, I saw on Marketplace, secondhand, but not used before, just the wrong size. TC Pros, snatched them up immediately.
Yeah.
So, big walls, watch out, I'm coming.
Yeah, climbing asks that simple question, right? Can you get to the top?
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you're bouldering, if you aid climbing on LCAP, if you are comp climbing, flash or on-site, if you are just at the gym with your friends, you know, doing some auto belay laps for fitness.
Yeah. Can you get to the top? It's such a primitive thing, I think, as well. I think it's like built into, maybe not everyone's, but like human biology is like getting to the top feels good.
Dude, that dopamine hit is highly addictive.
Yeah.
I work in the climbing industry and I see people coming into the gym, they're like addicts coming to get their fix. They're struggling with things in their life and they know that if they just top out a few boulders in the gym, life will be better.
Life does become better. Yeah, I remember the first time I heard about climbing was from one of the first times I heard about bouldering specifically was from one of the stronger route setters and climbers around here called Keegan, telling me about bouldering, and I was like, this sounds so silly, you know, just this few hard moves on this like 3 or 4 meter boulder, like why not go and climb a mountain? And then so I had this idea of bouldering being so silly, you know, and he showed me a few pictures of spanned out guys on a boulder, and I was like, okay, what a weird sport. A year later, I found myself at a climbing gym bouldering, and within one session, addicted. Like totally addicted. It's consumed my life since then.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it's great to see, you know, it's a sport that's, you know, building, gaining a lot of popularity. I think it also just caters for so many different types of people. You know, you don't have to be a hardcore sender to love climbing.
Dude, I was at the Rock Rally the other weekend and my job was to do, Amelia just coming off there.
Slight fall.
Yeah. My job was to take the beginner crew at the Rock Rally through Rocklands, you know. It's like a lot of them, their first time in Rocklands, and they, thought we were going to have a Z clip there, but she sorted it out. It's nice. To take these beginners through Rocklands and just introduce them to bouldering outside. They've never climbed on rock before. They've never been in Rocklands. They've never bouldered outside. Their only experience has been the gym. And to show these people Rocklands, the problems, get them involved, and to find problems that suit them and are fun for them is really cool and engaging.
What an epic experience, yeah. So in the case that she did Z-clip there, Alistair, what would happen in this competition setting?
So in the comp scene, if you Z-clip, you are responsible for correcting it. Yeah. So the best way to do that is to unclip the lower quick draw of the Z-clip and then clip the rope back in. And if you're outside or just climbing recreationally, you can just unclip that draw and just leave it dangling. Yeah. But because of the comp rules, the draws have to be clipped in sequence. You have to re-clip that draw, and that's I guess a bit of a safety thing in case that higher draw comes out. Doesn't happen often, but very rarely can happen. And just like one of those weird little technicalities of climbing, if you don't know, you know, that can be the end of your attempt. You clip the draw, you Z-clip, you try and fix it, you make a mistake, that's it, you're done. You know, so training to fix a Z-clip, you know, that sort of thing becomes really important in the comp scene. And if you haven't got those like soft skills dialed, that can make or break.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more than just, you know, the physical aspect of climbing. There's a rope management aspect. There's, you know, various skills, not just climbing skills, but, you know, like you were saying, these soft skills that are required to perform at this level.
Dude, I was once at a competition at the barn in Pretoria, and a lady fell in the roof and the rope got wrapped around her leg, and she was hanging, like it was from her harness, the rope went through 2 quick draws or 1 quick draw and then to her leg. Ouch. And it was stuck, and the belayer couldn't lower her. She had to untangle herself in the moment and figure it out. You know? And that's what climbing, even though it's comp climbing and it's a really controlled context, climbing has this unknown aspect to it where things can happen and you don't know what's going to, and you just got to deal.
You just got to deal with it, But that's yet another cool thing about climbing, is it forces you to deal with stuff like that, you know. And I feel like that translates into life outside of climbing. So just, if you guys aren't climbing yet, I think come to CityROCK. Your life might change.
Your life might change. I'll say that no matter your age, no matter your physical ability, the other day in the gym, I helped our new biokineticist. She was here with a lady, an amputee. Her leg is chopped off just like mid-thigh.
Yeah.
And she was climbing.
Yeah.
And figuring it out, you know, with one leg. And
so epic.
You got to make some adjustments to make it work for you. But there's blind climbers, there's, you know, amputee climbers of various limbs. Some people with one hand, one arm, you know, doing some climbing.
Yeah, that's just so cool to see.
Yeah.
How many different sports has that? Okay, she's about to attempt this huge move over the lip. Finds that hold. Come on.
This is one of Gauteng's stronger climbers.
Really impressive. This next move is so challenging though. Come on. Oh. Yeah, a bit of a stamper, that next section.
That pulling the lip move seems to be throwing a lot of people off.
Yeah. I mean, especially, you know, when you're coming over a lip, you've just done a roof section, probably haven't had that much rest. Yeah, lots of nerves combined with the pump.
Yeah, sure. Comp climbing, so many aspects to it. It's crazy.
Just makes these guys even more impressive.
Yeah, so we were just watching Caitlin Bauer. She went overseas to the Youth Worlds, I think, and she's been over a few times.
Yeah.
Very strong Gauteng athlete. She's often won her category in Gauteng.
Yeah.
You know, the provincial champion. And I think she's been national champion quite a few times as well.
One of the bigger names for sure. Yeah, it's great to see that, you know, these athletes are actually getting that international attention and exposure, and we're not just seeing South African athletes at the bottom of the, you know, rank on an international competition anymore. You used to scroll down to the bottom, who came last? Okay, there's our Safa. But now you scroll down to the bottom, you have to scroll a little bit up now to find them, which is great. Yeah,
as climbing, comp climbing specifically, becomes a more established way to climb in South Africa, you know, we slowly build our capacity to develop athletes. Our pool of athletes grows. So suddenly, you know, it's not just those 5 people that have access to a climbing wall that are going overseas to represent. Now there's some competition for spots. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we saw it with the provincial selections, and we're seeing it with the nationals. Within the nationals, there's so many strong climbers. There's not a guaranteed 1 and 2. Yeah, climbers are really competing. Speaking of competing climbers, Maya Davies is up next. She also went overseas to the Youth World. She was one of those people practicing the clipping here in the gym that I was talking about earlier. Oh, really? Yeah. She's training almost every single time I come to the gym. Yeah. Training so often. Really, you know, shows that really good work ethic. And I think it's showing off, you know. Yeah. Such good performances year round. Yeah, I think what makes someone like Yanya so unique is that she's consistently delivered world championship status or like gold medals on multiple levels. And what's way more common and what you see way more regularly is people who they win a comp, the next time they come in the top 5, the next time they win, the next time they come in the top 5, because each route is unique and sometimes it favors their style, sometimes it doesn't. So to be a consistent, high-performing climber is really rare. It's crazy, yeah. And climbing's one of those things that on the day, you know, how you're feeling really makes a difference. You have some good days, you have some bad days. So that consistency, when it does come through, it's crazy to see. Yeah, there's so much that goes into your training cycle. Are you peaking? Do you have a periodized training plan? Do you have a coach that's making sure you're resting enough? One of the biggest mistakes I see climbers make is not resting enough. Not resting, in the gym 5 times a week because they're addicted. They train to fatigue every single session, and then when it comes time to peak for nationals, they're burnt out and they're wondering why they struggle to perform. They're super stressed, they're not sleeping well, they're not eating well. Like, all of those factors tie in, and that makes a huge difference. Massive. It's one of those, it's actually, because I've, you know, done quite a few different sports in my life, and it's the one sport that rest really is, it shows a lot when you actually take it. Dude, climbing, the main muscle groups of climbing are your forearm flexors, which are such a small muscle compared to the massive muscle groups of like gluteus or, you know, quads, or like, I mean, to a smaller level, biceps, but lats as well. Yeah. But if your forearms are fatigued and you can't hang on, that's it, you know. Yeah. You're off.
Let's see what happens here. Oh, damn. I'm really hoping to see someone make it past that lip just for some separation, but it is tough.
Yeah, I mean, if Caitlin was falling there, that's a good indicator of the top end of the field.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Not likely to see many athletes get past there.
We can always dream, though.
We can. As climbers, we often do. Yeah, what I was thinking about now is, you know, that importance of having a coach or guide to ensure that, you know, you as an athlete are taking the right rest, have, you know, a proper training program. And I think, like, as the sport progresses here, I've been seeing so many high-performance coaching sessions happening around here in the Western Cape specifically. Just having that, you know, coaching program is really, really epic for these athletes. I think we're seeing, like, but recovery, injury prevention, how do we look after injuries that we do get. It's cool to see that it's such a growing field in quite a few different ways.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of rugby, right, one of the most developed sports in the South African context, you have, for your rugby team, let's say the Springboks, you have a head coach, you have a forwards coach, you have a backs coach, you have a kicking coach, you have a scrumming coach, you have like all of these different things. And then you also have your team physio, your team massage therapist, your team biokineticist, your team sports scientist, your team doctor, your team sports psychologist, your team regular psychologist.
Everything,
each player has this whole world around them of support structure to really ensure that they have a manager, they have like sponsorships, like all of these things that result in them being able to rock up at the field in the morning, train with 100% dedication, and on match day deliver performance, which is what we need, you know. And comp climbing, the day is the day. You can't have your best day tomorrow. It's too late.
It's too late, yeah.
You can't have had it yesterday unless you're doing boulder. Then you're lucky. But if you...
Yeah.
Today's the day. You got to wake up in the morning. You're now relying on the foundation you built for yourself over the past few months of, has your training been in order? Are your ducks in a row?
Yeah.
Do you have a good breakfast? Do you have...
Yeah, nutrition as well.
Things, sure.
Yeah, there's so many aspects, and you know, having that sort of support structure for all the different aspects can make a huge difference. Especially with climbing, I feel like, you know, it's not just one match. You know, you have the qualifiers, you have the finals, you have multiple days if you're doing multiple disciplines. There's so much that goes into it, and to perform consistently throughout the day or over a few days, you got to have all your ducks in a row. So having that a support structure really could make a huge difference.
Huge, dude, huge. I mean, you think about it over the context of other things as well, you know. There's someone who is on a bursary for university, they're barely making it through month to month, their family's like really doing a lot to support them, you know, and then there's people who are like skating through university, their parents are just paying for whatever courses they want, and like
for anything.
It's a huge difference to how you rock up, how you show up, how you bring yourself to the table and say, this is me, this is what I've got in the bag, this is what I'm here to show the world I'm all about.
Massive difference. And I think, it's just important to mention again that that's one of the reasons why we're hosting this competition now, is so that the climbers have enough time to prepare, not just physically, but you know, financially for the competition season next year. These athletes are self-funded, so it requires so much. You know, you're not just showing up on the day and being physical, but there's a lot more behind it that these athletes have to think about. Yeah. It's not just like, oh, I can go to Arco, Italy next year for the Youth World Cup.
Yeah.
Like, you have to now figure out a plan of how to get there.
Yeah. Can see Talia here. Doing some sketchy rope by the heel.
Yeah.
Ooh la la.
There we go. Releasing the heel. Really scary to be in a position like that, because one small little slip. Oof,
And I mean, that's, you could get just some rope burn on the back of your leg, or you could get flipped upside down and whack your back or your head against the wall. So maybe those helmets from KZN aren't such a bad idea after all.
Yeah, I'm seeing those helmets and I'm thinking that's not a bad idea for all the athletes.
I know for myself, when I climb outside on rock, I almost 99.999% of the time I'm wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
Because there's so much, it's called objective hazard, you know, which is these things that whether you're good or not doesn't matter, you know. If a rock falls off above you, doesn't matter how good you are.
Can't do anything about
it. You can't do anything about it. So having a helmet there makes a big difference.
Making some really good progress over here on the climb. Just want to pull some attention here. Getting quite high up here. Oh,
you jinxed it.
I did. I'm sorry. Apologies.
Yeah, sorry, Talia. It's all Liam's fault. I had nothing to do with it.
You can come find me afterwards and owe you $5, Talia. I already lost a couple bets throughout this competition.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I owe like 15 Rand at this point in time.
Jeepers creepers. That's a lot of money in this economy.
Yep.
It's like 6 chappies or something.
Yeah, 6 old chappies. Damn.
Okay, the time has come where I got to get back to work. So, Liam, thanks for the chats.
Right.
I'm going to hand back over to young Sean here. For those of you at home and around the world, enjoy the rest of the live feed, and maybe I'll catch you a little later. Here is Sean.
Cheers, Alistair. It's great to have you on the show with us.
All right. Hi, guys. Young Sean back over here. Thank you so much, Alistair. That was great to hear.
Yeah, Alistair has such a broad knowledge of climbing and of the athletes. It's great to just hear from someone like that. He knows so much about, you know, what's happening in the climbing world, where climbing might be going. And he has these strange and curious ideas about climbing. Really cool to listen to him talk.
He's been involved in the climbing community for a long time.
Yeah.
And really deeply involved as well. So I see the senior athletes still all tired, having only done their first sport climb.
Yeah.
The yellow.
Just shows you that there was like a very definite stumper on that route. Really difficult route though, you know, they didn't make it very high up. Quite a physical route. But I mean, with only 3 competitors in the senior category, I guess they'll all be on the podium.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, they've been competing as well there. So Alyssa having been injured, so not in the best form that she could be, but then the other 2 also having bouldered yesterday. And while Alistair was here, I was chatting with Nick Allen, and he actually reminded me of something which I didn't know, and it makes a really large difference. Is everyone who's in matric right now has been writing their exams.
Wow. Yeah.
So he says for the last week he's been writing exams.
Oh, jeepers.
And so he is exhausted. He hasn't had the chance to rest, to sleep. He's been studying.
I thought I could see that, you know, in his face yesterday. You know, sometimes, I mean, he was still smiling and still climbing phenomenally, but, you know, you can see fatigue in someone's face. And writing exams, especially matric, you know, those are quite important ones.
Yeah, so quite a few athletes actually chose not to come down for this year's nationals because of that, you know. I think there's a lot of education seriously and for the future, which obviously makes sense. But for someone like Nick, who's, you know, career and performance in climbing is so important. So to be doing all of that at once, and
that's crazy, and still performing so well. Yeah. It's unfortunate to, you know, miss out on a few big names. Would have been great to see both females and males who weren't here this weekend. Yeah. But, you know, making that mature decision, focusing on academics, which we typically as climbers don't do.
What? So, making really good progress on this green route over here.
Yeah, looking really strong. So, I think, let me not say anything. I've just jinxed the climber.
Stay quiet. Oh, look at you.
Damn.
Liam.
Done it again. But such a good performance. I mean, that's going to put her really high up for that route. I think she can be really proud with that performance.
Well, I see the senior female scores have been updated. Alyssa now on 26.1 points. I don't think we saw her attempt, unfortunately.
Yeah, with only an additional couple of points on the board, that means that second route is also quite challenging.
Another 18. So it's kind of falling at a similar point on that route, and obviously a very difficult point.
Quite a difficult move as well. Managed to get past that strenuous pinch though.
And Coco now on 122 points.
Coco is absolutely smashing it. She's doing so well.
There's that Gauteng speciality in sport climbing coming through, so awesome to see. And this pink route here, this crux section, so tricky. I haven't seen anyone get past this large hold over the corner.
Yeah.
Saw one person matching it, but other than that,
really, it takes so much, and you've been
yeah, coming
such a
out
good
of that,
attempt.
really tricky.
Really good attempt. Yeah, I was chatting to some of the other athletes downstairs, and they also just mentioned to me that, you know, a huge part of preparing for sport climbing, even if you're a sport climbing specialist, is actually bouldering. And it makes sense, you know. That's where you gain your strength. That's where you learn particular moves, and you can train a particular move over and over again. So having that cross-training between the bouldering, you know, really pays off and is a big part of these athletes' training.
Well, that's where bouldering originated from.
Yeah.
So sport climbing is older than bouldering, and they started finding these kind of board walls at home, these shorter walls, just to practice the really hard problems on. It's similar to weight training off the wall for bouldering.
Yeah.
You're training something which is so hard and preparing your body for that in a really controlled manner, so that when you then need to test it on the wall, you're able to just do the easier movements. And people, I think, enjoyed bouldering so much and got so strong from it.
Yeah,
they were like, oh, wait a second.
Let's just do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a great film called Valley Uprising about climbers in Yosemite, when pretty much walking you through the history of Yosemite and climbing El Capitan and all the other awesome, amazing, majestic routes over there. And these climbers were starting to climb more and more insane routes with these cruxy problems, like these boulder problems, as we mentioned earlier. And they were like, how do we train for this? Because, you know, climbing a couple 100 meters up a cliff face and then trying out a boulder problems, not the, you know,
ideal.
You want to know how to do that thing beforehand.
Yeah.
So they just went around Yosemite Park finding boulders and then like training for those particular moves on those boulders, and then also just like figured out, oh, this weird climbing on a tiny rock is actually really cool.
Yeah.
That's how they got strong enough to do those moves, those sequences up on the big walls.
Seems to be quite a consistent story. I've heard the same for CityROCK here in Cape Town, in South Africa, in Rocklands. There is a lot of sport coming there, and that's actually what was found first. Obviously, now all of us will know CityROCK and Rocklands for its bouldering. But it also has insanely good sport climbing, and that's initially people were going up there to board routes, and so they were spending a lot of time up there. And while they were resting, they would go camping and they'd see, oh, there's some really cool boulders around here. Let's just, you know, climbers being climbers, just climb these rocks. And they started realizing, like, wow, there's so many good lines here. The rock quality is excellent, and there are so many boulders. And it just, while setting up the bolts for the sport routes, they just started naming these boulders and making up these routes. And now it's become one of the globally renowned best bouldering spots.
So and I think, you know, I don't blame them if I was around there just bolting routes and I see these beautiful alien-like features, these boulders, there's no ways I wouldn't climb them.
For the USP female, Gemma at 88.2 points, so far in the lead. He's a female Farron, 41.1, and Maya just behind, 38.2.
Close on her heels. Really good performances throughout.
And here we have Kara, so one of the 3 senior athletes climbing up this pink route here. I think we missed most of Alyssa's attempt on this, but I saw Alyssa's points eventually got finalized up to 36.
So
she did do slightly better on this route. I have high hopes for Kara because Kara, again, has that power. And this, I think, is a more powerful problem with those big
especially
pinches.
Just getting past that lip requires a lot. You know, you have to have gas left in the tank combined with that explosive power just to get over the lip. Let's see if she can do it for us.
It's easier said to done, but you want to get up to the section as quickly as you can, just saving as much energy as you can. There's part of that reading beforehand of knowing, okay, that section's hard. I need to really get there with a lot of energy saved, a lot of efficiency.
And dialing it down, knowing exactly what to do so that when you're there, you don't have to think.
Yeah,
just
no
move.
hesitation. Here, I think finding that perfect position for the clip. Saw Maya find the same position earlier. There we go, looking really strong on these crimps.
Managing that cut there, keeping her left foot on.
There we go, looking really good. So not finding that initial right heel, but now finding a higher one. And let's see, this move, obviously really large. Going to not quite like a down-faced hold. You're going to a bit of a side pull. It's quite an uncomfortable position to pull out of. I think you're really relying on that right heel. And everyone seems to be struggling there. I think Alyssa fell at the exact same point.
Yeah, it's such a difficult move. That's going to be really interesting.
Holding her head, shame. She knows.
Yeah.
I think that's the frustrating thing is you fall when you know you have more left in you. You haven't fallen because you're just so exhausted, and that's that feeling is good. That means you've done the best you could. But yeah, falling on just one hard move when
you have gas left in the tank, you could do more.
And there's this tricky thing of you want to be as efficient as possible, so you don't want to pull too hard and then not have energy for later. And maybe she could have actually pulled a bit harder, tugged more, just overshot that hold a bit.
But that's the one huge major aspect of sport climbing, is that one tiny little slip. Even if you have gas left in the tank, even if you know you can make that move, if you slip, if you hit just a little bit wrong on the hold, that's it.
Yeah, then it's over. But also, Cara probably exhausted from yesterday too. I was chatting with a lot of the guys up here about how they felt about finals yesterday and how it was, and obviously finding out from Nick about his lack of sleep and how exhausted he is, but then also some other guys coming up and just saying their forearms are feeling pumped. As I said, one night of recovery isn't enough to just feel better, especially when you've been trying as hard as those guys have.
Yeah, and I mean, those boulders were extremely difficult, not just the finals boulders, but the whole qualification round. Really required a lot, very demanding.
Yeah.
See, we have some blank pause now at the moment.
So, junior female at 36.1 points for Caitlin Bauer. Caitlin also competed in the boulder round. And I think, if I remember correctly, the junior C is actually looking really good points-wise.
Yeah. Doing really well.
Making it very high up the wall. I think with sport climbing, being a bit lighter, having that endurance, these kids, I always watch them climb and they're just crimping the smallest holds and they can just stay on it without getting tired.
Yeah, they have this crazy endurance in their fingers just because of how light they are. And that's a really, advantageous thing to start the sport at such a young age, is because you get that experience and used to climbing these routes while you're still light.
Yeah.
While you're light enough to learn and not have to worry about how heavy your body is going to be.
Yes. And also you recover so quickly, so you can just continuously train. And also you need to learn how to use movement and abuse your mobility and body position to overcome their lack of reach.
Yes.
So I think people who start climbing with their kids and then grow, they will become tall and big and strong, but they'll still know how to climb as if they're small and weak, which really means that they climb with perfect technique and efficiency.
That's amazing to see.
I think Candace up here on this pink route, third senior climber. Candace has been very involved in this nationals leading up so far, helping a lot with the admin and helping the kids in isolation as well.
Really involved in the community, so shout out to her.
And been working hard and climbing now as well, so really cool to see.
I mean, working hard, just organizing also is quite a strenuous job.
Yeah.
So it takes a lot for her to be up here on the wall today.
It's full days of work. You're not around just for the junior or just for the senior, you're around for everything. There we go. And coming up to this section really quickly, looking really good. Nice drop knee in that left leg there, so really good positioning between the feet.
Also maintaining that cut with the left really well.
I think, this hold isn't looking that good, but just deciding to clip in this good position, so I think she's feeling quite strong. You can see a full crimp there, so wrapping her thumb around her fingers shows how bad those crimps are. Moving with momentum, kind of a back flag there to counterbalance. So really nice technical movement there. Okay, now crux move.
Big move, come on. Come on, Candace, let's go. Wow.
Trying to lock up slowly. And managing to adjust, but now I think probably exhausted after
Burning
that.
A lot of energy over there, but let's see if she can lock and be a little bit more accurate this time around.
I think you need to lock with more momentum just to get that extra reach.
Come on.
And she tried with more momentum there, but that's such a stopper move.
See, that's the thing. You got to have the momentum to get there, lock off on the left, and be accurate with the right hand just to stick that move.
Yeah. It's so impressive to see one of the junior athletes. I can't remember who it was, but I saw them on the higher hold, above that crux hold. So making it all the way up to there with less experience and younger, that is so impressive.
Smaller arms. yeah, many of these athletes are kind of blowing my mind how impressive they might be.
Shame. Struggling to undo her rope. This is a very common thing for me as well. You get to the top of the sport climb, you fall off, and you are so pumped out, and your hands suddenly just don't work anymore.
Yeah, and
it shows you how hard you have to try.
That knot can start to feel really tight when you're pumped out.
Yeah. And these guys aren't even hanging on the route. A lot of us, when you fall off a sport route, you just hang there in the harness for a while, and you go back on the route. And that's how people work the route. But if you do that, you hang on that knot for a long time, and it becomes tighter and tighter. And eventually, I often just need to call over my belay, just like, help me, please, I can't get out.
I can't get out. When you're outdoors climbing and you have to set up, your top anchor, and sometimes, you get there, you've climbed, you can't ask for your belay to undo your rope, and it's like, okay, I'm stuck here now.
Well, yeah, I've had that once before. I was only on a 23, but I was leading it, and I hadn't slept that day, and I was so tired. I got to the top of the wall, and I had to rest for, I kid you not, 30 minutes before I could undo my knot.
Yeah.
I would continuously try. Every 10 minutes, I still couldn't. I was so just pumped.
Chilling.
I sat in the route, but wow, it was way too hard.
Not a bad thing to be chilling up on a cliff.
No, it's beautiful.
Beautiful views. We're seeing blank walls at the moment. We'll have to see if any of the women still need to climb.
We see a group gathering under the wall, so I think that might be the last of the women climbing. So I think now we can have an eye on these scoreboards, see most of these should be the final results. So for junior female, our top three, Caitlin Bauer, we'll see her when they come around again. So senior female, a draw across the board.
Yeah.
So
that's so funny.
Now
climbs, all three athletes got to the exact same part.
Now, what do you agree on? First place, Shed first place, Shed second, Shed third. You can choose.
Shed something. All right, we'll have to see what happens over there.
Yeah, we'll see if you see the times on the left side, see if that comes through.
Yes.
Maybe less time spent on the wall will be the tiebreaker decider.
They do
climb faster, more efficiently.
That, yeah.
So then Alyssa coming in first place there.
Yeah.
Really amazing to see, considering her knee injury.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to do, the judges, because usually when it's in finals, they revert back to qualification scores and then time. So we'll have to see what happens over there.
And here, well, they will all make it through to finals anyway. And now UC female, wow, the score's so high. I think they did insanely well.
Yeah.
Coco, 128 points.
Wow.
Maya, 93, and then too slow again.
Well, Youth B females with Gemma up top, followed by Talia, and then Jessica and Eileen in fourth. Lily and Della in fifth at the moment. I'm not sure if all of these climbers have climbed yet, but these do seem to be the final results. Lily Collins just below Lily and Della. Farron in seventh and Claudia in eighth.
A 0.2 point difference.
Yeah, it just shows you
that looks like we have our top four. Youth A female. Okay, let's go through now. Farron Smith, 41.1 points. Maya with 38.2. Jessica, 32.1. And Tiffany Bauer with 30.2. So that'll be our top four from Youth A female.
Yeah.
Quite close all around the board. Those top two slightly ahead.
But close nonetheless. And just to remind everyone, it'll be the top four from Youth B and C comprising the top 8 in the finals. But for Youth A through to senior, it's just top 8 in general. So we'll have to see what that looks like.
So junior, so now Caitlin with 36.1. I think we saw for Youth A a score of 48 and also a high 30.
Yeah.
So Caitlin perhaps in that top 4.
Imogen in second with 20, is that 8.2?
8.2.
And Sahara in third.
So Imogen perhaps not in that top 4 in the shared category. Have to see.
So senior again, all with a mid-30s score. Tied first, second or third, whatever you might want to call it. I think tied first is
it's a nicer way. I'm sure they would prefer that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So I think we're going to move on to our ad break now. I think all of the women are done climbing, and we'll come back and have the finalized scores for finalists later today.
article looking whether or not all the females are done, but it does appear so.
I mean, yeah, gonna cut to a commercial break now, and then we'll be back later. All right, welcome back, everyone. Then at ad break, we saw Ocken, one of our sponsors. You can actually buy their shoes here at CityROCK. A lot of sport climbers using them. Really well-made shoes, really affordable as well for South Africans. Just highly recommend if you come here, just check them out in the gear store here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a great value for what you're getting, you know, really well priced and good quality products.
We see in the top right here some of the male athletes on screen. We saw them competing yesterday, doing extremely well in the finals. So cruising through that, and really curious to see how they transfer into lead. Stephen here in Western Cape. Stephen, I think, maybe more of a sport climber than a boulderer nowadays. I know he's been going out and trad climbing. I mentioned trad climbing earlier. A lot of these young guys really don't get into trad climbing. So it's so cool to see him getting drawn into it and really enjoying it and sending some really hard routes outdoors on trad.
Yeah, he's doing like insane stuff on trad. Yeah. Not just, you know, trad, often people do easy things just to get to the top of something. He's actually going out and doing really difficult and some big walls. Yeah. So
I think most people who do trad are just doing it because it's beautiful and it's a really cool experience.
For the adventure.
And I think, you know, scaling a mountain that hasn't been climbed, or either has been climbed but has no gear on it, you bring everything with you. It's just with your own hands, your own tools. Yeah, you are creating the route, which I think is a really awesome, amazing experience. I haven't done it yet because I'm terrified, but I do have some potential invitations to go. Yeah, so I'd love to try it sometime.
I was telling Alice that I tried it for the first time like just over a month ago, or just under a month. And what an amazing experience, you know. It's just you out there with your friend couple pieces of metal and climbing up this. We did a multi-pitch, only 2 pitches, but so beautiful, so beautiful.
A pitch is when you basically use up your rope, the length of your rope, and then you need to drag it back up and bring it and then use it again. So that's just how far you're climbing.
Yeah.
There's some which are 6 pitches, 8 pitches, and it's just hundreds of meters of climbing.
So essentially, the sport climbing that we're seeing today is just a single pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're just waiting for the women's scores to be finalized, and then the men are having their viewing now, and they'll begin the climbing quite soon, junior men.
Yeah, and once the men are finished, we'll be having a small break before we move on to the finals. But the finals will be taking place today, at CityROCK this afternoon.
From 3 o'clock onwards, there'll be women and men, and it's going to be exciting. Those finals are going to be hard. So, it'll be really cool to see.
Finding out who our lead climbing, our sport climbing national champions for 2025 will be.
So I had a few chats with the athletes, as I said earlier, and I found out that they got the video for their lead climb for the beta.
Yes.
They got it yesterday afternoon. So they've had a decent amount of time, but also, those who are competing probably had no time and were probably so exhausted after boulders yesterday.
Yeah.
So maybe just looking this morning, and you want it to be fresh in your mind anyway.
That's the thing. It's interesting. You want to get that rest. So if you're looking at the route and then you go to sleep, you're probably going to be lying in bed, redoing the moves over and over again. That's taken away from your rest. Very interesting to think about.
And I was chatting with Cole, and he said when he used the route, because he's around my size, so a bit smaller, a bit shorter, the person who demonstrated the route in the video had a very different build, was taller, and also climbed in a different style. Did definitely climb it really well and used a good beta. But then, so Cole studied that and remembered everything he did. But then when he was on the wall, he couldn't do the same things, and he actually found it caused him to hesitate. And he thinks maybe if he had just read from the ground instead and trusted his own beta, he would have followed along with that more. So interesting nuance, hard to say.
What information to take away from that, and how does that affect you as a climber?
I think you can look at it and just think, okay, that hold looks good. You might not know how the hold looks, how it feels. And when they grab it and they rest on it, you're like, okay, that could be a potential rest. And that won't change based on your body type. But then if you try copying the exact same beta, that might not work.
Perhaps,
so you just need to take the right level of information from the climb, from the video.
And adjust it to, like you were saying, different types of climbs and different types of people require different beta to get up there. People find totally different rest positions, totally different approaches to different crux sections. And that ties into the creativity we were talking about earlier, how, this really promotes a lot of creativity and getting past these sections. Even people with the same reach, have different styles, dynamic, static.
It can be really cool to see 2 people with the exact same body shape and like same reach, same height, everything, even same build, and they'll climb a route completely differently. I think it's one of the things that makes coaching really fun as well, is every single climber is this completely new person, and they all have their own specialities and their own quirks and strengths and weaknesses. So it's just constantly kept on your toes, and you need to keep track of so many different things.
It's cool to bring that out in a sport like climbing, your unique qualities and how that can tie into the sport that you love. And speaking of coaching, I think it's just so cool to see that there are so many more coaches nowadays, at least in the Western Cape. A lot more personalized training programs being created, a lot more, dedicated climbing training. I think there's quite a lack of, knowledge around that in our country, and it's slowly growing, and it's great to see.
It's really awesome to see. I mean, I could talk about that forever, but I don't want to plug myself too much on the stream. Don't want to use it. But
Sean is a great coach, by the way, guys. I can plug Sean because I'm not Sean.
There we go. I paid him to say that, by the way.
Good deal. As you can see, some of the men are getting into their harnesses, getting ready to climb. There's lots of men today, so there will be a lot of climbing happening at the same time.
I'm curious to see relative size of the groups.
Yeah.
If it's larger or smaller females. I think we'll have more senior men.
Yeah. Very few senior females this year.
Yeah, only 3. But considering they're all competing against each other to make it through,
Yes.
maybe not necessarily seeing all 3 of them in the finals. We just need to see their final scorecard. I couldn't quite keep track myself.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, check the time now, see when they'll start climbing.
Might be running a little bit late, but we will keep you up to date. For those of you who have tuned in recently, this is the 3rd day of the South African National Climbing Championships. We've had 2 days of bouldering on Friday and Saturday, and today is the lead climbing competition. We've seen the women lead qualifiers, and now we are about to see the lead qualifiers for the men. And this afternoon, we will be seeing them compete in the finals.
Yeah, and it'll be junior and senior right after each other. So you get to see all of them climb together.
So we'll first be determining the junior champion, both male and female, and then the senior champions.
Yes. And we should be seeing the men start climbing in 3 minutes, 10:30. And they'll be climbing until they're done. And then the lead final will be beginning at 3 o'clock. It'll be all ages, men and women. And they won't be able to view the route beforehand in a video. All they'll have is a brief viewing. They come around, they'll see the route for a few minutes. They'll be able to touch the start hold, but in that case, it doesn't really make much of a difference.
Yeah,
there's
especially
so many more
on these
holds.
particular routes. I had a scope and quite interesting starts.
Yeah, wishing them the best of luck.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm sure they're well prepared. So it'll be the top 4 athletes from Youth B and C comprising the final 8 that will be competing in the finals. And then for Youth A up through to Senior, it'll be the top 8 overall competing against each other, battling out to determine who will be the South African national champion of 2025. And how the points work, they'll be climbing 2 climbs in the 2 routes in the qualifiers, and their combined score will determine who goes through to the finals. It is using the latest IFSC point system. It's slightly different points per hold as the climb progresses, but in simple terms, it's the higher you go, the more points you get. Each hold basically giving you a few points. You can't just slap that hold. You have to actually use the hold. You have to stabilize on it for just a few seconds before it counts. And if you make it to the top, you can't just top out. You have to clip in the final 2 clips before the final points are awarded.
Yeah, and as Liam said, there is a different weighting to each hold points-wise. So the higher up you go, the more each hold that you're grabbing is worth as well. And that's because the setters completely understand that the higher up in the wall you are, the more difficult it is to get there. The endurance really coming through there. So every single hold that you're getting is worth a lot more.
Yeah, and that just makes it a lot more nail-biting for us viewers to see, especially in the finals. It's just one route. If you fall, you fall. So every hold really does make a difference. And as we see the points tally up, it's just going to be more and more exciting. One hold further, whoa, crowd's going to go crazy. So if you are in Cape Town, definitely pull through to experience that. If you haven't experienced the finals before, the atmosphere is going to be crazy. It's happening here at CityROCK in Paarden, Eiland. So yeah, pull through if you're around Cape Town.
Yeah, there's becoming more and more gyms open and available to climb at. Block 11 opening a new gym in Johannesburg in the Four Ways Mall, which I think is such a cool spot to have a gym. I think there's a lot of space there, but just the amount of traction and the amount of people who are going to be moving through that area. So hopefully exposing way more climbers up to climbing there. We already have CityROCK, but having a more exclusive bouldering gym would be amazing. We have Krag Central, which recently opened an observatory. So climbing really just a massively growing sport, and within the past year to have two new gyms. One opened, one opening. It's really exciting. And as we said earlier, CityROCK getting kilter boards in all of their locations.
Crazy.
And kilter boards being a massive investment. They're expensive and really intense pieces of equipment.
Yeah, but with so many kilter boards in and around South Africa, we have currently 2 here in Cape Town. That just means that it's going to open up many opportunities for climbers to get strong and, you know, for kilter board competitions, for instance.
Yeah.
So CityROCK, Block, Krach, look out for each other. You know, let's host some particular board climbing competitions amongst the athletes.
Yeah, I think that'll be amazing to see. I know we've done tiny little moonboard competitions at Block 11.
Nick.
Here's Nick just
exploding up that first move.
Oh, I love watching Nick climb.
The anti-gravity man.
Yeah. Here he goes. I think, feeling tired, but physically okay.
Yeah, so just shout out to Nick again. He is currently completing his matric final exams. That's a huge task to go in and of itself. Yeah. So, yeah, big shout out to Nick.
And coming 3rd place in the open men and overall for Boulder yesterday. Doing exceptionally well. Such a strong climber.
Really impressive.
On the podium with his 2 friends, Ben and Jack. So, yeah, and now off the sport as well.
Looking extremely strong in his first few moves.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we will be able to tell how hard this route is yet.
Yes.
We need to wait for a few other climbers.
So for those of you viewing, these moves that Nick is making look really easy are insanely difficult. The holds are not good. This angle of this wall, the view doesn't do it justice at all. It looks pretty flat, but it's incredibly steep.
Yeah, for a sport climb. And also, you see any of the holds that are shining and reflecting light, that means on that surface they are dual techs.
Yeah, so he's heading into some dual techs. Fibers.
Dual techs is a completely slippery surface, used a lot in modern settings so that the setters can really control where the athletes go. And it's become a massive part of modern setting. But what it means is, sure, even if you're holding the textured part of the hold, you are wanting to wrap your hand around this hold. You see his thumb now is on that dual text part. So you're getting less purchase.
It's not giving him much,
needing to squeeze harder. You can't rely as much on friction and needing to rely more on your muscle. And really good heel hook. Looking so comfortable here. And Nick, an extremely experienced sport climber and competitor, and you can see that in his pacing. He's moving with the same amount of flow and confidence for every single move. He hasn't hesitated once. It looks like he's done this climb before, which is exactly what I was talking about, exactly what you want. He has the beta. He's read the climb really well.
Taking his brief breaks.
And look at that position there, just sitting on the foot, complete position of balance.
Looking really
now we can see how bad these holds are. It's sloped downwards.
Yeah.
His hand is completely open, just relying on friction. You need to squeeze with your shoulders and your back and your wrist to stay on. He's got this cool heel hook there on the right leg to try to take weight off his hands.
Big move onto a terrible hold, but he makes it look
tiny
great.
Foot jibs.
And able to clip while holding onto that terrible sloper, really impressive.
And then to re-chalk. Re-chalking so important, especially on these slippery holds. And now this
another massive move to a crimp.
And the right foot popping off that tiny foot chip. He's so close to the top, almost full points here.
Come on.
And a big jump.
Move.
There we go. Making it look easy, to be honest. I didn't see him shake once. No hesitation.
Yeah. Clipping in.
Excellently climbed from Nick.
Wow. After yesterday's performance, seeing this, it's just crazy.
Yeah. Considering everything, physically tired, mentally tired.
That's going to jump him straight up into a really, really good position.
Yeah, can't do any better than that. So
no,
I think he's into finals. There is one more climb left to see. So
yeah,
obviously
we'll see how
something could always go wrong. And we have 3 other climbs going on screen right now. I think Nick just took the spotlight.
Yeah, what's happening?
Yeah, so there's green and there's red. So only 2, 3 camera angles.
You can see in the wide shot.
And we see, this green move, even hard for the boys as well. This quite cruxy, moving up with the right hand. And this red climb also, so both at the crux. And now, managing to crimp and pull through to that. We saw a lot of people fall at that point.
Yeah, really tough move over there.
I think extremely powerful. Now you're going to...
Up into the fibers, wow.
Going to a better hold. Can you wrap your hand a bit further in? He's just relying on the friction. Very relaxed.
Yeah. Those holds do have a nice sharp edge that give you some purchase, but it's not much.
No, and bumping that left hand. Really impressive.
Wow.
Really good compression here.
Some nice high feet up here. There we go.
Getting that left heel.
Allowing him to clip.
Locking quite high on the right hand.
Doing really well.
Yeah,
for such a strong, powerful climb.
We haven't seen much progress made on this.
No, not at all.
It's really tricky. The green as well, I think past that crux section, we haven't seen that many people get past this point as well. And now we have the crux in this black climb on the top right.
Wow.
So a lot going on right now. And I think everyone performing insanely well.
Yeah.
Managing to get this.
Making these
another clip.
sections look
there you go.
Just missing.
Alistair would be telling him to do his off-the-wall clip training here.
This is such a difficult part about, route climbing is that you're in a weird, strenuous position. Now you got a clip. Oh, come on.
Managing to catch that left hand after it came off. But yeah, really good attempt. We saw, unfortunately, our athlete fell off the green as well, but making really good progress, getting past that halfway crux point, which I think a lot of people struggled with. Yeah. And this pink climb. So our
over the lip,
our junior winner yesterday in finals, Caleb crushed the finals, and now making it through this crux section with quite a lot of ease. Okay, it looks tight. This move looks hard now.
Massively uncomfortable, and he steps up right into it.
And nice, really standing up. There we go,
saves
finding
himself.
the correct position.
Such a scary position for him to be in right now.
See, not enough time to chalk up the hands, so just wiping his hands on his pants to try dry them out as much as he can.
Finding the clip.
Oh, that's a difficult clip to find. Yeah, Caleb really impressed me so much yesterday with his bouldering. So
doing it once again.
Yeah, I think the best attempt we've seen on this route as well.
Be quite. Finds the feet though. Inside flag with the left foot over there. Beautiful movement.
Himself balance and now twisting his weight through. That was excellently done.
Wow, he's climbing with such finesse and technique.
Caleb really has that sport climber build. Tall, lean, light, and really good mobility and trust in his feet. Good tension.
And strong.
Yeah, okay, falling there, but I think...
Made such good progress. Well done. Really good effort. I think he's going to be proud of that.
So we see the score for Oliver is 26.1. Spent 3 minutes on the wall. Now we have this blue problem here. Haven't had a chance to focus on it yet. But really cool to see. Yeah, so and if Nick dyno to that move, but you are supposed to do it that way, more statically.
I think when Nick goes up statically, he's just so strong that it's dynamic, doesn't realize how strong he is.
Himself. Looking quite good, nice and relaxed. You can see just in the body, just sinking into the positions, really straight arms.
And he's incredibly strong as well. You can see
slowly.
Just really comfortable.
That looks like a really hard clip. Yeah, struggling to reach because you're locking really hard on your right arm.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was the right decision. You might have wanted to go a bit higher. Clip from this position where your feet are wider. This looks a bit easier to hold, so a little bit of a decision there.
It's hard to make the right decision every time as well.
You want to, often when you see a clip and it's within reach, you just want to get it.
Yeah.
But it's okay to clip when it's more hip level, and the fall here is so safe within a gym.
Yeah, it's often a lot easier at hip level. You don't have to pull the rope so much. Use a little bit less energy.
Finding this toe hook.
Right toe. Just to keep him against the wall.
Really good.
Really spanned out in a starfish.
Oh no, just the feet coming and both belays flying up, meeting each other on the wall.
Big fall, but wow, what an epic move.
So I think that there we go. We have context. That route is hard.
Yeah.
Nick is just Nick.
But he made really good progress, so well done. Struggling to figure out what to do in this section over here. That pinch does not look inviting.
This really is a hardcore crux, and shame. A much smaller athlete, so reaching up to this hold is really tricky. I think this is where you have to do that mantle over on the right arm. So pulling over that hold and then pressing away with your shoulder and your triceps. We have seen quite a few people reaching over with the right hand, so locking off on the left. I think he might be trying this as well. I think they're not really that keen to mantle. You don't really want to. You don't see it much on sport climbing.
Let's see.
The only other climb going on right now is this black on the corner.
Decent progress we made, He's deciding, okay. Oh.
There we go, okay. Switching focus across.
pulling apart so hard.
That's double Gaston.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it is quite a common move, but very strenuous.
Yeah,
the one you want
takes
to
a lot
avoid
from
if you can. Oh, and trying to hold within the blocked crimp. That is not what the set is intended, but small fingers. Okay, getting the clip before coming into the undercling. Really smart.
Almost forgetting that. Yeah, moving out
you
though.
You get so focused on your climb, you forget.
Yeah, we saw that earlier with one of the athletes.
Yeah. There we go. Wow.
Nice.
Just latching onto that position. That latching strength is something you need to train specifically. Like the ability to... You can pull hard in your fingers, but can you pull hard instantly?
Yeah.
As soon as you grab the hold.
Yeah, strength upon contact, you know.
Contact strength, yeah. Now,
Let's see.
This section of the black seems to be the hardest part.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta find something usable. Reaching about.
Now we have progress on this green right to the left.
Edge of the wall can be used, but how to use it. And I think with these climbers, you know, once you're up on the wall, it's so easy to forget the beta that you might have learned from the video.
And it all just begins to feel harder. We have falls on the black and the green, sorry, and the red. The green is being climbed. And now I think we have Steven up on the blue. So Steven, as we said, very strong sport climber and been doing a lot of trad recently. I think if you do trad climbing, your endurance is... That's the trad athletes are the best in the world. If you look at the wide boys, Pete Whitaker, who do crack climbing, they can hang off a bar for over
there's no such thing
sometimes.
as they don't need to worry about endurance. Endurance is just inherent. Big like crossover move there, but made it look fairly doable. Gonna go for the clip from that position.
Let's see if he uses this toe hook to come across for the pinch. Oh, we see getting stuck on the green route as well in the top corner. He's been in this section for a while now, and there you go. Unfortunately falling off. Shame holding his head, but he made it past the crux, so there you go. And Steven just cruising through this section.
Nice. He's looking really comfortable. I spoke to him earlier, and he said he does think he stands a chance to make it to the finals. So that confidence is really showing through now in this first section.
And I don't think it's unfounded confidence. I don't think it's arrogance. It's just understanding how strong he is, how much he's trained.
You have to have that confidence in a competition like this.
Yeah,
it's great to see. Taking his time, you can see his competition experience, you know, coming through every year.
Yeah, he's
not rushing through.
This excellent position for his foot. I mean, you see how small that foot chip is.
Yeah, it's
but he was really sinking his knee into the wall and just able to sit on his foot. So any position where you can basically just sit down on the wall.
He has to really compress, but finds the heel really easily, gets the clip.
Yeah, and as I said yesterday, these athletes are expected to be so strong in their heel hooks that they should be able to carry their entire weight in one leg and just pull through.
Big move over there, but finds it.
And I think trying to move quite dynamically to catch that there.
That body position is just awful though, so to move like through it and out of it, really tough.
But still really good progress. And this pin climb, let's see if he can go over this overhanging section.
Yeah, I'd love to see more athletes.
The KZN athletes, so required to wear a helmet, as Alistair told us.
Don't blame them. You know, it's all about habits. And if you're going to be climbing outdoors, KZN has some spectacular, beautiful outdoor sport routes. And, you know, something as simple as wearing a helmet indoors translates to outdoors, you know, just ensure that safety.
Coming down to match this lower hold to pull up rather than keeping the further out right hand. Interesting. I think trying to stay more under these holds. Let's see. Okay, so this is the crux move.
Ale, come on, dude.
It's a really big move. And I see he's trying to lock too high. He needs to be starting from a straight arm position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming out of that locked out position is just so difficult.
People have a tendency to lock on holds that they don't like.
Yeah, you want to get up there and closer to the next hold, but it's like you were saying yesterday, counterintuitive. To go closer to the hold, you first have to go away from it, you know, spring into it.
I'm learning more and more that opposition is so important in climbing. Especially in board climbing, you'll see the best board climbers always sink their hips first before then blasting up to get the higher hold. All right, so everyone off the wall currently. I think we have 2 athletes ready to hop back on, but the round is still hasn't begun yet.
We'll be underway soon.
There we go, beginning the red route. Wow, this one just looks like a sequence of physical boulders. None of the boulders individually that hard, but linking all of them together, quite tricky.
Really difficult.
Making sure the rope isn't in between his legs.
Some rope management required. Doing
See the sport dance.
Yeah, sport dance over there.
Trying to appease the sport climbing lords.
See a lot of officials around ensuring safety and also just making sure that, you know, everything is correct in terms of points and following the rules, clipping in correctly.
Yeah, and Alistair made a really good point that these guys, a lot of them are volunteers. So just coming out of their own way, out of the love for the sport, just trying to support these athletes. I think really amazing.
A lot of this competition this weekend is, you know, run by volunteers and put together by volunteers, just dedicating their time to growing the sport in our country. So a big shout out to everyone involved. Western Cape Climbing for hosting the 2025 Nationals. It's been epic so far, and we still have a full day of climbing to go.
Yeah, later on will be finals, even more excitement. And
big move.
Foot pop, but managing to keep it, and there's that
nice
right toe hook. So maintaining tension on the wall, kind of compression, and wrapping his arm. Shame you can see he's tired here. Can he move
so much? Come on. Yeah.
That is the issue with toe hooks, is sometimes they're just too good. You
Yeah.
see he's quite angry with that fall there, I think.
Then releasing that toe becomes an issue.
Really want to see someone top this route. We have a lot of climbing going on right now. There are green right next to him. And on the top right screen, we have the yellow and the blue being climbed at the same time.
In full swing.
Now on the green boulder at that crux section, on the black leading up to it now, this part definitely hard and definitely trying you out for the harder part next.
So lots of frustration being built up there on that green route.
Yeah, fortunately falling off there. The blue route seemingly quite chilled, hanging in a really good position here, good rest. So right heel hook and a wide left foot, so as secure as can be. But now also cutting feet, so maybe immediately losing that energy that you just gained back.
Yeah, I guess it's a balance of lose energy, gain some, get rest, power through.
Yeah.
That's the strategy of the sport. Okay, Alistair will be joining us again for just a little bit.
Getting this left hand crimp on the blue. See the pink being climbed as well. Now on this cruxy big move, you need to get that heel hook. Okay, now on the dual text hold, so it's blue. So this is where you can pump yourself out even more, just squeezing on these holds. Welcome to the seat.
Yeah,
Bill Alistair.
Good to be back.
And there we go, on the pink, past that crux move. Haven't seen anyone get that much higher on this hold, so it'd be really cool to see if there's progress made here. You can hear the crowd cheering, people really psyched. Falling off that pink, but really cool to get higher up on that crux, get that second hold. And you can draw more attention to this blue climb. And you see, you'll see this used quite a lot. When the athletes need to bring their rope up, they'll often drag it up and then hold it in their mouth with their teeth to then get another hand purchase, unfortunately falling there on the blue.
That looked like Joey Johnson from the Eastern Cape.
Yeah, Joey, a very strong climber. I've seen him on overhanging problems and he just breezes through them. I remember earlier this year in Gravity Bowl, he was the only person to flash a really crimpy overhanging boulder. So
yeah,
insanely strong.
He spends a lot of time in Alisdale, which is a really cool bouldering area in the Eastern Cape.
Awesome to see these guys with different levels of experience and bouldering in different areas, and different specialties. I think the quality of the rock outdoors and the style of the rock outdoors will definitely morph the athletes who climb in those areas.
Yeah, for sure.
People don't talk about that much, but Cederberg just seems to be full of dinos everywhere, and a lot of overhanging routes. They're not that crimpy, actually. There's definitely smaller holds elsewhere, and you'll have a few jugs. I mean, obviously, outdoor climbing always extremely crimpy, but
yes, Rocklands has sliced my fingertips many a time.
yeah, big dinos. And I think then the guys from Western Cape who climb there frequently. So on this crux move on this green here, everyone seems to just be struggling to find the right way through. Two options we've seen so far: locking off the left arm, reaching over with the right, or mantling over on this right hand. I think trying to find a different way across, trying to skip that hold. I haven't seen this so far.
He's really got to get some more momentum to get up that high.
Yeah, but that right foot leaning out only to the right, really hard to step on top of it.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go, getting the higher left foot. This would be really cool if it works. But that right foot just slipping off.
He could go crazy like Adamondra and he'll like hold his own hand on the heel.
Yes. Well, if he's doing that, I think he shouldn't be in this category. And here we have Caden up on the right doing the black problem. Unfortunately falling there on the cracks. We still haven't seen anyone top this black route yet, and Caden just flying through that hard sequence there.
Yeah, Caden's super crusher from the Western Cape. He might, if anyone gets to the top, it might be him.
Yeah, I have high hopes. And this, everyone seems to be struggling on to trust these holds. He's actually just sticking it and just moving the feet. I think he looks so confident on this. I think, yeah, this is a position you want, is actually being above that hold. Holding them as underclings, so using your feet and just moving with confidence and standing up high before needing to pull too hard on your hands. And there we go, past this section. I don't think we've seen anyone get this high before. So really cool from Caden. Getting that left-hand side pull. Now you have to shift your weight across. Bumping his hand. There we go. Taking the feet. And you can see how much flow and confidence he has on the route. It's really amazing to see. Big move there, using a lot of momentum, shifting over his weight. I think we might see a top here. He's moving very confidently, and the next two holds are quite good.
Yeah, Caden's a really intuitive climber, and he's got the strength to back it up. So he often gets to the top of these comp routes, which are designed to split climbers from one another. And it's not the end of the world if one of them makes it to the top, as long as 10 of them don't make it to the top.
Now, Caden can't just reach the last hold. He also has to clip into the last bolt to get the full points. And looking so confident. Caden coming from a family of climbers, and it's really cool they all come to the gym together and climb together. And I've seen him since I started climbing years ago. I just watched him progressively get stronger and start crushing these competitions. So top from him, first top on that route, amazingly done. We have 4 routes being climbed at the same time right now. Green, yellow, blue, and pink. This yellow boulder, I think all of the female
this
open athletes.
Route, Sean. Ain't no boulders
I've been bouldering
today,
for too long. This yellow route, all of the open female athletes following off the same point on this route. Really crimpy, just getting so pumped out here on the left hand.
Yeah, you can see those forearm muscles bulging as he's trying to figure out what to do, manage the rope, find the feet.
We had to fall just to the side of him on the blue boulder road. That's what 2 days of commentating saying boulder over and over again does to you. Struggling to find this heel hook. Needing to twist the ankle out. Maybe lacking the mobility to do so. Falling there are really good high points. And this green route. Definitely past the crux now. Looking really good on this.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we haven't seen many climbers get that high.
No, and still moving with a lot of confidence and flow too. So currently the green and the red routes being climbed. Both actually flowing through. Oh no, just unfortunate slip there. He was looking so good. But that's the risk of climbing that efficiently and quickly, is then you can also just randomly pop off the hold.
Yeah.
Slight inaccuracy. Now, you see in this position can be really hard. Yeah.
Yeah. Coming through and getting the best out of that undercling is really hard for people.
Yeah, and then reaching over to that miniature left crimp is very tricky.
A brief moment of no climbers on the wall.
Everyone's either topped out or fallen off. Amazing from Caden. So if you look at the scoreboard here, we have junior male, Nicholas Allen at the top of that blue route we saw, making it look really easy. Amazing climbing for him. 90 points. Joe Johnson, 47 points. So still making really good progress on that route. And Alexander, I think, still needing to get his points. All the climbers back on the wall now. Another round begins. So senior male have yet to start climbing, get their points. You'll see them very soon. I'm cheering for Cole on the sidelines, colleague and friend. Did really well on the boulder yesterday, but definitely more of a boulderer than a sport climber, as am I. So I think maybe a bit nervous for today. But yeah, I think he'll do well. He did qualifiers and prelims.
And he's been putting in the time, and that's what you got to do if you want to compete. But yeah, he's in a stacked category.
That can be the difficulty. It feels like even with bouldering, you never have enough time to train everything. And then you have to train another discipline as well on top of that.
Yeah.
You just spend so much time training for climbing. And then can your body even keep up with the load as well?
Yeah.
Can be really difficult. You see this pink route on the top right of the corner and the crack section here coming through on the overhang. And there we go, pulling up to the crimp. You hear a big cheer.
Yeah.
There we go, getting the jug above. So we can see if he makes more progress on this.
Cool.
So we have the green, black route, and then far up ahead is the pink route. I think all of us should keep our eyes on here. There we go, catching the undercling quite dynamically. Oh, and missing that. Trying to go with a thumb press. I think rather wanting to go up with more fingers, more of a palm. But still, really good progress. Certainly well done from him. Now, on the crux section on the screen, everyone seems to be struggling here. There we go. That seems to be the best option. Going up with the right hand first and then bringing this right foot up. And now pinching with both hands. There we go, getting both feet on the wall. Perfect, okay. You can just rest here for a bit. You have really good feet, a little ledge to stand on. And to the side of him, it seems like on the black route, it's a bit stuck. It's a really tricky section to move through. And then two new climbers, red and yellow. You can climb now. Oh, these holds do not look good.
No, you can see that open hand, 3 fingers.
Yeah, you can only really fit a few inside, but managing to pull through now, and this hold is on the left is far better. So making it through that section is really important. Moving through quickly. There you go, managing the clip. Fortunately, off the black route on the right. So now we have the yellow and red also being climbed. Hopefully seeing a top on this green. Not many people have managed to make that much progress on this route. So doing insanely well. And a really big fall there on the red route. The B layer and climber getting intertwined and unfortunately a fall on the green. But he's really proud of that progress.
Yeah.
And he should be made it really high up. You see the blue route's being climbed as well now. The power route. The junior men.
Yeah, really nice and smooth. Good with the heel hooks. Heel hooking. If you've been to Rocklands, you know how to heel hook.
Yeah, have to heel hook accurately. Accurately and precisely. This athlete was in the finals at Boulder yesterday and tore open a flapper on his palm on the last boulder of the day, on the last attempt of the day, of course. Doing a lâcher dyno on some pink holds. It was a really cool problem. It needed to super glue the skin down for the routes today. I was chatting with him earlier. And yeah, it just shows these guys are hardcore. You know, you start bleeding through your hand and you're like, okay, well, I need to glue the skin shut, otherwise my friction will be bad.
Yeah.
No care in the world for the pain.
Yeah.
But yeah, just showing, managing to do this well on a route this hard and with this much exhaustion. And off the yellow, and really proud of the progress made there. That's such a hard route, so getting that high, really good points. Shaking out above his head and get all of the blood and lactic acid out of his arms. Yeah, I think it's a really good position to rest there. So leaning out from the wall, good feet, sitting there at left heel. Windmilling his arms around. We have Noah about to start this pink problem, pinchy one. Taking his time. And this is where you need to keep in mind they don't have unlimited time to stay on the wall. It is a factor. There you go. Really good to see such a long rest. We haven't seen that many. It's like very intentional slow rests on the wall so far.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but I think this guy is not a South African. He's one of the international you know, this comp is an open invite to other countries who wish to compete, and there's some people from Mauritius that are coming to compete as well, just to get some comp experience.
And Zambia.
And Zambia, yeah. Shout out there, Dan, if you're on the live feed.
Oh, unfortunately falling there. Really high point on the route there. Did insanely well. And Noah on this pink route holding the pinches.
You can see that flapper hand.
Yeah, shaking his hands. Yeah, climbing through the pain, trying that hard. Really impressive. Caleb at the top of Youth B male. No surprise there. And then Youth A male, we have Peter from Gauteng, 44.1 points, and in second, only 12. So he has a really big lead there. Did very well on that route. And Noah making good progress now, obviously on the hard part. What's important here is a lot of the athletes are making it through, but they're struggling to maintain enough energy and efficiency. Noah finding an interesting clipping position, very relaxed on the arm, but also just struggling to find that clip.
Get the rope in the draw, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, nice.
He got it, but maybe, lost quite a lot of time. Hopefully that position was good enough that he didn't strain too hard. Noah was saying to me earlier, he loves heel hooks.
You can see.
Sitting on them.
Yeah.
Finding that wide right foot. This is a really good stable position here.
Yeah, hopefully you got a little bit back, because this next section is where we've seen a lot of climbers pop off.
Yeah, there's that right heel. But the other climber's been getting a higher right heel. Let's see if he finds it. You can see those crimps really aren't that good. There we go. Okay, needing to pull through now. Oh. Yeah, you can't go statically for this hold. It's just too far. You have to go with the momentum. There we go. Managing to go up.
Yeah, nice cross through there with the left hand.
Oh, you can see he's slapping these holds. He's definitely feeling tired, but yeah, maybe he can rest a bit on this hold, get a little bit of recovery back. He's getting the clip relatively quickly.
That heel is really pulling his body in, his hips under the hold, and that makes the hold feel a lot better.
Yeah, he's sinking his weight as low under it as possible to make that sloper better. Come on, Noah. Yeah, now you just need to stand up into this position, then those underclings become better. You can see it's tricky, hard to straighten the arm. Oh, really good attempt from Noah there. I'm going to hand over to my co-host, Liam.
Cool. Thanks, Sean. Welcome back, Liam.
I was just down there now, live in person, and I witnessed Caleb's top out on that black route. Really awesome. to see such a young athlete climbing so well. All right, up here on the yellow. See he's pulsing already. Quite a big sequence of massive moves over here. Makes the clip, come on.
Yeah, come on.
Come on. There we go.
We got Seth Donald on the left in the blue.
Really strong climber here in the Western Cape. Big move, cuts feet. Oh, almost sticks it. Falls. Seth Donald looking nice and slow and controlled. Beautiful back flag over there with the left foot. Moving very meticulously. Clipped as he moved his hand up over there. That was really good. Really efficient use of energy. So I see these black volumes here, Alistair, are they're new volumes to CityROCK?
They are. So these are volumes that have come through the Olympics, basically.
Okay, so that's part of that whole volume set that was used.
Big set.
Okay, epic.
Yeah, so cool to have for the comps. New holds on the wall, new shapes for people to climb with. A lot of these big blue holds and some of the big pink holds, a whole variety of them are come through just for the comp from the Olympics. So they've made their way through the National Federation, through the Africa-Continental system to us.
That's
to be
cool.
Put on the wall for the climbers to climb, and then some of these routes will stay up for a while for people to come and practice and get used to the new holds. It's a big limiting factor for us in South Africa is having holds which are like the medium through which climbing happens. You know, having holds that are outdated or not the newer shape, and there's a little bit of like lag. Yeah,
not having that exposure to those hold sets. You rock up on the international stage and then you've never felt these things before.
Yeah.
It can put our climbers at quite a disadvantage.
If all you know is crimps and that's how climbs get harder, as the holds get smaller, and then you just get slopers and weird balance and body position, then it's a huge learning curve that has to happen on the wall in the comp, and there's
with such limited time.
Yeah.
I mean, we even saw it like not too long ago with World Cup athletes. There was these Chinese holds used in one of the World Cups earlier this year, and many of these professional, super experienced athletes struggled because they didn't know what the holds felt like.
Yeah. And that's what it's like for people coming from the like lower tiers of climbing, if I could put it so bluntly. You know, who don't have access to the cutting edge holds, the cutting edge training facilities. There's a little bit of catch up to be done. So having a gym like CityROCK with the more modern holds helps our athletes be prepared for World Cups and the Olympics and youth championships and world games and stuff.
Smalling that gap between us and the international stage.
I gotta go do a quick hustle for a man with the rope.
Okay, go for it.
I don't know where Sean went. Are you happy to run this by yourself for a moment?
That's all good. Okay. Sean will be back shortly.
I'll be back in a moment. If I see him, I'll send him up to you.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right. Alistair just has quite a few other tasks. He's a busy man here at CityROCK, running around, helping people left, right, and center. And there he wobbles off. All right, we have climbers off the wall at the moment. They'll be heading up shortly. You can see the scoreboard on the right starting to fill up with Musa up top for youth category B for the males. And we have climbing underway. These routes really are a lot more difficult in person. There was quite a big fall there, unfortunately. is one of the things that happens with sport climbing is before you get your first clip of fall, you're essentially on the boulder problem. But fortunately, they are climbing on mats, which are safe to land on. And there's a lot of professional care around. Yeah, there he is. All good. Safe and sound. Unfortunate stop, but as I said, I was just down there. The angle of that wall is crazy. You wouldn't believe it if you saw it in person. So definitely recommend coming through to CityROCK if you are in Cape Town, just to see how difficult these things really are. We have Luke, one of our stronger athletes from Gauteng, scoping out the climb, about to hop on the wall. Definitely one to watch out for. He is incredibly strong, both indoors and outdoors, both bouldering and lead. Quite a well-rounded athlete.
So far, we've only seen one top of this blue route here.
I think Luke definitely stands a really good chance. Oh, maybe through the perhaps a bit too much confidence on that hold over there. There we go. Makes a quick adjustment and cruises through the next section. Sinking really low there. Really good movement.
This high lock off for the clip. Same choice for the clip as earlier.
Nice, come on.
You see the UFSC male scoreboard here.
Yeah.
Caden at 90, Liam 58.1, Johan 58, and Liam at 41.
Yeah, really good climbing from UFSC males. Watching Caden Miles top out on that black route was really impressive. Liam Daly as well, just doing so well on those terrible, terrible green holds.
And both of them competed yesterday in the junior comp and the day before on qualifiers.
Yeah.
So a lot of climbing from all of them.
Luke doing really well here on the slopers. Big compression to come, but taking his time to rest.
Yeah, this seems to be a really good rest point. Sitting on that foot chip, shoving his knee in.
Eiland, come on. Okay, you got for the clip for trying that super hard move. Sinking really low on the hips here. He knows what he's doing. Very wise to take a break over here. Come on. Nice, dude. He's looking really comfortable.
Yeah, the only person on the wall right now. Can focus all of our attention on him. He's moving through a good flow. Rested
Big
at the right point.
Crossover, come on. Yeah, he's really good with his footwork, actually. If you see when he gets his heels, he's pointing those toes really far down and to the side, really securing that heel in there. Oh, almost a step, but he saves himself. Come on. You see his legs are starting to shake. Wow. Watch that left foot.
Same point Stephen fell as well. Seems to be a hard point in the climb.
Definitely. But really good technique coming through at the feet. I mean, he was like dragging the side of his left toe. Crazy to see. Such impressive technique from these climbers.
This yellow climb with a very specific crux that everyone struggled with and fell on. So curious to see how he does now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that, you know, there's very common, you know, cruxes for all the different climbers. Okay, moving through quite quickly in the beginning of the year.
Can he get this right heel in? There we go.
Nice.
Knocking that heel in really well.
Looking confident so far. Yeah, and just to remind viewers, this wall is so steep. You really can't tell how steep it is from this angle.
Getting that right hold. There we go. Bumping the right. Looking quite confident. Good flow.
Yeah.
Good movement.
Cruising through. Come
Not
on.
falling into that trick of becoming too static and kind of scared climbing when you're on sport.
Nice. Such powerful movement. Come on.
Nice.
Yeah, sometimes you really just got to dynamically, pop over to the next move.
You can do it. You are strong enough. I like to just imagine, like, if this was a boulder, how would I climb it? And in general, it actually tends to be quite different.
Yeah, definitely.
And there we go. On these tiny
nice crossover.
slots with his hand.
Wow.
Wow, really making those routes look a lot easier than it is, considering how many athletes have fallen on this way before. So doing insanely well.
Moving quickly, come on.
Getting that right foot so accurately, and then that small crack.
Wow.
With that left heel and bumping the left hand, making really fast, accurate movements.
Yeah. That's the thing, he moves fast, but accurately.
Yeah. So now coming out of this position, releasing that heel, you're just going to swing out and fall. So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, almost grabbing that hold. That would have been perfect.
Really close. What an impressive performance.
Yeah. Applause all around for him.
Yeah.
You can see arms just hanging by his side, looking quite tired.
Can't even pick them up. Okay, you have one of our Eastern Cape climbers starting the blue route. Deciding, nope. I've seen quite a few climbers try that and decide it's not the way.
So it's definitely a very powerful route. Big holds, big moves. Bad feet, good compression between hands. There we go. And yeah, look at that footwork. Wow. Back flag, really sinking into that right leg. Back flag is where you sink the opposing leg towards the direction of the one leg which is sitting on the foot. Just kind of creating counterbalance.
Yeah.
Just really stretching it out.
Allowing your body to get in the right position.
And the key with any flags is not just to push the foot out, but also to tense it against the wall.
Yeah.
That extra point of contact can actually create quite a lot of friction, can help quite a lot. A few people I see will just dangle the leg out, and it makes a big difference to just drag it in, feel that contact against the wall.
They want to have a tense, big move over there.
Oh,
nice. Wow.
Off of two slopers, you can just squeeze between the two.
Cuts feet and squeezes.
And now, really scary to go higher on the sloper. Suddenly it becomes a lot worse.
A big cross-through movement required of you, but matches first.
There we go, getting that.
Nice.
And that's a much better hold there.
Yeah.
You can see how locked in that right heel is.
And I can rarely rest over there.
Another technique with heel hooks like these is pushing the tip of your toe into the wall. You can kind of, similar to a heel toe cam, you're creating that tension point.
Camming it in there.
A lot of ways to just use the wall without any holds on it.
Yeah. Using body mechanics and the geometry of the wall. Dropping back down.
Maybe feeling very tired for this move now. You need to force your body over to the right to make the hold better. That'll take a lot of core and back tension. Falling there.
Just missing.
Really good high points.
Really impressive performance so far. And we can see the junior male scores on the right over there. Eiland secured a really nice spot.
Shame. A fall right at the start.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. You can just have a brief moment.
Yeah.
A lack of focus.
It happens.
So much frustration.
Yeah, he's going to be really frustrated about that. He knows he could have done better. But that's the nature of the sport, you know. You never know what's going to happen. There's nerves. There's chalk on the holds. You never know.
Yeah, and you're going with confidence. You're only thinking about higher up. You don't think you're going to fall at the start, so you don't really focus there. You're visualizing in the future rather than actually thinking about the present climbing.
It happens a lot in climbing where you're thinking about the next move and not focusing on the current move, and then the current move suddenly becomes impossible. I mean, these routes are so difficult and require so much meticulous effort that you've got to be consciously thinking about every move, every placement of the foot, every placement of the hand. Got to keep applying that pressure through your toes.
I'm glad to hear you're also mixing up boulders and routes. I think I've been saying boulder probably
so often.
It'd be nice to have a counter for how many times we've said it last weekend. Musa at the top of the UTB male, so beating over Caleb. Caleb, who did really well in the finals. Musa, 0.2 points away from making it into finals.
Yeah.
He did insanely well in the qualifiers, but just not quite there. So I think maybe a point to prove today. Try say
he's going to want to prove himself.
Yeah, I could have competed well in finals as well.
Make it into the national team. Yeah.
And considering he didn't make it through to finals, perhaps slightly more rested than the other athletes. So another advantage there.
See Christopher, Peter and Tyler, first, second and third for Youth A male at the moment. Followed shortly by Emmanuel and Calvin.
It's the Youth A male, and here we have the junior male, Nick at the top. So this hasn't changed. Ryan in second, Pumalanga. Good to see some representation of their province.
Doing really well, coming in third at the moment.
And Joe Johnson fourth, so the top four for there. But in these top three categories, junior A, junior, and then senior. It's the open category. There's only the top 8 coming through.
All three combined to create the open male finals, where only one route will be climbed from the bottom to the top to determine who the 2025 national champion will be.
Here we have senior male, a tie for first with a slight time difference. Luke and Seth, 54.1 points, and then Sam, 23. But then a lot of people still to climb, so this could very quickly change.
Yeah.
Seth, a very strong climber, also a setter, so has good endurance. As Yaku and Jumbo were saying yesterday, especially for competitions, these guys can be setting for 14 hours at a time.
Yeah.
12 to 14. A normal commercial set will still be 8 hours. Some of the most physically exhausting thing I've ever done is setting.
Indeed, yeah. Setting requires so much of you. You know, it's not just a physical, but you're using so much brain power to figure out how to, you know, tweak this climb until it's perfect. It's a really strenuous job. So, yeah, once again, also shout out to the route setters who set these climbs. Yeah. I mean, setting 20 meters of a climb, thinking about each move meticulously, thinking about, you know, is it doable? Not only is it doable, but, you know, is the sequence doable? What's the flow like? It requires so much time and dedication.
Is it doable from the ground? And then, does it look good?
Yeah.
Also something you can't forget about. A fall in the yellow, but really good progress made. That's a really good high point on those two small yellow pockets. Those are really tricky to hold, especially when you've been holding open hand compression the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, we have one of the seniors up on the blue route.
We've trained together a lot at Krach. He's very strong, climbing a lot, training really hard.
Does, however, have an injured finger during this competition. So we'll have to see how that affects him today.
Yeah, that's something really hard to manage as a competitive athlete, is injuries, and you want to train as hard as you can and make sure you go through a really good training phase before competitions, but it's often in that peak performance phase that's when those injuries come through as well.
Yes.
And especially in competitions where you might normally listen to your body, but I think in a comp when you want to perform, you might ignore some pain and push past it, put yourself in a really bad position.
Yeah.
And that can be when you hurt yourself.
It's great to see that we're getting...
struggling to get through that section there.
Yeah, really tough section.
We see maybe a slight weight imbalance in the B layer and the climber.
Met each other
very intertwined.
Okay, here we see an attempt.
There we go.
Nice, really
fluidly moving
accurate
through.
with that. Yeah. He found it perfectly.
He didn't stop the movement from the start, so he built up that momentum the entire time. Although he did move through slowly, he did generate.
Continued through with that. Nice, come on, dude. Now you just have to step up onto this volume, onto the fiber.
You need to really rely on the feet, get high. There we go. And now this hard move of popping out with the right hand and catching. Oh, no, definitely better now. Reaching over to the left.
To the left.
Very static. That looks good.
But what a scary position to be in, you know, you're on your toes there, flat up against the wall.
Yeah, I think too extended on the left hand. That hold is higher up on the left and a bit worse.
Yes.
So that's why the athletes were going for that right.
Yeah.
But really cool footwork there. You got a bicycle.
Yeah.
That's where you're pressing down with the toe and lifting up with the other toe.
You know, clamping down on that fiber. keeping him up against the wall.
Now we have how many climbs? 3. 3 being climbed. Red, green, and black.
Black up.
Unfortunately, yeah, okay. Caleb, I would have expected him to do slightly better on that. Still getting quite high up, but
No, still doing really well.
high expectations due to the performance yesterday, but I think definitely fatigue coming through. These guys must be exhausted.
And high expectations comes with high pressure, so it's really impressive, you know, to still perform with all that pressure on you. But I mean, Caleb's one of those guys I see him walking around. Doesn't look like he succumbs to much pressure. He looks extremely relaxed.
Oh, well, good progress on the green.
Yeah.
Those holds are really difficult to move through. And now we can see if we can get the second top on the black. Oh, really techie right heel hook here to stay locked in. That looks really good.
Yeah,
good enough to then cross the hand.
Locked in
the other leg through. Yeah, excellent. This black climb, we're seeing that toe hook used again. Caden just making it look so easy for the first time.
Yeah.
Then, unfortunately falling, but actually managing to establish on that higher hold. A lot of people haven't gone past there, so really good high point.
See, he's moving really slowly on this yellow climb. Showing a lot of control.
See, pinching really hard with the thumb.
Big move, come on. Nice.
There you go, and you see leaning back on these holds, trying to go with the straight arms, and generate with the legs. Just rest on his skeleton.
Yeah, moving just so slowly and controlled.
Oh, and a left heel hook here. Now, you see he's twisting that right knee out. That was really good footwork.
Yeah.
Managing, both knees are facing the same way, and suddenly that shifts your weight really far down in the opposite direction of your hand and putting a lot of weight on it.
Superb display of his technique, you know.
Yeah.
I think we can very clearly see how technical he is as a climber.
Twisting the knees in the opposite direction, having those wide hips.
Nice. Quickly finding that left foot. There we see another twist in of the knee.
And now we see this is a really difficult section. The finger strength required here. And his holds are slippery too. There's no texture on the outside. It's hard to get much purchase on them. Oh, and the feet.
With terrible feet.
And there we go. Managing to get the good hold.
Come on.
Allez.
Come on, dude. But you can see that elbow is cranked out.
Yeah, okay. Falling there. Could see that coming, but still really good high points.
Yeah. Extremely impressive. Wow.
Now here we have no, with the Gauteng athletes.
Another lookalike from Gauteng.
Yeah, similar here.
You know, moving, this guy moves really erratically, but like calculated. You know, for such a young climber, he moves really calculated, very precise, or rather accurate with his reaching out with his hands and his feet.
He climbs quite hyper, I'd say. But then, manages quite well. Okay, how's he going to do the crux? It's always very interesting to see.
There's been quite a few different approaches over here.
Yeah, the lock doesn't work. You have to mantle or just reach over with the right hand. And at the same time, we have the red route being climbed and the pink. So an interesting fall on the red, and he managed to catch himself. So see if he can recover from that.
Yeah, recovering from that is really
entering
difficult.
the crux.
Come on. Yeah, it's so easy to not know what to do over there, but you can see he's trying to psych himself up for a big move.
Two things going on at once. I think we're all just silently watching, holding our breath.
In anticipation,
3 hard sections at the same time. Oh,
come on.
Yeah, managing
Lots
to get
happening.
the press.
Come on.
Find it. Get that left hand in. There you go. Okay, now you need to pinch really hard. Gotta get that match.
Beautifully
skipping
done.
the match and coming straight into the undercutting. Really good. Now you can rest here. You have that good ledge. Unfortunately, I fall in the pink right at the top of that crux section again. And a fall in the red as well.
Good effort all around. But green is still up and blue is underway as well now.
I think we have Cole up. So one of our open athletes on the blue. So definitely a really hard route to start off on.
Let's see if Cole has what it takes.
Falling there, unfortunately. Made a few moves up, but yeah. Fatigued from yesterday, I'm sure. He's been training really hard, also recovering from a wrist injury recently. So holding these big slopers, although maybe, hopefully not feeling pain in his wrist, but definitely weakened from not using it.
For sure.
I know Cole is insanely strong on crimps, so get him on a crimpy route and he'll be chilling. Yeah, good attempt from him.
You move over here to the red section of this climb.
Yeah, progress has been made on the green as well. Good to keep an eye on both climbers at the same time. Now, yeah, this section really technical, I think, for the black.
Yeah.
There's different options for the holds, and it's not obvious how you want to hold them, how you want to place the feet. I think here, you want to bring your right foot up, create opposition. We've seen some people double Gaston on this, which looked very physically challenging.
It's just, yeah, it's so hard to see, I guess, from that point.
Fall on the green, but really good progress.
Yeah.
No look-alike.
I think he can be impressed with how high he got on that route. It's going to give him quite a few good points.
Now these Gauteng climbers really putting in work, doing very well on these sport routes. You can tell they've definitely practiced at CityROCK.
Come on.
I think
Struggling to find out what to do over here.
yeah, you can tell. But he has
Going
actually
into
made
the
progress. He
Gaston.
has gotten that foot. There we go. Can he plant? There you go. Planting
Nice.
the left foot. The rope a little bit in the way. But
Yeah, one of those
unfortunately,
skills, you know, rope management. You've got to learn how to deal with that.
I think this is now a harder sequence. So you see how he does. Needs to get that higher right hand on the non-blocked path.
There we go.
You also see the yellow and red being climbed at the same time.
Lots happening at the moment.
Got that right heel hook really locked in.
Nice, dude. Come on.
This is looking really flowy. This is looking good.
Popped up with that right hand.
Yeah, you can tell this guy's going to get high on the ball.
He's moving fast. Boulder once again.
Didn't say anything. Nice. Really good right heel. I'm just placing the feet quickly. Everyone can move their hands fast, but placing the feet quickly and accurately, that's what really separates the strong competitors.
That quick heel, but it's in the right spot. Look how he's turning his toe down on that right heel, really cranking in on the heel. Wow.
Previously, it looked like they were really bad feet there, and he made it look like they were jokes. So amazing.
Yeah.
I think we can see a potential top here based on how efficiently he's climbing, but he can chalk up now, so...
And this next section is tough.
Yeah. That was a good position to rest and recover, so hopefully he has some juice left. There you go, bumping the left really quickly. Upside down toe hook.
Wow, come on.
Okay, now we saw someone fall here earlier, needing to reach up with the left hand because you don't want to release that left heel and just swing out.
Yeah, but he's
See how he does.
Clip, got the clip. Okay, releasing this foot is going to be tricky, but he goes up
And
first.
then bumps it up, really good. Now he needs to release, has compression.
Wow.
We have a fall of the black and red route, so just this to focus on now.
He's doing really well. He's moving fast. He knows he's near the end. Still takes his time to chalk up though.
Yeah, really smart. Don't light at the end of the tunnel, but take it slow, calm down. You need the chalk, you need the friction.
That's the
second
thing.
last hold now.
Come on.
Oh, and a foot slip.
Wow, so impressive.
Looks like he still had power to spare, but wow, that's such a high point.
Really good for him.
It could be more frustrating on a boulder. You know, you don't get any bonus from zone 2 to top. So if you fall in the second last move, it can be annoying. But at least here in lead climbing, you're getting a point for every single hole that you're touching and using.
Yeah, for sure.
Now past the crux on this pink. You can see
made that
almost
clip.
let go there.
Very sketchy. Into the undercling. Come on. Oh.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more athletes getting over the slip, but
it
doesn't get any easier.
Just shows you, you know, it's creating that separation between the different climbers over there with that crux move.
It looks like you see really good points and really close. I think we saw 89, 85, and 80. Now the youth B male also really close. Only a 1 point difference in first and second.
Wow.
Have Oliver from Western Cape at 64.1 and then Caleb at 63.1. Musa down to fourth, although I don't know if he's had a chance to climb his second route yet.
Yeah, I think still quite a few athletes that need to climb their second route from Youth B male.
We have Youth A male, so Adam decently in the lead, 82.1. And Christopher with 66. 2 Gauteng athletes, 1 Western Cape sandwich between another 2. So, wow, Gauteng are doing really well in lead.
Yeah, really showing their lead climbing prowess. Okay, here we approach this pinch again. Let's see what his approach is this time around. Oh, going up the right, making it look easy.
Ah, there we go. That is the right way to do it, and you just need to find it and commit quickly. Don't hesitate.
Yeah.
If you see a beta, you think it works, you need to commit. There you go.
That could
really
mean
good.
the difference, you know, just one slight hesitation.
Yeah. Nick, very far in the lead for junior male, also just points-wise in the lead in the overall.
Let's see what happens over here.
And the senior male, still a tie in first, needing to climb the other route.
Eiland, come on. Nice. Really slow and meticulous. He's slowing it down a little bit, which is great, but still managing to pop through those moves.
Yeah, you need to pull through those holds quickly. They're open drags, so it's not actually, although they're big, you can only hold in that middle section.
Yeah.
Now on a jug, so I think he will be feeling quite good, nice and safe. Yeah, here we see the UC male again, really amazing points. Caden, the only other person with 90 along with Nick Allen. 90, 85, 82, 82, 73, so a tie for third and fourth.
Yeah.
And again, Gauteng
close.
dominating at the top, but Caden managing to represent Western Cape.
Yeah, Caden just proving that he is on another level for such a young athlete.
Yeah, and with the highest point reached and one of the lowest times, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And the other guy's over 3. So
Wow.
he just climbed so quickly, so
Flew
efficiently.
through it.
You look at the difference here in Youth B male, that top point not even at 90 points and 5 minutes spent on the wall. So, yeah, the top athletes really just moving through with so much speed and efficiently.
Yeah.
Grace. I think grace is a good term to describe sport climbing. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, the best sport climbers or the most pleasing to us just show so much grace on the wall. Moving at the right tempo, not too slow, not too fast.
We have 2 athletes side by side, blue and yellow. Unfortunately falling off the black route here. Nice wide view of the 3 climbing all alongside each other. You kind of hang there and you start watching them go a bit higher than you. I wonder if psychologically that has a role to play.
Yeah, I wonder. I do think, though, that for different athletes it's different. You know, some are just totally zoned in on their own wall, their own climb. But then others, you know, in your periphery, you see someone going higher than you. Like, even though it's a different climb, he's going higher than me. I need to go somewhere. Nice.
Okay, making good progress. And we have a fall off the blue. I think a similar point to where Cole reached. So it just shows it's a really difficult route.
Yeah.
So now the pink and yellow.
Big move. There. But they're finding these heels, and this is what we were talking about. You need to find the heels, get those extra limbs up there, take the weight off of the hands. Dude, come on.
Yeah, in Boulder, nowadays, especially in the higher levels, you'll see a lot more of the ultra-technical movements, you know, paddle dinos, toe hook catches, those kind of moves. In sport climbing, I think you see a lot of reuse of good techniques.
Yes.
Commonly used techniques like heel hooks and toe hooks, but the skill level and the ability to use them well, that ceiling is infinite.
Infinite, for sure.
So, yeah, you see like better and better use of those techniques just again and again in the climb and making it more and more efficient.
And that's the thing with climbing. I mean, like, no 2 moves are ever the same. So even if you're great at heel hooks, there's going to be a new heel that's slightly different. And you know, being able to do all those different variations.
So here we have Caden, who topped the previous problem.
Yeah, he cruised that first
And he was the first
section.
one to top that as well, and now just, yeah, making it look like that was just a normal part of the climb. Not
So
the crux.
strong.
Now, just hope he doesn't fall into being overconfident and stays focused.
Does require a lot of strength and mobility because his reach is not that great.
Yeah. But it looks like he's just sticking to these holds. What is nice is with his size is matching on these holds is a lot easier.
Yeah.
And fit both hands on.
You see how he just pops into those holds really easy, so accurately as well.
He is climbing so fast. Now, this is very much a choice in style. He's choosing not to rest very long.
Yeah.
When he does rest, he's just chalking up. He's decided he's going to go for it and be as quick and efficient as possible. And just finding this body position so quickly. Getting that really high foot, getting the clip.
High foot. Wow.
That's a perfect position to clip as well.
Yeah, right there by him.
Caden just a beast.
Absolutely flying through this section.
2 more holds.
And he's looking confident. He's looking good. No shaking limbs.
No, this could be 2 tops in a row.
Love that he's looking wherever he places a limb. He looks at his feet. He looks at his hand.
So much intention.
Wow.
There you go. Clip the chains. Yeah. Amazingly well done.
Not much to be said other than sheer awe.
Yeah.
Well done.
He could have clipped a different bolt. I do wonder if that was the correct one. Seems to be looking down, but I think they can't penalize him for that.
Yeah, and I think they would have discussed that beforehand. Usually in the viewing, they do tell them which draws. If it's slightly ambiguous, they tell them which draws are the correct ones. But I guess, yeah, under all the pressure, you could forget and, you know, do it on different bolts, different clips.
Yeah.
But at some point, they were told what the correct clips and bolts were.
Well, we'll see what his point goes up to. I'm really curious. You see Samuel at 100 points. So he got a top somewhere.
Let's see, come on.
I have a lot of people climbing at once now.
Yeah, lots going on.
Blue roots, pink roots, and this black on the crux again.
Ali, come on, dude. So much to keep track of, but if you can't keep track, just take a look over on the right side. The scores are continuously flipping through, so you can keep track of who's where.
This pink looking alright. You definitely don't want to be struggling on the section before this. You want to be climbing as efficiently as possible. Now's the moment to really see how he's going to do.
Come on.
Got that wide right foot.
Got to really move through this section over here.
A lot of people chose to clip before going up to these crimps. So we'll see if he manages to find this clip position now. There we go. Using that right heel, but struggling to reach. Yeah. A bit tricky.
It's a difficult position to clip from.
I think he might have needed to do it from a bit earlier. And yeah, nothing to do with his climbing, but the decision making playing a big role.
Finds big fall over there because he couldn't find that clip. Yeah, that's the thing. It's so much strategy involved in figuring out where to clip, or not just where to clip because there's often many options, but what's the most efficient, you know, what's going to get you the highest.
It's the best position, the easiest. Now we have Noah on the red, very bouldery sport route.
Big, powerful moves required.
Getting that left heel hook. As I said earlier, he loves his heel hooks.
Looking nice and cool and calm and collected. I don't know.
This is a big move here. We've seen a few people cut feet. Can you keep tension?
Oh,
there you go. Managing to keep that right foot on for a long time. Cutting in control. Really good. Now upside down toe hook. Oh, wow. Taking off the left hand. That, it worked for a second. That was really cool. Looks a bit scary.
think he just wanted to show off his his abilities over there.
Something I've been trying to work on myself recently is that toe hook strength. Is that strength in the shins? Not something anyone really trains.
Doesn't come naturally. You have to, you know, do it to train it.
You really have to go out of your way to train it. You can hang upside down on a bar and slowly shift your feet further and further out to see how long you can hold that position.
Yeah, we saw in the most recent World Cup for lead climbing there in the females finals route, there was a double-footed bat hang that they had to do. Go up feet first, an upside down toe, turning into a full-on bat hang.
We haven't seen any bat hangs in these competitions so far.
It's not a move that's commonly, you know, set.
Also hard to set safely.
Yeah.
So placing the athletes upside down.
Okay, Noah's going up. Oh, big move over here.
You need to swing here, Noah.
Really struggling to find the right hands for it. But
there you go, locking into the clip. That's really good.
Nice. Come on, Noah.
Oh, struggling to place it. There we go. And continuing the lock. That was
nice. Very efficient.
Very
use.
strong.
Yeah.
He got that toe hook now. Really good tension between the feet.
He's doing so well. Come on.
Now you just hang over and just rest for a bit. Now we saw earlier releasing this toe hook can be quite tricky. You have so much tension in it that then you release it and you fling out of the wall. Oh, but managing to maintain that tension.
Managed. Wow.
Oh, getting caught on the rope, but I think managing. I can tell he's feeling quite tired, but let's see if he can take the weight on his heel hook.
Nice, dude. Come on.
Every single hold is an extra few points. Each hold means more now.
Yeah. He's looking really good, though.
It's looking good. I haven't seen many people make it past this point in the red.
Taking his time. That's really good.
Elsewhere, we have a fall in the blue. Also, quite early on, it seems that move is a real stopper move and a fall in the green. So now all eyes on Noah. Ale pincering between his heels.
Come on.
Like a crab on the wall.
Just gonna have to dig deep over here.
Now we see that pulsing motion. You can definitely tell. Yeah, pumped. But
such a good effort.
Really high up on that route.
Yeah.
I'll get him a lot of points.
Timer up on the yellow now.
We must keep an eye out for the Youth C scoreboard. I think I might have missed it, but really curious to see if Caden got the full points.
Let's see. There's the Youth A male scoreboard up on the right.
Here we have this pink route again at the crux. Unfortunately falling there.
Yeah, such a difficult sequence. Plenty of competitors today, but just to remind everyone watching, these are the 5 best for each category from each province competing it out today. So these are the best of the best.
And then to be coming top 4 out of these 8 is amazing. Just shows.
Yeah. I mean, just making it here today is such an achievement in and of itself.
Yeah.
These athletes really have outdone themselves just to make it here.
You see, just looking up at the blue, and I read the route. Make sure there's no early mistakes. Have to take it seriously right from the start, as we've seen.
Yeah.
Similar to Nick, just jumping up into this hold, catching their Gaston.
Lots of risk from move 1.
Yeah. And quite powerful. It can be tricky. You obviously have the excess power. You can do, 20 pull-ups on that hold if you want, but you need to conserve your energy for the rest of the routes.
Will you have enough power when the crux section comes? Will you have enough power of the 15 meters of climbing?
So Caden is 0 on the score. Curious to see if that just hasn't been updated yet.
Yeah.
I mean, he did make it all the way up to the top anyway.
Technicality, yeah.
So we need to still see that updated score.
Yeah.
And then I saw 100 points and 96 points, so insanely high scores in the Youth C.
really good performances all round.
And this back flag underneath.
Struggling to get the right position, yeah.
I think needing to bring that left hand up to side pull. There you go. But
yeah, it's such a difficult move to do with those wide legs like that.
I think we were treated to some really early high sends off this route, but it's definitely tricky.
By no means easy.
Now on this green route,
Ali, not quite finding that pinch. Really strong climber, just not finding the right beta that works for him.
I think almost finished the first attempts for everyone. We'll begin having the second attempts. We already saw Kate on his second attempt. We still see on the scoreboard some scores still not put through. Now we have the black, yellow, and pink being climbed.
Plenty of climbers up on the wall here today.
Fear management and fear of falling is a really interesting psychological aspect of climbing.
Yeah.
You even see it in bouldering, but I think especially in the exposure and sport climbing, the higher up you go. When I started climbing, I had a fear of heights, but I never really noticed it with bouldering.
Yeah.
And then I came to sports and suddenly could climb like to a fifth of the potential of what I could do, just overgripping everything. And most of these athletes have spent so much time on the wall that they've overcome that feeling, but some don't. Some still have it in the back of their minds, especially with the more committing moves.
Yeah, and I mean, just for climbers out there, when you start to sport climb, or even if you've been sport climbing for a long time, that fear of being above your last draw, you know, you haven't clipped in, you're 1 or 2 meters above, it can be really scary and really, you know, limiting on, you know, what you're willing to try do.
I see a lot of dangling feet on this pink. I think Musa might be done. Yeah.
Sticking down. To recover from this will take so much.
I think he was asking his belayer to take there just to make sure he fell safely.
Yeah.
We also have a fall on the black, so the yellow route's still being climbed.
Really good performance. And there we pop off the yellow.
Liam, you're not allowed to say anyone's doing well. They just fall off immediately after.
Yeah, I'm going to have a bunch of climbers coming after me after this weekend. Cause at least 4 falls.
Especially Ballerina Ben.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be in trouble for that one.
I've already spoken to him about, I said, are you going to watch it live? He's like, no, he wants to go watch his climb, so he's gonna know about that.
Oh, dear.
My Krach membership might be revoked.
For those of you who don't get the context, I'm not going to give it to you. You have to watch the live stream. You should tell Ben to watch it without the sound, just listen to some music. Maybe then he'll be okay.
Yeah, there's not much going on there anyways.
Who else wants to listen to these guys? Good progress being made on the blue.
Oh, deciding, nope, not going to go there.
And this is the hard part. We've seen people fall in this move.
Going straight for that hold. Skipping the intermediate.
Patching it. Now you need to bring that left hand through. Or flag under. We've also seen this work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the body tension thing. As soon as he moved, you could see his hips sank a little bit. He twisted a little bit. When that move did work, the lower body didn't move at all.
Yeah, and it has to be really
tension
low.
In the core and the feet.
Dropping it really low, you know, just to make that hold a little bit more usable as well. If you're a bit too far to the right, it's pushing you to the right, just not going to stay on there. No climbers up at the moment.
If any of you at home don't quite understand what we mean by this body tension thing, it is tensing every muscle in your body and using it all in conjunction, making sure everything's in equilibrium and balance. It's not just your core. Climbers love to train their core and talk about body tension as only a core thing. It is in your toes, in your calves, in your hamstrings, your glutes, then your abs, and then your shoulders and your fingers and your arms.
And it's that tension, you know, throughout, you know, linking those all together in one tight chain, as you were saying the other day.
I joined a coaching seminar a few months ago, and there was an example of a way to describe full body tension is where you hang on a pull-up bar, and then someone needs to push you from the side, so pushing you horizontally. And you must first just relax, let them push you, allow that swing, and then after that you need to try tense as much of your body as possible and fight that push.
Yeah.
That could be a really nice way to understand that full body squeeze and tension.
Yeah.
And then from then onwards, once you understand that feeling, you can try apply it on the wall every single time you're climbing. Also, whenever you're learning a technical move, whenever you think about some new movement or technique in climbing, you should apply it in your warm-up on the easy climbs. That's the best time to be intentional, to think about it and be aware of it.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget, but you have to be intentional about it. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people like to just move around on their warm-up, and all they're doing is just moving their limbs. But there's a lot you can do. With that time.
Yeah.
Technical practice.
Yeah. Key thing to hone in on, but often overlooked by climbers. But not these guys. These are, I mean, the best of the best in the country. So I'm sure they are well aware of how to maintain and keep body tension.
Yeah, I think if there's anything a climber has to choose out of the skill set, it would be body tension, be number one.
Let's see how this climber from Eastern Cape does over here, or KwaZulu-Natal, not too sure.
Okay, so then he has the helmet. Oh, and just releasing the hand and the foot, just looking at where he wants to go. Very relaxed. Maybe a bit too relaxed.
Yeah, that's another thing, you know. You want to stay relaxed, keep your heart rate low, you know, keep it under control, but being too relaxed, you're winding up for a huge move over there, perhaps missing the holds on the volume.
We also have Blue Climb, a bit of hesitation at the first few moves there, so might have already lost quite a lot of energy. Now you need to do this big move outright.
Here we go.
You need to jump off the foot. It's scary, but you have to commit.
Oh, here we go.
Keeping the toe on.
Keeps the toe on, though.
Really good. Trying the flag baiter. There you go. Using that left hand. Good.
Yeah, and you could see how his hips stay completely still when catching that left hand.
Yeah. I think there's two baitas. One would be to keep the left hand and then bump the right, but also just using it as an intermediate.
Yeah.
Just to stop the momentum a bit, control it.
Now navigating this next section over here.
Really well done. Now on a good hold.
Looking really good.
Oh, the feet popping off. You can see how slippery it is at the top there.
Yeah. It's not great at all, but he managed it well. So you can see the scores on the right side. I've updated for Youth B male.
And also see Youth C later. Really curious to see what Caden got. So Oliver number 1, Noah number 2. Hold on, Noah, Musa number 3. So Western Cape representing there. Caleb in 4th. Caleb did so well in the finals yesterday and still has enough power to do really well today.
Really impressive performance. Youth A male over here with Adam up in 1st. Oh, we got a fall over there.
Good progress there. It seems to be quite a cut-off point on that blue.
Yeah. That blue really isn't easy at all.
So we have Adam Preston, Peter Forster, Christopher McCohen, and Elijah Catano, top 4.
That's Youth A male. Latest updates on the score.
So highest score there, 82. Yeah, it seems like 80 to 100. That's where you want to be if you want to make it through.
Yeah.
And Nick still with his first go. Easy flash, 90
Far
points.
ahead.
But Ryan Stevens still doing really well and still another route to climb.
Yeah. And Joey Johnson for coming up really closely behind in 4th place. Lots can still happen at this point. Yet to be determined. The senior male points over here.
Still hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Tied for 1st, but yeah, yet to climb their 2nd route. Anthony and Sam also tied. So tied 1st and tied 2nd. We'll see how they do.
Nick waving to the crowd, about to climb his 2nd route.
Yeah.
Let's hope he doesn't make it look too easy.
So Nick on the yellow
good
now.
Judge.
Yellow, I mean, he has more than enough finger strength for it. I think because of the Jortex and the smaller feet, it's possible to just make a mistake. Oh, wow. Youth C scores Caden at 179.9 points.
Wow.
So it looks like he did get all of the points, I hope. But what an insane score. I don't think we'll see anyone else with that score today.
Yeah. Absolutely outstanding performance from Caden Miles.
Yeah, and then also Samuel on 100 points. Amazing too. Liam on 96.
Yeah,
Johan on 87. So top 4 scores there. Really good. Youth C and Youth B. Those guys just
phenomenal.
on average, the score quality there. See Oliver, Noah, all above 80. And here, let's focus on Nick for a while. It's always fun to watch him climb. Getting that right heel, everyone else is finding too.
Moving through methodically.
Placing the heel slightly higher, maybe giving him a bit more reach. Just re-chalking here, really good position, relying on that heel. And it looks like he's, it looks easy to put tension to these feet. It's like, oh, you just place the toe there and stand up on it. But actually the amount of emphasis and focus you need to put through on your toes to maintain pressure, because these feet aren't that good. So he's doing an excellent job of just using it and using it quickly and efficiently.
Not cutting or slipping at all so far.
There we see that technique of bringing the rope up to your mouth, biting it. An extra hand holding onto it.
Looking so smooth.
I'll see how he is on these crimps. Definitely possible to drop here, but you see how twisted down that right heel is.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
Really locking in on the heel over there. His technique just matches his power.
Yeah. People like to, including us, like to talk about how strong Nick is, but also an insanely technical, experienced climber.
Well-rounded. But I mean, look at those forearms.
Yeah.
It's hard not to focus on the forearms.
Like staring into the sun. There we go. Can he bump the left? There we go.
Nice bump over there.
So quickly reading the data as
beautiful little footwork over there.
Yeah.
To readjust the heel.
And I think we've seen the other athletes apply almost all of the same techniques. I mean, we've seen a lot of them climbing this boulder, a lot of strong athletes. The difference is how quickly he's placing it, but still doing it as beautifully and as accurately. So it's just that confidence and that flow that's coming through here. Every move being done with a lot of intention, control.
Just
really does look like he's done this before. Not climbing, I mean this route. We all know he's climbed before. There we go, and just sitting on the heel. There we go, easy top, easy flash.
Easy top, dangling by one arm. So easy, and I mean, just the way he clips even, it's just so quick and easy.
Okay.
Nice, Nick. That's going to secure him a very comfortable position in the finals. Happening today, this afternoon, so tune in for that.
So with his first score being 90, that's a potential of 180 points for Nick. Really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal performance from Nick.
Scores just resting now.
All the same over there.
Yeah, looking good for Adam. I think the top 8, it's hard to keep track of who's where, who will be in the finals. Finals will be beginning from
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, finishing around 5.
Yeah, so for the finals, just to remind everyone, it's 8 finalists for each category. So there'll be 8 junior female and 8 junior male, as well as 8 female senior climbers in the open category and 8 male opens. All doing only one climb. It's one finals climb, and that determines, the ranking. That determines who the 2025 South African national champions will be. Doesn't count at all what happens here in the qualification. Our next climber up on the yellow route.
KZ and athlete.
Nice and safe in his helmet over there.
No chance of bashing his head. Well,
Hopefully, none of that.
Himself.
Some of these climbers, when they're frustrated, they bash their own head against the wall.
Why? Why don't you love me?
So for those of you around Cape Town, we are climbing at CityROCK in Paarden, Eiland. So if you have an open afternoon, definitely pull through. Qualifications has been really exciting so far. Some crazy climbing, some superb performances. But the finals later this afternoon is the place to be, the thing to watch. So if you can't make it, tune in, stay in with the live stream. But if you can, definitely pull through. There's a VDE cafe over here to, sort your caffeine fix, get some food. CityROCK Gear Shop is a lovely place to browse and spend all of your money. Definitely pull through for that.
Yeah, looking like it's going towards the end of the qualifiers. I think far past halfway now. Then we'll have a brief break. We'll be back for finals. We have finished all of the boulder the previous 2 days. So Friday and Saturday. Friday we had the qualifiers for the juniors. Saturday we had qualifiers for the seniors, and then finals for juniors, followed by finals for seniors in boulder.
What a spectacular show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Athletes did insanely, both the males and the females. Final boulders were incredible. Something, I think it was at a level that we haven't seen yet before. We've seen very impressive climbing, but just, the level of climbing in this country is really progressing. And I think we're even seeing it over here with these routes. They're really tough.
Yeah, I think compare this to previous years, and I think every single year the athletes are getting stronger. The setters are aware of this, and so they're setting harder.
Yeah.
Oh, upside down fall on this blue. Absolutely fine since he's just hanging in the air, but quite dramatic.
I'm sure.
This yellow route being climbed as well.
Yeah.
Good heel hook.
Nice.
So it's all about the heel hooks, all about the tension. There we go, getting that clip. The only climb on the wall right now.
Very comfy, sitting in that heel.
Nice to see the mix of colors, the blue and black, the blue and yellow. As a setter, I appreciate the choice there.
Very
red
aesthetic
as well. Yeah.
And similar hold shapes, creating quite a pleasing view. Yeah, and for setting these long routes, working with fibers is just so much more nice to work with. They're not as heavy.
Yes.
They're hollow on the inside, so it's just very cool to work with.
Unfortunately, we say fibers just short for fiberglass holds.
Yeah, so made out of fiberglass. Don't have many of them in and around the country at our gyms. Kind of a new addition, especially these red and yellow ones. Kind of new to CityROCK. Oh, just flying off of there.
That left hand, really difficult to hold the tension there. And also, I think as a shorter athlete, getting your hand over those holds helps a lot. And when you're holding the outside, it's nowhere near as good.
And they're really flat, so you're not getting much out of them.
All right, who's up next?
Just waiting now for our next athlete to be ready. Untying after such a grueling climb can be quite difficult. Here we go. A really strong athlete from Gauteng, just pouncing up over there. Moving very methodically so far. Straight up to that right hand. Wow. He knows what he's doing. It looks like as if he's done this before. Moving very smoothly, very calmly. Very quickly though. Once again, yeah, this comes up to the climber's strategy, what they choose to do. If you choose to move quickly but rest, find your rest points. It often works. It's looking really good though. Wow. crossing over with so much ease. Into a Gaston. Really cool angle. You can see that body is not in a comfortable position. Making some really good progress, but you see he has to be really accurate with those feet. They can slip at any moment. Taking a very smart break over here. It might be the last chance to take such a break.
We've seen earlier this move. Really tricky. You put a lot of pressure through your toes to stand up high.
Finds a clip and moves right through. Nice, come on. It's doing really well.
Oh, shaking out that right hand. Yeah, you really need to rely on this left heel.
Huge left heel.
There we go. The further
So
up
good.
you go on that, the better it becomes. Then
See how he's
upside
dragging.
down toe smear.
Yeah, oh,
There we go.
such a good effort, such a good fight.
Youth A males, Christopher in the lead now, 120.1 points. Then
Really
Adam Preston
impressive.
with 82, Peter Forrester with 73,
73.
and Elijah with 47.
Really good performances so far from all of these athletes.
Looks like Steven's up next.
Got a couple thumbs up from the crowd over there. Steven to the crowd.
Seems to be having a lot of fun. Also a setter, been competing for a long time. Sets really cool routes as well.
Yeah. Steven's about to tackle the yellow problem. Yeah, very well-rounded climber.
Not much reading going on there. I saw 5-hand movements.
So yeah, got it.
It's fine. It's easy.
Nice wide shot, showing a little bit, giving you an idea of how steep that wall is.
I can show you the scale. See how small he is in that wall.
Yeah,
It really is a long, long route.
watching it live on the TVs, you can forget how high up these climbers are climbing.
Yeah, when you're watching close up, it's just a little box, and you forget how much they've moved.
Steven's moving really well through these moves, though.
Really efficiently, a lot of flow, confidence. It's a very
Steven.
experienced, really good climber, so I expect to see this.
Nice, Steven. Come on.
On the previous route, he had he was quite disappointed with his fall, I could tell. Wanted to go a bit higher. I think he had more in the tank and just slipped, misread beta a little bit. There you go, needing to bump the left hand across here, using that toe.
Big
pull him.
move.
There you go.
He's got it. Nice.
Yeah, he was trying to decide between the heel or the toe there, but I think for the height needed, he needed to switch to the left toe.
Yeah. It allows you a little bit more reach. Keeping his hips nice and close to the wall. Also moving quite quickly. I think it's one of those climbs where you really want to just keep going.
Yeah,
Keep the momentum. Take your small breaks when you can, but keep the
making that
momentum.
big move look really easy.
Yeah, he's looking really strong here. Ali, Steven, come on.
Nice, getting that right hand. Oh, slight slip. He caught it, but those little slips do cost a lot of energy. There you go, getting the bump. Match.
Nice.
Now needing to bring that left hand up.
Finding the
And at
clip.
the same time, we see this blue route being climbed.
Now comes a really difficult movement.
Yes, finding that technical foot change.
Be able to release that toe and keep up.
Ah, just falling out.
Yeah, releasing that left foot really pushes you up from the wall.
Yeah, he was looking really good though. Good progress made.
Really impressive.
This is the athlete who
Nice, come on.
had an unfortunate early fall in the yellow, so I think.
Big move.
But still, good progress on the blue. Even making it that far, even getting those first two moves.
Really impressive. I know I couldn't make it that far.
No, these holds are awful and the moves are really difficult. I think if that was a boulder, it would probably be in the 7A, 7A plus range.
Really difficult. Yeah, really
V6,
difficult.
V7. What other grades can I throw around? A 6 or a chili at block. A 2 or a 3 at krach. There's so many to keep track of now.
Yeah, at krach, the scoring system's a bit silly. I think I feel strong if I climb at block 11 or CityROCK, but at krach, I just feel weak climbing a grade 2.
Yeah, the expectations there are wild. That's great.
Yeah, no, it's really cool.
We've seen in the gyms in Japan that are notoriously known for being sandbagged and as hard as possible.
Yeah.
The athletes that come out of those gyms are also really strong.
Yeah.
There's been a few studies done on this actually, showing that when the maximum grade of the climbs is far higher, when the regulars at the gym are asked about how they feel about their climbing progress, whether they're happy with where they are, when they're only, I think the cutoff point is 2 grades below the maximum grade in the gym, they'll often say, yeah, I'm satisfied, I think I'm quite strong, you know, I'm a good climber, I don't really want to train that much harder, and like kind of they're satisfied with where they are. When the gym has that extra range, and that higher capacity for route setting and more difficulty, those climbers are then way below that upper limit, but are still climbing the same grade. When they are asked how they think about their performance, they're really psyched to get stronger. They're looking at all these other athletes climbing things that they can't even imagine doing.
Yeah.
I think it's really inspiring for them. Yeah. So then they continue training, continue getting stronger. So these gyms where the upper limit is a lot higher and the setting at the top is a lot higher, it does seem to actually breed stronger athletes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think you need many studies to prove this. It's like, if there's a higher grade climb at your gym, you want to be able to do it. You know?
Exactly.
You want to be able to climb the highest grade.
And it seemed like people were quite happy being 2 below the maximum grade. That's where they can kind of rationalize, I can stop here, you know, I'm not a pro. I personally always want to get to the highest grades in the gym, but yeah, it's a more personal thing.
And I mean, we're seeing that at krach now, you know, people climbing like the 3s and the 4s who climb, they think they're climbing casually, and to climb a 3 on a 4 at krach means you are exceptionally strong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they often, in those gyms where everything's sandbagged, people are really undersell themselves. Like, oh, I'm not as good as the top guy, so I'm not that good.
Yeah, just do an easy 8A.
Casual. It's not an 8C though. Oh, sure. Falling on that cross-through move.
Yeah. Really, really tough moves. I think
we saw other athletes bumping the left rather.
Yeah. No, we've seen both work, but the cross-through is definitely more difficult. I almost said difficult.
Been talking for slightly too long.
Losing my vocabulary. Yeah, we see Joe from Eastern Cape up.
Joe looking pretty good. Quite relaxed. Moving very slowly. I think, yeah, the style is hanging on those arms. See how lean he is. Come on. Sitting into that right heel. Really nice position for clip.
Yeah, you want to be as comfortable as possible when clipping.
Yeah. It's also an interesting thing about clipping is sometimes you'll place yourself in a position which isn't a position you would do if it was just the route.
Yes.
But it is actually the best position for the clip, specifically. So being able to, I think, read that. Yeah. Read those positions that aren't necessarily associated to the climb itself and moving up the climb.
Yeah.
That's a skill that you'll develop through climbing a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reading process, and like just one of those like many skills that you have to learn and build in lead climbing.
Yeah.
Which is really cool to see, you know. It's a lot more than just climbing, which I like. There's a lot going on.
Because quite a few of our athletes have sent their second sport routes, we are now only watching one at a time. It's nice to just focus individually. And just want to draw your attention to Nicholas Allen, making me eat my words. He beats the high score of Caden, 180 points.
Yeah.
So I think 2 perfect rounds.
Wow. Yeah, I think it might come down to how you mentioned Caden perhaps clipped into the wrong bolts up top.
That might have lost maybe just a point.
Yeah.
A point or 2.
Being penalized for something like that.
shouldn't make a difference to him. He's not competing against the next category.
He's very happy up there, for sure.
Now we have this blue route being climbed. Probably the hardest one.
I think so.
On the wall.
I mean, both this blue and yellow.
Nice.
It's
really
such
secure on this back flag.
angle. Wow. Yeah.
There we go. And these holes are just so flat. You can see he grabs it and then his hand continues to slip down for a while as he maintains more friction.
Has to readjust.
And needing to, there you go, bumping that left rail there. Looking really good. And just resting on that good hold. It's a good jug.
Yeah, really impressive performance all round. I mean, you know, even these climbers who are not topping out on these routes, I mean, which is most of the people, they are exceptionally strong and yeah, just really impressive.
Look at this position. Wow. 1990 with the legs. Using that toe hook. Dragging with the hip flexor.
Well, can you save it? Come on, dude. Nice. That requires so much control just to be able to fix up that mistake.
Yeah.
Cutting loose. But doesn't seem to be disturbing him.
He's getting his clips relatively quickly. And there, oh, interesting position to rest. Just kind of sinking into that right shoulder, sitting on the hand.
Clearly comfortable in that position. Not many climbers would be.
Yeah. Locking in that left heel. Hopefully he doesn't... Yeah. Cutting that heel is a big move.
Yeah. Looked like he did it on purpose, but very risky.
Yeah, I think maintaining pressure on that hand, you'll require a lot of strength.
Yeah. Taking his time here before this next section.
This is where a lot of people are falling. You can see he's needing to crimp the top of this hole too. It's
just because it's so flat.
That's a really hard move.
But climbers often do that, you know, on slopers and flat holes when it's just so bad that, you know, you crimp the flatness. See that quite often.
It's just a way to get extra control. You know, slopers are reliant on more your lower body and your friction, whereas when you're crimping down on something, you feel like you can pull on it.
Feels more like holding onto it rather than just relying on the friction. And I think even if it's just a psychological help, you know, feeling as if you're holding on with your fingers wrapped around something is a nicer feeling than, you know, feeling like on the cusp of slipping off of a sloper.
I think if you have the right position on the slope, it can feel more efficient, but just having that control of cranking down on the crimp is really nice. Although, so for instance, this yellow, these are all edges, these are all crimps, but they're all flat as well. So normally on a crimp, you want it to be slightly in-cut, which means you can wrap your fingers over a little bit.
And get it in there.
When you have that, that is just a strength thing. You're not going to slip off due to friction. If you're strong enough, you can just pull.
Yeah.
And that's, for a lot of us, a really satisfying hold to have.
Yeah.
I think it's just mentally, you have so much control. It feels nice to just pull that hard.
It feels secure. It doesn't feel insecure at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, having these flat holds, it's like you have to be strong and somehow find security in this little hold that you could just fly off of.
Yeah. When you're under them, they're fine, but as soon as you're pulling over them, your hand can just slip out and pop out.
Yeah, your arm has to be in the right position relative to the hold for it to feel good.
Okay, really good footwork here. Confidently bumping through.
A lot of great climbing on this route.
Yeah, this is, I have to say to the setters, a really beautifully made route. It's testing a wide range of different skill sets.
Yeah, I was about to say, lots of different types of movements, not like too repetitive at all, which is great.
And
great to see.
You know, when you're seeing this many climbers using this much technique and skill on a climb, I think you can definitely thank the setters for giving them the option.
Yeah. No, I saw some of the setters sitting down there, huge smiles on their faces. I think they're really happy with how many people are, you know, progressing all the way to the top. And where people are making,
wow,
massive
big
move.
jump.
Yeah.
I think that was needing to get the feet up, but maybe a bit too tired.
I
angle
think
those
also,
holds.
yeah, often when you just don't have enough left, you just give a huge jump. You never know, for in case.
Maybe you can catch that hold and get an extra few points.
Going out in style, I guess. Okay, starting off this insanely difficult blue again.
Now, this move, easy to drop off, but looking so confident on it, keeping tension on the feet.
Let's see if he sinks. Yeah, once again, really stable with his center of gravity over there.
Really cool to reuse a hold. If that was the intended beta from the setters, props to them.
So cool.
It's hard to make that. So, yeah, awesome job from them there.
Yeah, to set that reuse and recycling of a hold is...
Yeah.
It's really cool. You don't often see that, but it's such a great feeling as a climber as well. Especially when you're climbing outdoors on a sport route, like reusing a crimp in a different way.
Yes.
Just to move past the section. What a satisfying feeling.
I think one of my favorite outdoor boulders that I've watched people climb in the world will be floating.
Oh, yeah.
I think 8C plus in Japan. And that has this amazing sequence. If any of you... I haven't really watched hard bouldering on YouTube, Mellow Climbing. I'm just going to give them a shout out because I love them. And they have a video of floating the boulder. And it's, I think, such a simple set of holds, but because it's so insanely difficult, there is only one way to do it.
There's only one sequence.
And that way is such a really creative, beautiful sequence. So
it's really cool that people go out and find this, out in nature. On real boulders, these insanely tough boulders that really do just have one way to be climbed. And we see some awesome progress being made. Draw attention to this high heel, extra arm up there. Ale, come on, let's see if he can make it past
so
this.
Good. And this popping the right hand, always
it's
catching
such
everyone
a
out.
Move.
I do wonder if you could move the right heel up and gets a double heel hook compression.
I see what you're saying.
A few of the athletes are getting it after grabbing that right hand, and I understand that they would feel a bit insecure releasing that right heel because both hands are facing left. But I think that right hand you can squeeze with your palm enough that it could be possible.
Squeeze it, find the
Hard to say when I haven't touched those holds, but just an idea.
Possible. Yeah, and just want to quickly go back to Mellow. Really just such a cool, initiative or whatever they have going on there to make these cool videos. They also were part of the video creation process for Nick Allen's Koi Koi.
Yes.
That 8C that he did, in South Africa. So,
what a dream to be featured on them. I think everyone who's really psyched to climb outdoors has been watching them for years. I think it's one of the best produced, most psych-driven
such well-produced videos as well. Just so cool.
And then there's also wedge climbing. They are just beautiful, and you have some insanely strong climbers on there too. So that may be my top recommendations. If any of you watching this aren't necessarily climbers or haven't been involved in the community yet, I think if you get into that and start watching those videos, you'll really be inspired to see why we all love this sport so much, why we're so obsessive and passionate about it. It's those moments of just pure, beauty outside and expression of movement and technique and power.
Yeah, it's really cool. But beware, you watch too many of those videos and you will become addicted to climbing.
Yeah, welcome to the cult.
Channeling your inner monkey. Right, just a few more climbers to go. And then we will be concluding our lead qualifiers for the men before we move on to finals later this afternoon.
Youth A male, we see the scores have been updated. So 136.2 for Adam, and then 120 points. So definitely quite a few athletes in the above 100s.
Yeah.
See the junior males actually only 2. Stephen, well done to him, getting up there. And then Nick with the perfect score.
Yeah, but really good performance from Stephen. Wow.
I think Nick perhaps inspired by Jack's performance yesterday, topping every single boulder he climbed.
Yeah.
It'd be really cool if Nick could then top every route he climbs today.
3 out of 3, let's do it.
All right, now let's move really hard.
Ooh.
Not even using the intermediate.
Wow.
Oh, now using the intermediate.
Yeah,
There you go. So this is that other beta, which we haven't actually seen many of the athletes use.
Yeah.
But I do think it was likely the intended way. I think that's why that hold was there. Really cool to see. Now it's worked out.
No, really have to have the right body
one
position to be able to pull that off.
And now we have 2 climbers again, which has been a while since we've had this, so this yellow route as well. Oh, getting this toe hook here, I think it's such a cool move.
Yeah, you're seeing such cool.
Just coming out there. Oh, shame.
Damn,
holding his face, not happy.
Definitely could have climbed a little bit more, but just a tiny slip of the hand.
Okay, bumping the left hand here, looking quite confident. Just have to remember he has this flapper on the palm of his hand, so he's probably quite happy to be holding crimps.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be palming down or holding onto slopers.
Regardless of pain, holding a sloper when you don't have the skin on the palm, it could be a lack of friction as well.
Yeah.
I think when you're competing, that's more so what you care about, the performance. The pain is just temporary.
I think the pain just totally goes away, probably, with all the adrenaline. Okay, setting up for some rather reachy moves now. First going to find the clip.
This might be one of our last athletes climbing now. Okay, finding this move, making it look quite easy. It's definitely not an easy sequence.
It's crazy how some of these athletes do make some of these moves look kind of easy.
In his palm there.
Yeah, ouch.
In a bit of pain. Shaking the hand really aggressively. But yeah, as you were saying, it's crazy to see the different levels, and just, I think, just makes you appreciate how strong these guys are even more.
Yeah. And how strong the best of the best are. I mean, we have all the top 5 from the different provinces here today, but even amongst the top in the country, there are clearly a couple of athletes who have really, you know, just got into a new level, a different level, well above the rest.
Yeah, and Block 11, South, where we had the qualifiers, North, where we had the finals, both gyms are open today and will be open as usual. So I would highly recommend going there while the routes are still up.
Yeah, they will be up for a bit, so definitely try to climb them. Yeah.
And if you missed the initial streams, the videos are uploaded. You can go back and watch them. You can skip through, find the boulders, find the highlights in the finals.
Share it with friends, get them psyched on climbing.
Exactly. And yeah, it'll be really cool to watch and then to try the boulders.
Yeah.
And just to have that reference point. Watching is so different to actually feeling the holds and feeling the positions. It will always feel harder in person when you actually see what it's like.
Yeah.
And same thing for CityROCK. When it opens tomorrow, should come in, see if you can give any of these lead routes a try.
Definitely. Try the first move.
Yeah.
Not sure many common climbers will be able to make it past 1 or 2 moves, including myself. But to try them out, it's just going to be so fun, so epic. And just, you know, give you a new level of appreciation for how strong these athletes are.
And now let's just draw attention to the fact that power screaming his way up.
Come on. Oh,
so close.
Wow.
You could tell he tried so hard. He's very proud of that. That was good.
Really did such an amazing job over there.
I think using a little bit of anger to pull himself through there, get that last burn through.
It helps. It works.
Falling off the blue on the bump there. So very spanny move.
Yeah. I think if the span is an issue over there, that's where some of the athletes that cross through rather.
Yes.
They maybe thought about, okay, the span might be a bit too far. It's hard to tell from that position. So instead of taking the risk, doing the slightly harder move, but eliminating that risk. All right.
So just taking the rope out now. Shame. Very pumped. Can tell.
Struggling.
Very tired.
Yeah. Don't blame him one bit.
I think in general, while you're climbing sports, you want to stay very calm. With boulder, you can definitely be a bit angry and power scream your way through. But for that last moment, that last bit at the end, I think it's good to just scream your way.
I mean, look at Adam Andre. He screams his way up.
Yes.
Crazy boulders and sport routes.
Towards the end,
Clearly
you
works.
just need that extra motivation.
Yes.
Need some adrenaline in your body.
power screaming really can help you get stronger.
I personally find when I'm trying really hard, I just have to hold my breath. I can't power scream. I can't let anything out.
I was never a power screamer until like this year when I started climbing a bit more difficult routes. You know, now really pushing myself to a place that I've never pushed myself before.
Yeah.
It just like squeaks out of me. I'm like, whoa, what? Was that a power scream? Feel a bit awkward about it.
I've sometimes had I've given some people some frights actually. When I'm on a route and I make a really big move. It does happen sometimes where it's just like you think you're gonna fall, or maybe it was a bit painful.
Yeah.
You just like roar a little bit.
Yeah, you
It's
roar.
Like
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. A roar.
Yeah.
Yeah, love it.
It's like tapping into all the testosterone in my body, letting it all out. There's Seth here. Part of
Very
the
strong
three senior
climber.
athletes. I think the last senior to
I think so.
find the second route. We've seen Nick and Steven both do their second routes.
Final senior up.
Seth with some really steep competition in this category.
Yeah. Has a like really strong climber, but just when you're going up against really like insanely strong climbers, it just makes it's quite daunting, I believe.
Yeah.
Must be. It's crazy to think that, yeah, although these climbers are extremely impressive, you know, the best in the country, when we look at the world stage, we're not quite there yet. And it's competition like this is just helping our athletes get there to, you know, that elite level.
You know, you have to make sure the routes are hard, making sure you're testing them to the same standard as other countries will, because just to reiterate it, the champions of the junior and senior categories will be now qualified for World Cups overseas.
Yeah, they'll be invited to take part of the World Cup series happening next year. Begins around March, April of each year. It's annual. There's quite a few World Cups throughout the year. Between 8 and 12 is my guess. Both boulder and lead.
Next year's World Cup will be in Italy.
Yeah, for the juniors, they will only have one World Cup opportunity, but it'll be held in Arco, Italy. It's been held there before, quite a few years back. Many of our South African athletes were there, in fact. So, time to come back with even more power, even more skill and technique, and show the Italians and the rest of the world what we got.
Yeah, need to make them fear us the same way as they do in rugby.
Yeah, shout out to the Springboks yesterday for an absolute annihilation over the All Blacks. I think sent them home, or we were actually over there, but yeah, they left the field with their tails between their legs. I think it was the biggest score South Africa's ever had over the All Blacks.
I think so. Sent them home in their own home. Big progress being made. I should have kept quiet.
Yeah, just a tiny slip, you see. I think he still had more left in his tank, but on a route like this, one tiny mistake is it.
I think we saw Steven fall at the exact same point.
Yeah.
On those two smaller holds. And
we'll have to see if the points.
The foot pop.
Oh. Wow. Really strong move over there.
And no opposition with, there we go, needing that heel.
Come on.
No swap hands.
Nice. Come on, dude. Stick it. Come on. Just popping off there.
I think that left hand, that was really cool and took a lot of strength, but maybe not the best way to.
Yeah, to move out of that's just nearly impossible.
Seth's still strong enough to undo his figure eight. Impressive in itself.
Nearing the end now of the lead qualifiers for the men. We should be wrapping up quite soon.
After that, we'll be taking a break. We'll be moving on to finals.
Yeah, so definitely tune in, 3 o'clock. The juniors will start. It'll be one route in the finals, so one chance to claim your spot as the national champion of 2025.
Yeah.
Who will it be? Who will it be? Many strong athletes that seem to be making their way into the final. The final scores have not been released yet, the final 8, but we have a good idea of who they might be, and there's plenty of strong athletes that are in the running.
Looks like we have one more athlete still coming up.
Tied in. Just being told a few last more pointers from the judge. He has 30 seconds now to read the route once again before he begins his attempt.
As per the schedule, still another 50 minutes of climbing planned, but we'll see if they've perhaps already gone through their routes. Since it's not timed like Boulder, I think the timing can change.
Yeah,
So
guys,
we'll see.
if people top their route, they take a couple minutes. If they fall off immediately, only a few seconds. But just to remind those watching in the finals, the athletes will have a cap of 6 minutes to complete the route. Big leap, but doesn't quite find it.
Yeah, when you're that size, that move is really
Massive.
tricky.
Yeah. So yeah, there'll be a total of 6 minutes. So if the climber does not get to the top of the route within 6 minutes, they will be called down and no more points will be awarded. Okay, we've got Luke from Gauteng up on the yellow. Really strong climber, so curious to see what he has to show us today.
I think he'll have a good chance on this route, actually.
For sure. Really powerful climber. He's also completed many strong outdoor climbs. Very experienced in both the outdoor scene and the competitive scene.
If you want to go sport climbing in Cape Town, you can go to Lower Crag Silver Mine and Main Crag. There's some easier, more accessible routes for first-timers in Lower Crag. There's also the Mine, which has
great
some
place to
amazing
start
climbs.
out. Yeah.
And a bit more bouldery, a bit more overhanging at the Mine, if that's your style.
Ale, come on. Yeah, plenty of options in and around Cape Town, both for sport climbing, trad, and bouldering. So,
Yeah.
great place to be.
It's also, if you're willing to travel slightly further out, amazing sport climbing in Montague.
Yeah.
And obviously in Cedarburg. Montague, specifically sport climbing. Cedarburg is hard to go for sport when you know how much bouldering is also there.
Yeah. Bring your
but
rope along with you, end up just using the crash pads.
Yeah, I think really cool to do both, and both are world class.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we are blessed here in Cape Town. Within, between 30 minutes and 3 hours, we have so many different places to go, so many beautiful places to go. Huge
Catching
move
this
from
big move.
Luke. Yeah, wow.
We saw the previous two athletes fall on this point, so this shows how hard it is here.
Yeah, he managed to control that, not allowing himself to swing out.
Now it's that tricky heel hook sequence.
Ale. There we go. Plants it heel, twist it out, cranking it in. Nice.
Doing that toe hook swap.
Just to adjust the heel.
There we go.
Moving really smoothly. He's looking really good, really comfortable.
Let's release. Just dragging that left toe on the wall to make sure.
There we go.
Really
Brings
good.
it up.
Nice tension.
Looking strong. Come on, dude.
Oh, you can tell hesitating a little bit here.
Come on.
And you get
Big move.
bumping the left
bumping.
hand.
Wow, it's looking good. Oh,
And falling
just popping
there.
right off.
I'm now reminded that Stephen did fall up there. So he made it past the
slightly higher. Yeah. Wow.
That was
really
a really good
impressive.
attempt.
Really, quite a few guys getting quite high up on that yellow hair.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that, such a difficult route.
Well, yeah, and multiple falling quite close to the bottom as well. It just shows that's how tricky it is.
Yeah.
And I think momentum is a big deal. If you get past that middle section, now you have the drive to keep on going.
Keep driving, yeah, keep going.
I think the setters will make the beginning of the climb slightly harder because your athletes are still fresh. And then middle section is slightly easier, and then progressively getting harder towards the top.
Yeah, there's usually like a middle section that you just kind of need to, you know, go through. It's not too difficult just to get the climbers a little bit off of the floor, and then introduce some very interesting cruxy things. And I think we can expect to see that for the final climbs. Kind of forgot how they look, but earlier when we had a look, they were phenomenal, really weird.
I think hard is the word.
Hard is the word, but more than hard, just you can't comprehend them.
No. Talking through the climb with his belayer there. That's the thing, when you get so into these routes, you can like lie in bed and think about them.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially when you're projecting something, so visualize every single movement.
Yeah. I think visualization is quite an important thing to practice in climbing, both on a professional level, such as these athletes, but also just on a more, you know, everyday casual crusher level, visualizing sequences and moves.
We'll see who's the next athlete going up. Initially, we had so many climbers on the wall at once. Now we've gone back down to just one at a time. I think everyone's gone through the easier routes and now needing to do the same route.
Yeah, just finishing off over here.
You can see the forearms on this belayer. Very
Massive.
strong.
Definitely safe in his hands. If the device fails, he can just catch the rope.
Old school.
Yeah.
Back in the day, before we had Grugis and ATCs, you used to wrap it around your neck and your torso. That was the reliance on friction, just as it tugs around your body.
Body friction, that is just crazy.
A few people sent routes outdoors like that.
Yeah.
Climbers back in the day were
And they did that on
hardcore.
trad, as well, on traditional,
Yeah. And this was before CAMs were invented. So CAMs are these metal devices which you can pull on to retract to make them smaller.
Yeah.
And then as you release, they expand into the rock. And using springs, that increases a lot of force and friction.
Yeah, and the more you tug on the tie tip, or it expands more. So upon a fall, it just expands into the rock and really bites into the rock.
And another word for them is friends.
Friends, yeah.
Because they look out for you and save your life.
Yeah, hence the name of the bouldering gym. Although it's not trad gym, you don't really get such a thing, but bouldering gym up in Joburg, friends and allies.
Yeah. You can actually buy some trad gear and cams here at CityROCK.
Yeah.
As well in the gear store. I think one of the most expensive gear stores in Cape Town, along with Vertigo Gear.
Yeah, definitely. Feel free to pop by and buy some cams for me. I am in the market. I would definitely appreciate any cams donated to me from anyone.
Once Liam has his setup, I'll force him to take me trad climbing with him.
Let us go trad climbing. Yeah,
but as I was, before that whole tangent, as I was saying, before they developed cams, people were still doing trad climbing, and they'd create little knots in rope and just shove that into the rock.
Yeah, very
which
crazy.
Is not the safest. But
yeah,
climbers would do it.
Were on a different level back then. Still are crazy though.
Yeah.
Climbers are still crazy. You don't have to be a free soloist to be considered crazy in the climbing world.
Yeah, I find it interesting a lot of the popularity in climbing comes from people talking about free solo, Alex Honnold, and it's an amazing feat. It's amazing climbing and just insane what he does. But also the actual upper limit of possible climbs that people have done. If you look at Silence with
Andre.
9C, Adam Andre, actually the difficulty of that climb is so much higher.
Yeah.
And not that many people free solo at all. So actually climbing is a very different, separate sport to that. And the upper echelon of climbers there as well are even more impressive in what they can do with technique in their bodies. But mentally, I have to say, free soloing.
Yeah, it's just a different.
Amazing.
It's a different component of climbing. You get different disciplines in climbing. Free solo is just one of them. It isn't climbing as a whole. And same with doing extremely hard outdoor climbs. That's just one particular aspect of climbing. But yeah, people who don't know the sport just can't differentiate between the different aspects.
Yes.
All of them very, very impressive.
Yeah, and you'll also hear sport climbing, lead climbing, top rope climbing, and it's difficult when you're not a climber, even as a boulderer actually, to understand what that all means.
What's what?
So this is all sport climbing, everything in this gym. And in sport climbing, you can have lead climbing, which is this, so classic, where there's bolts in the wall, you go up with your quick draws, and you clip your quick draw in, and you clip your rope in. Here the quick draws are already on the wall for the competition, but outdoors they aren't. And then top rope climbing, so let's say someone leads their route, you can then put your rope through the draws at the top of the route, through these preset chains, and then bring the rope down and over. So it's already looped and anchored over the top of the route.
Essentially, the anchor's just at the top of the route.
Exactly. And then when you want to pull the rope through, you just pull it all the way through. But then a climber can climb from that rope and climb up, and they won't need to clip themselves in. If they fall, they are caught through that anchor point at the top. So top rope climbing is how everyone begins sport climbing. It's a lot safer, it's a lot more secure if you don't know what you're doing. It's also a lot less scary and not nearly as difficult because you don't have to, as you see here, these
just
athletes
focus on climbing.
You don't have to clip in.
The falls in the top rope is a lot better, a lot less.
And then we don't have any competitive trad climbing, but the third competitive discipline along with lead and boulder is speed.
Yes.
Speed in the first Olympics was combined with sport and boulder. Nowadays, everything's becoming more and more separated. In the second Olympics, it was its own discipline, and then lead and boulder were together. In the next Olympics, all three are going to be completely separate with their own medals to be won. Speed climbing is a preset route that hasn't changed since it was decided on and developed. And the point of it is how quickly can you get up that route from the ground. I think going down to 4.9 seconds of the world record.
Just under 4.9 now. It's slower than that. It's 4 point something, but
absolutely amazing.
Do yourself a favor and Google speed climb world record. It is, but you have to watch the video because it's not believable. If you see the climb, I think it's 16 meters, 16, 18 meters.
It's right here at CityROCK, which is awesome because it's, as I said, it's the exact same climb, standardized across the world. So you can come try it. I remember trying it after 2 years of climbing, thinking it would be really easy. But I remember actually finding my first top on it decently hard. It's not that easy a route.
It's a 21 grade. It's 21. But the thing is, it's a 21 and it's designed to be climbed fast. So you're supposed to be dynoing every move, going really dynamically. So it's designed to be quite reachy and spread out. So I just got the numbers over here. The men's speed climbing world record at the moment is 4.64 seconds.
That's insane.
By
we have
American
a fall in the
climber.
yellow. Really good progress there.
Brendan not quite making it all the way.
4.6.
And the women's world record is 6:06 seconds.
6:06.
That's
insane.
Nuts. But Josh de Bruin, from South Africa, he's been climbing so well. Our very own well-accomplished speed climber. I'm going to pull up his numbers now. He's been doing super well this year and recently.
And Alyssa Meyer, who I spoke about earlier, who was climbing on the sport routes, also trains speed and is really good at speed. I once did a speed climb, let's say a half wall speed climb right next to the full one, and she asked me to do it along with her, and I watched her get to the top of the full route before I got halfway on the half wall, which was a real tank to my ego, but it's okay.
Really, really quick.
Definitely don't think about it every night. Another athlete from Gauteng. Seems like this yellow border is the last one to be battled out on. You're allowed to start anywhere you can reach and establish on sport climbs. So you see he can reach up this higher left hand. That's not cheating. If you're shorter, you can only reach the lower holds. That's just how it is. You're allowed to start either way.
Yeah.
Finding a cool position there for the clip.
Nice. Come on, dude. Add it.
Oh, that right toe slipping off. Yeah, these feet aren't really nice textures. They're quite slippery. You have to put so much focus and tension into them.
You have to really press down into them.
Oh, we see they keep on popping off, which makes it all the more impressive, those athletes who breezed up this problem and just pressed on these feet immediately and immediately trusted them while moving quickly. And it's actually genuinely that confidence and that generation of force and momentum is what keeps you on those feet, on those slippery feet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's counterintuitive. You want to like kind of suss them out because they're so slippery, but you have to stick your toes really hard into them.
Yeah, press down. When I'm coaching clients, especially on overhang problems, I like to say, try imagine that you're ripping the holds out of the wall with your big toe.
Yeah.
The entire time. Every time you place your toe, slip off there.
Just a little slip.
Really good, and he looked quite good, I think.
Yeah, he was
struggling to move the left foot, and we took focus off his right heel.
But it shows you, you lose focus just for a split second, and you slip right off of those holds. So, I found it. Josh Brain's record. He currently holds the speed record for the whole of Africa at 5.73 seconds.
5.73.
That is really
not far behind.
Yep, he's up there.
Speed climbers look more like gymnasts. They have so much power.
Yeah.
In the upper and lower bodies.
Their power is insane.
Here we have Cole, hopefully fully rested from his attempt on the blue.
Ale Cole.
Just making sure he's tying in correctly. Everyone has their own opinion about how your knot should look, how your figure eight should be.
Waiting patiently for Cole's ascent, hailing in from block 11.
There we go, looking good, ready to climb. I think he has a better chance than this yellow route. It's still an insanely hard route.
Yeah, but a bit more up his alley.
Yeah, Cole hasn't necessarily been climbing nearly as long as the rest of these athletes, but he's been training very hard.
No, he shows such dedication to the sport. It's really cool to see.
So, really keen, excited to see how he does on this. And yeah, more cramps, more finger strength, definitely his skill set. Let's hope he can make it a bit higher up. Yeah, pressure on. I think now also no other athletes on the wall, individual.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't really comment on the younger guys. They've been competing so much, they probably don't think anymore.
Yeah.
But for those of us who are a bit new to this, having a screen on you, having a stream, having everyone watching you.
Many hundreds of people between the live stream and in person watching you, all eyes on you.
Personally, I would climb a lot worse.
Yeah.
Then you have people like Jack who definitely thrive under that spotlight and that pressure. So it depends on your style. I think people who really do well competing do definitely thrive under that pressure and that highlight.
You got to manage it, and use it, as fuel. All right. And there he goes.
Aleko. Looking good, so looking quite flowy. Nice footwork, nice placement. Okay, this move is quite tricky. There we go, keeping that compression, keeping the toe on. Oh, the feet swinging a bit wildly, but manages to immediately correct, which is really important.
Big move coming out there. Nice.
And you see quite a dynamic back flag.
Yeah.
Just to come into the match. So cool to see the movements that a lot of people are doing really slowly and statically. He's doing more dynamically, quickly. Looking good. Nice heel hook. Now he needs to get that clip when he can. Maybe he can sink low into this position, get the good feet after that right heel.
Not finding the most comfortable, but settling.
There we go. And getting a right heel hook on a little foot chip, so not the
he's
most
comfy on those crimps though.
Yeah, as I said, Cole's finger strength is really surprising, really strong.
Yeah, that's also surprising since he's quite new to climbing.
Yes.
You know, finger strength is one of those things that's built up over the years, and it's actually, you know, for climbers who are only in the scene for 1 or 2 years, it can be on the dangerous side of things to, you know, go straight into finger strength training. You have to be really careful about it.
I do think Cole has been climbing around 4 to 5 years.
4 to 5 years.
I say new, but that's relative to
for these guys.
Athletes here. These guys, 10 plus is the average.
Standard,
There we go. Okay, a fall there, but really good attempts. Much higher than on the blue and really respectable.
Yeah.
So, well done to him.
Really, really impressive performance all around.
We see his B layer has the funny glasses. So those glasses, the lenses mean you can look straight up, well, straight on, straight forward, and the lenses redirect light up, so you can actually see up. As a B layer, especially when you're doing it for multiple hours at a time, you can really strain your neck looking up the entire time.
Yeah, no, it gets really bad.
But it can look quite funny, a bit silly.
Yeah. The silly glasses. Yeah, for me, even just one route, looking up, my neck hurts.
Yeah. After a day of sport climbing. Yeah, I haven't invested in those glasses yet. Maybe when I do it more, I will.
I've made the right friends who own the glasses. But if you need a pair, come to the CityROCK gear shop. They have for you, as long as everything else you need. Really good prices, and if you become a member here, I think it's a 10 or 5% discount that you get at the store. So sign up today. It's a good time to sign up. Start training for next year's season.
Yeah, season for us South African climbers is winter, June, July. That'll be when everyone goes up to Rocklands. So it'll be all rainy and wet and cold here in Cape Town, the usual awful weather. But up in Rocklands, it's cold and dry, which is exactly what you want for good conditions for climbing, because it's a semi-arid climate up there. They have their rain in summer, and so in winter, cold and dry. It can be frigid, so make sure you bring the right sleeping bags and right clothes.
Yeah.
But in the Cederberg in summer, it can be too hot in the middle of the day. You'll only get to climb in at the night or in the early morning, and even then, it can be a bit too hot.
Yeah, I mean, even at night, the rock is still warm sometimes, so... Yeah. And then between those rainy days here in Cape Town, when it's a sunny but cold, blue sky day, wow, what an amazing time to be climbing in Cape Town.
Yeah. The views from Silvermine when you're up on the cliff face there.
Yeah.
But also, you can go climbing in Newlands Forest. There's Deadwood Boulders and Schoolroom and the Scree. Really, really nice bouldering there, and really magical to just be in the middle of a forest bouldering. It's so quiet and calm, and just nice to have a picnic and hang out there. And then Silvermine, not only is there sport climbing, there is also bouldering there. You have Echo Valley near Muizenberg. There's actually a lot of climbing in this area as well.
Yeah, there's plenty. Lots of really cool climbs and lots of new climbs that are being set up by South Africans. So consistently more and more climbs coming as the sport grows.
I think the reason why everyone is so psyched for season in winter in Rocklands in Cedarburg is because it's annually just a massive gathering of so many psyched and strong boulderers.
From all over the world.
Yeah, because it's globally renowned. It's one of those top ones, along with Fontainebleau and Yosemite. It really is a world-class bouldering spot with thousands of really good boulder problems. So you go there and there are so many Europeans, British, French, Austrian, German, Hungarian, the list goes on. You have Americans, Australians,
everyone,
Swedes, Danes.
I'm really bleak that I missed out on Rockland season this year. Busy helping out with the Block 11 build in Joburg. But this year, the amount of really strong international climbers, big names that were in Rocklands this year, crazy. Everyone was here. It was the place to be.
And a lot of new young guns, the kind of competitors in different countries, also coming through and just enjoying climbing really hard.
Yeah.
And these are the guys who have trained on these boards, kilter board, tension board, which I think really prepares you for hard outdoor climbing.
Yeah, for sure.
Moonboard as well, but the older versions of the moonboard really have a propensity to injure you.
Yeah.
The newer ones that have come out now are more ergonomic and work better. But it's not the fault of the moonboard, it's the fault of the climber who does 3-4 sessions within a week on that board.
Yeah, really intense on the fingers.
Yeah, whereas the kilter and tension you can do slightly more frequently, and those boards really give you that finger strength and that power and that tension specifically in the feet on the bad holds that is required for outdoor climbing. It's hard to make a long trip for climbing outdoors all the time, so it's really nice to be able to train indoors no matter what weather or time constraint you have.
Yeah.
Bringing attention back to this yellow boulder, really good progress being made here.
Moving quickly.
Getting those feet now out to the slots. This is definitely a hard part. You can see, readjusting on that left arm, getting a bit pumped.
Yeah, just got to feel comfortable over there. Come on.
Now 5 readjustments on that left arm.
Nice.
Too tired. But still, really good high points.
What a good attempt, yeah. Really, really impressive performance. Those holds that he fell off of are extremely bad.
Approximately 23 minutes left for this open qualifier round. And then we'll be following the break and finals after. Finals starting at 3 o'clock and finishing around 5 p.m. We'll see if any delays happen. So not too long, really nice to pitch in, and I think there'll be a lot of really cool, strong climbing happening.
Yeah.
And I'll be rooting for Nick to get 3 out of 3 today.
Yeah.
Just to continue the spirit.
Baka boy. 3 8Cs, 3 out of 3. It's
and
a good
Caden,
number.
actually.
Yeah, Caden
topped his 2.
Can't forget about that kid. And everyone else, of course. Plenty of strong climbers. And not just... I know everyone is battling it out to be crowned either the junior or open national champion, but just to make it into the national team, the South African team, to get that ticket to compete overseas, it's a massive achievement.
Gauteng athlete getting tied in here.
So for those of you wondering who are not yet at CityROCK, the finals lead climbs are hidden behind a massive veil. So none of the climbers have been able to see them, but as well as the general crowd haven't had a glimpse at what's to come. So it's a really exciting moment building up for everyone, including the viewers.
Yeah, as soon as we get a view of it, I think we'll immediately run through what to look for.
Yeah, I snuck behind the veil and had a glimpse in this morning just to get an idea of what's to come. Really pretty setting.
I think in the break in between, I'll also have a look. It'd be lovely to talk to the setters as well.
Yeah.
Really nice to get their insight on, what's the expectation? Where do you think people are going to go? I think, when it comes to lead, considering it's only one route and it's 0 points to to the top for full points, you can really predict like which athlete specifically do you think will get where.
Yeah. Very much take into account where do they think Nick will get, where do they think, you know, whoever will make it. And how many as well, you know. They probably want a couple athletes to make it at least halfway. Only 1 or 2 tops, hopefully, in their case.
Well, I was thinking about this. Realistically, you only want 1 top because it's finals, and that's the only climb. So I think actually you want it to be so hard that you don't expect anyone to top.
Yeah.
Because there's always the chance of being surprised.
Yeah.
So if you're setting with the expectation that someone can top, then perhaps 2 or 3 could.
So now setting a climb that is so difficult that not even the best of the best will guarantee top it is, it's crazy.
Yeah, so now, you know, if we see people try it and climb off and fall off the 3rd move, that's, you know why.
Yeah.
You know, it's meant to be so hard that no one actually reaches the top.
Yeah.
And if anyone does, you know, wow, that's
and then just
props to them.
us. Yeah.
Really good progress on this yellow climb. Finding this really close to the wall position here to get the clip.
Keeping their body really close to the wall.
And pincering with the feet there.
These climbers are absolutely insane, actually. I think we've become very, like, almost complacent, you know. Oh, that person's good, this person's good. But just bringing it back down to the facts of how good they are, how strong they are, how much technique they have. Just to make it here today for the finals.
Yeah.
The national finals. Well, not in the finals just yet, but the nationals. It is the final competition of the year. That's what everything has built up to.
Yeah, and, you know, as I said, when I refer to Cole being a newer climber and someone who's climbed for 5 years, trains multiple times a week, probably 4 to 5 times a week for multiple hours, I think that just shows the quality and the level. Just been informed that that was the last climber.
Yeah, wrapping up.
We'll have to just wait a moment to see. Once it's untied, perhaps there's a sneaky climber will come through. But if not, we'll then be moving to a break and then coming back to you for finals.
Yeah, that will be the conclusion of the league qualifiers men. Really impressive performances from all of them. Both the juniors, the youth A, the junior and the seniors.
Yeah, and well done to everyone else as well. As Liam was saying, just getting here in the first place, climbing on these routes, making any moves.
So commendable.
And as I said, I think the start of the blue and the yellow could just the first 6-7 moves could be a 7A plus boulder problem in itself.
Yeah, it's like the ease at which some of these climbers did it, just it's baffling. Right, let's see. It looks as if there's no B layers hanging around. That was supposed to be the last climber.
Looks like that's it. So now time to, yeah, we see the cones coming out. So definitely the last climber. So now we're going to be calculating the scores, seeing who gets through to finals.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break. Finals starting at 3 o'clock.
Yes.
It's going to be junior, senior finals, women and men. And I think we're going to see even higher quality set boulders,
for sure.
Even harder, more intensity, and the athletes who will make it through will be really switched on, ready to try as hard as possible. It'll be the best of this group of the best athletes in the country.
Yeah,
so
best of the best.
Really exciting.
4 insane routes. I've seen them. You will only see them if you tune in. 3 to 5 is the final times. So tune in. It's going to be awesome. It's
All
going to be
right,
epic.
see you guys after lunch. Cheerio.